Welcome to the Kaizoran experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizoran, and join the Kaizoran Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is it really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean.
Ghana
Ways, be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary. Born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
What's good, Dusties? What's good? Today's show is going to be on Ghana Must Go. Over here, right? We know what happened in Nigeria when the Nigerians decided that the Ghanaians must go, right? So Nigerians claim that they're the biggest Pan-Africans. They said that they've helped so many African countries, and unlike other countries like Ethiopia, which stopped and prevented Nigerians from coming into the country, Nigerians say, no, we will do this to other countries. We're Pan-African. But the truth is beneath the surface, because when we look deeper, we realize that Nigeria did the same thing, a very non-Pan-African thing. They kicked out over 1 million Ghanaians from their country. These are people that had, of course, were illegal immigrants, right? But that's not the issue. The issue is these people had uprooted their lives into Nigeria, right? They started to invest there. They started taking their kids to school there, right? They had built these makeshift business buildings in order to succeed. And of course, the Nigerian government said they all have to go, right? Now, the Nigerians will say that this was a retaliation, where the Ghanaians did it first in the 50s, right? I think in 1958, where a lot of Nigerians were in Ghana, right? Because at that time, the commodities and the prices of, the export that Ghana was putting out, right? Cocoa beans was extremely high, and, the economy of Ghana was doing better than every other country, almost every other country in Africa at that time. So a lot of Nigerians went into Ghana. So, hey, that's the discussion today. We'll see who's right. We'll see who really kicked out who, and to what extent is Nigeria a Pan-African country. So what happened in Ethiopia? Why did the Ethiopians kick out people, right, from their country? Nigerians specifically, right? In the Sudan border, Nigerians were not allowed to enter. Is this because they hate Nigerians? Right? That's what we're going to talk about, right? We don't know. We don't No, at the end of the day, we got to figure it out, right? Who did what? Why did they do it, right? And how did it affect the economy, right? That's what we want to figure out today. So Ghana must go. That's the topic of the discussion. We're going to get deeper and figure out the truth behind the surface. Was Nigeria wrong? Did Ghana draw the first blood? That's a conversation. So hopefully you guys enjoy it today. So let's get it. Let's get it. Let's start off with analyzing the first video, and then we'll see where we go.
It's late January 1983, and in Nigeria, the President Shehu Shagari has suddenly announced that all foreigners without the right paperwork have just weeks to leave the country. Almost all are West African, the majority are Ghanaian.
If they don't leave, they should be arrested and tried and sent back to their homes. Illegal immigrants, in fact, under normal circumstances, should not be given any notice whatsoever. If you break a law, then you have to pay for it.
In Lagos, a Ghanaian, Charles Ekowotu, is working as an assistant sales manager for a chemical firm, but technically he is an illegal immigrant.
Someone told me there was a...
You know, it's kind of interesting when Africans talk about how the white man is the one who created these borders and then forced them to act in these borders. And in this situation here, you see that it's actually the Africans, right? Specifically the Nigerians kicking out the Ghanaians from their country, stating that these are illegal immigrants. So the law matters when we're talking about how we're dealing with our countries. But when we're speaking about the Mzungu, right, the Oyibos, we start saying things like, well, they created these borders. You know, we have to agree on one point. Do we want the borders or do we not want the borders? Or do we only use the borders when it suits us? Then we end up blaming the Oyibos for everything that happened. We got to choose, right? We can't just be out here floating around and not being clear-headed or clear-minded. That doesn't really work in the long scheme of things, right? To me, that sounds childish. Shout out. Thank you very much for the support. One man went to mail with the £2. Bantu with a hand clap. Shout out to you, brother. We do appreciate the support over here. Everyone else, right, on one man's channel, on my channel, send the super chats, support Black and African media platforms, right? Let's get it. So over there, so that's the situation with Ghana must go. Shout out to Mr. IC3, right? So we want to know deeper. Why did the Nigerian government decide to kick out 1 million Ghanaians from their country? Now, they claim the Ghanaians did it first, right? They say that the Ghanaians drew first blood, that the Ghanaians just didn't want to do things the right way the first time around. That's the accusation.
Deadline that minister will hand over every power to every civilian, that every civilian can do anything to any alien in the country.
And it was that threat, any Nigerian citizen can take action against...
Oh yes, when the deadline expires, you will be giving the power to every Nigerian, every citizen. You have nowhere to hide in Nigeria because wherever you are staying with a Nigerian. So that made everyone scared.
Across Nigeria, up to 2 million migrants heeded the warnings. They packed what they could into trucks, cars, pickups and taxis and tried to get out of the country. The main route home to Ghana was west through the tiny neighbouring states of Benin and Togo.
Yep. It's kind of interesting that Ghana and Nigeria have always had this beef, right? Now, the beef stems across multiple variables, right? You have the beef in relation to actually the country's economy. There's also beef. There's also beef in terms of the food culture and everything, right? So there's a lot of different kinds of beef between the Nigerians and the Ghanaians. So perhaps this is where it stemmed from, right? Perhaps this is where the beef actually came from. Let me just change some settings, then I'll share the video. Okay, let's see. Playback speed. Faster.
Me, Corp J, and thank you for being here today. I want to say thank you to everyone who has supported and continue to support this channel. I truly appreciate that. I want to get right into this video because this particular topic that I'm having today is one that I think needs to be addressed. I haven't seen anyone on the internet or any other channel address this particular topic the way I am going to address it today. It is a topic that has to do with the elephant in the room when it comes to Nigeria-Ghana relationship. And while I would think, and I would like to believe that these two have what I called and I've coined friendly banter, competitive animosity, brothers. However, they
Yep. Even if you ask people about jollof, right, you never go and start beef between the Nigerians and the Ghanaians, right? Each side is going to say which jollof is better, right? So that's a friendly, brotherly banter, because these are some of the only few countries within the West African area that are actually English speaking. Most the other countries around them are actually French countries. So of course these guys have some kind of bond or connection that the other countries don't quite have, simply because obviously the colonial history, right? Both were. Oh, this guy talks funny. I think it's because I've made the speed faster. Let me try reduce the speed a little bit. It might make it sound more normal. Give me a second. Slower. Let's see.
is the reality is that there is a deep-seated bad blood between these two. Now, this comes from somewhere, and I'm going to tell you all today, and I'm going to deal with the root cause of what fractured the relationship between Nigerians and Ghana. I'm going to tell you who started it. I'm going to tell you exactly who has maintained the animosity and who has really pushed a lot of the aggression. Now, what I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to be
Now, of course, he's going to say Nigerians are the ones who are actually the good ones. We already know how this video is going to end, right? That's why I'm here to analyze it. And then I'll open up the panel if anyone wants to disagree or add and really talk about it, right? Is Nigeria the most Pan-African country, right? With the Ghana Must Go project over there, as you guys can see from the thumbnail, that is the Ghana Must Go, you know, the thing, the clothing, right? Those checkered bags, right? Those were the bags that the Ghanaians were kicked out of Nigeria with.
and I'm going to use history to discuss what I'm going to go over in this video. Now, this video also follows a survey that I put out on my community page where I asked a simple question. Who would you say is the biggest hater of Nigerians and their success? I listed known offenders over the years of those that have been critical.
Yeah, so if we analyze this, we can see that who would you say is the biggest hater on a Nigerian success, right? African Americans are not even that higher up, right? We've done so many videos, right? Talking about, you know, African Americans versus Nigerians, Nigerians versus South Africans. But it seems like the biggest haters or Nigerians are actually Ghanaians, right? Look at that, right? South Africans are obviously, Kenyans are 0%. Shout out to the Kenyans, right? Kenyans love Nigerians, of course.
Of Nigerians. I listed a few known ones. There were African Americans, Ghanaians, Cameroonians, South Africans, and lastly, Kenyans. Now, there were over 120 people that took this and participated in the survey. And of the 120 plus people that participated, 83% of those all said Ghanaians were the biggest haters of Nigerians. Now, I want to deal with that because that is the elephant in the room. And I would imagine if this question was posted or this survey was also given to people in Ghana to answer that question, I'm sure they would probably tell you that Nigerians are the biggest haters too. So these two have a history, and there's a bad blood between these two. I want to deal with this. Here's what you're going to get in this video. As I mentioned, you're going to get the root cause, what truly is the reason behind the bad blood. Now, depending on who you ask this question, if you ask Ghanaians the question, and you ask them, where do you think it went all wrong? Because at one point, these two were very tight. They were allies. They're neighboring countries.
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, right, Ghana and Nigeria don't actually have a border between themselves, right? There's actually Togo, Benin. You know, there's other areas where they actually form a border with. But as I mentioned earlier, these countries are one of the few English-speaking countries in that area. So there's a bond there between the fact that they were colonized by the same masters, right? The masters that colonizing Nigeria named it Niger area, right, by the queen, right, a woman who named Nigeria, right, and Ghana as well, right? All these countries were owned and ruled by the same white man, right? Specifically the UK or the British, really, the British Empire. Al says Ghanaians are always jealous of Nigerians. It won't change anytime soon. Okay, shout out to you, Al, over there for the comment.
Neighboring countries, they're only separated by Togo and Republic of Benin. And then north of Ghana, you have Burkina Faso. However, Togo and Republic of Benin are francophone countries. Nigeria and Ghana were colonized by the British, which is why most people relate to them as neighbors, even though they're not really neighbors, even though they're west of Africa. But because they were colonized, both colonized by the British, it makes sense that people would relate these two together. And their cultures are almost similar in nature. Okay. However, if
someone said, right, especially Kenyans, I believe it was Wodemaya's wife, she said that Ghanaians are like quiet, mild-mannered Nigerians, right? That's the impression that she gets from them. For me, I also get a very similar impression, but I think Ghanaians are bigger scammers. As we were talking about Ghana for a while, in how the year return really scammed Black Americans, I think Ghanaians are a little bit more scammy and they're a little bit more under the hood. Nigerians are more in your face, so much more than Nigeria, the Ghanaians. Ghanaians, I think, are a little bit more sly, from my personal
you
experience.
ask Ghanaians who started it or where did it all go wrong, most Ghanaians will point to 1983. And they will use that as a reason for their animosity or their bad bloods against Nigerians. In 1983, there was the expulsion of 2 million undocumented immigrants in Nigeria. And over 1 million of those were Ghanaians. So Ghanaians were expelled and were driven out of Nigeria in 1983. And it became a very popular thing in history, which was then coined Ghana Must Go. I want to talk to you about that as...
Now, this is interesting, right? Because before that, obviously, there was the expulsion of Nigerians from Ghana in the 50s, right? 1958, where Ghana was doing all right. At this point, Ghana's economy was blooming. Ghana was one of the richest countries in Africa, if not the richest at this point, given its size and economy, because the prices of the exported goods, specifically the cocoa beans, was high, right? There's a lot of demand from Ghana. This is before the rise of Brazil and other countries and diversification of cocoa bean producers. Ghana had a huge monopoly at that time. And of course, the British had invested there. So they were, using British companies to export and trade in the cocoa beans to the West, right? To build the things that were needed, right? For example, chocolate factories and other candy, etc. So Ghana's economy in the 50s was booming. I've shown, African economies during the 50s. And what's interesting is they were doing great, right? The economies, because we were able to leverage our resources and commodities and export them into the international market. The problem is, unfortunately, we did not keep up with the value addition. We maintained, right? Imagine Ghana from the 50s all the way to now did not industrialize, right? Ghana didn't start using machines to process the cocoa beans, add value to them, right? A simple value addition to cocoa beans is you add sugar to them, right? You add the sugar, you mill them, you grind them, you add the sugar, and you process the raw chocolate form. Then you trade that, and then the Cadbury's obviously process it to their individual specific recipes. Ghana could be doing that, right? Ghana could have leveraged and said, "Hey, build your factories here," etc. But they didn't. Unfortunately, Ghana did not industrialize when they had the advantage in the 50s.
Their reason for perhaps I want to use hate. They're not so happy with Nigerians. Let's use that. That's a lot more softer way to say it. Now, if you ask Nigerians, depending on how old that Nigerian is, they would also point to that event. Nigerians who want to be sympathetic to Ghanaians, they'll point to that event as the reason, and they will point to Nigerians being the first to cast the first stone. Now, I want to tell you that, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that situation. Now, in 1983, it is true, and it is historically documented that in 1983, under the administration of Shehu Shagari, who was the then head of state of Nigeria, there were over 2 million undocumented immigrants that were sent out or expelled or driven out of Nigeria during this period in time. And it is true that Ghana was made up largely the number of those immigrants. And so that is actually a factual thing. And so that is truly historically documented. However, that was a retaliatory situation. The event that happened in 1983 was a retaliatory response to Ghanaians who had already years prior did that against Nigeria. So that's the part that I want to talk to you guys about today, because there is a misunderstanding that Nigerians threw the first stone. However, that event that happened in 1983, like I talked about, which was then coined and has since been coined Ghana Must Go. It was so bad that Ghanaians felt very very attacked. Nigerians were very aggressive. Nigerians were very really. It was a bad situation for Ghanaians, no doubt whatsoever. It was so bad that even Nigerians were driving them out of their land, that they even helped them pack their stuff and put them in what had since been talked about or called the plastic bag that had checked striped line.
You can check the thumbnail of this video and you'll see the exact bags that they're talking about. Now, the brother is only just giving the the specifics on how bad the moving out, or rather the pushing out of the Ghanaians was from Nigeria, right? This happened in the 80s. But as the brother mentioned, there was a first. Who drew the first blood was Ghana, right? Ghana did draw the first blood. 1958, as I mentioned earlier, Ghana's economy was blooming. Export was doing great. Ghana was making a lot of money, right? A lot of industrialization. Accra was growing, right? Booming. Nigerians came through Togo, right? And then they went into Ghana and they were able to also benefit. But because the Ghanaians started seeing that the Nigerians are now getting rich, right? Because that's when Nigeria, in the 50s, right? I believe in 1957, 58, Nigeria officially declared that they found oil, right? When I say found oil, I mean found meaningful amount of oil for them to leverage that oil reserves and bring in Shell to start to drill the oil. So Ghana started seeing that Nigeria's economy is about to bloom. So what they did is, they said, wait, Nigeria must go. But one of the issues here that we must talk about when I open up the panel is, to what extent are we just, let's say, accepting the colonial borders, right? To what extent are these colonial borders valid, right? What extent are these colonial borders, do they need to be rechanged, readdressed? Is it okay for us to do these things? When I say is it okay, I'm talking about what do we want to build in our future. Right now, Ghana is also kicking out Fulani herdsmen. Now, there's reasons why, right? Even Ike, I talked to Ike earlier yesterday about the Fulani herdsmen coming into his land as well, right, into his farm. So there are a lot of things that we must kind of talk about so that we can understand what's really going on here, right? Do we respect country sovereignties and the country's individual laws, or are we supposed to be Pan-African, right? That's part of the discussion.
Colorful lines, and that bag now has been known as Ghana must go back, and Ghanaians were driven out of Nigeria. Now, here's the part that I want to talk to you about. As I mentioned, is that was a retaliatory response to 1969. Now, what happened in 1969? In 1969, Ghanaians drove Nigerians the same way that Nigerians drove Ghana out of their land. Ghanaians drove Nigeria out of Ghana in 1969. Okay, so let's talk about that. So in 1969, this is right under General Ankara, who had just taken over from Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was Ghana's first prime minister and the founder of Ghana. He was the one that secured Ghanaians' independence from the British colonial.
Now, let me just label something, right? Ghana currently has presidents, not prime ministers, as far as I understand. The reason why the brother mentioned that Kwame Nkrumah was Ghana's first prime minister is because initially, when countries such as Ghana or Kenya received their independence, they were utilizing the British system. So the Queen was still the head of state in these countries until a transitionary period of at least 1 or 2 years had occurred. So in this case, Kwame Nkrumah was the prime minister first before the presidency actually occurred, right? So I'm just giving people a little bit of background. Why would Kwame Nkrumah be a prime minister when Ghana has a presidency, right?
Rule. Now, let me say something about Kwame Nkrumah real quickly before I get into this video. Kwame Nkrumah is someone that I feel and I believe that every African owes a debt of gratitude. He is one of those leaders in Africa that we will forever be grateful for. Kwame Nkrumah, when he was securing the independence of Ghana, said it is not enough that Ghana is free from the British colonial rule, that unless Africa is free, Ghana will never be free. And he, just like many like that come after him, really tried to unite Africa, tried to really break Africa off the clutches of the Western world, and they didn't like him for it. The British government, as well as the United States government, didn't like Kwame Nkrumah for that. And so
this is not a fully comprehensive point that he's making. He's not completely wrong, but he's not giving the full account. It's not that Kwame Nkrumah wanted Africa to be free and wanted to break the chains of colonialism, right? Kwame Nkrumah did write an interesting book, just it wasn't that very extensive. He talked about neocolonialism and how these countries control situations. But the reality is this, right? The reason why they wanted to get rid of Kwame Nkrumah was because of his radical socialist ideologies. It has very little to do with the Pan-Africanism and more to do with who Ghana wanted to align with. At this time, America was fighting, what we know as a pseudo Cold War. So, of course, right, if you're linking that, and that's why I say a lot of these analysts tend to miss things by focusing only on their own perspective, right? America had a very anti-Eastern approach to the economy as well as social order. So America was fighting communism. And of course, Kwame Nkrumah liked the more sort of socialist state, right? He even wrote about it during his PhD. He never finished, right? But that's the main reason, right? Unfortunately, a lot of these countries' leaders, Africans, tend to overemphasize their importance in this, right? Sankara was murdered because of socialism, communism. Kwame Nkrumah was removed out of power with the help of other African leaders and Ghanaians because of socialism, communism. He had very little to do with necessarily African independence, although that was also a byproduct, but it was more or less that simple fact, the more communalistic approach to things.
Plotted against him and plotted against his ideology and his stance on making Africa free. And finally, he was ousted out in a coup in 1966. Kwame Nkrumah is someone, again, that said, all Africans, whatever country you come from, owe a debt of gratitude to. So after he...
Yeah, and that's not completely 100% true, right? Yes, there was a coup and everything that happened. But one of the things that he mentioned, or rather missed, is that Ghana's economy had plummeted by the end of Kwame Nkrumah's rule, right? That's one of the reasons why it was easy to get a coup and oust him away from being the president of the country. Also, we have to think, was he truly a Pan-African when he married a Egyptian white woman and his kids did the same, marrying Europeans, etc., right? There is something to ask that leaves things... from going on here.
Was ousted out. Joseph Ankara became the prime minister, the head of state for Ghana. He was the first military head of state in Ghana. And while he was there, introduced the Aliens Compliance Order. And this order basically, essentially was an immigration order, which says that everyone in Ghana who's not Ghanaian, who's undocumented, need to leave Ghana. He introduced that. However, it was done during the later years of his administration. And that order was carried out by Kofi Bossia, who was the first democratically elected prime minister of Ghana. And this happened in 1969. Now, Nigerians prior to this order being carried out by Ghanaians have lived in Ghana for years.
But guys, think about it, right? As I mentioned, Nigeria discovered oil in the 50s, 1958, 57, but officially they told the world, hey, we have oil. Shell started coming in, investing. So by 1969, the Ghanaians got jealous and they said, hey, Nigeria must go, right? So they kicked out the Nigerians. And of course, the Nigerian, retaliated later on in the 83, right? I believe it was 1983 as well, right? When Ghana must go reached its peak.
And so when that happened, it was a destruction. And thank you all for joining me today. I am your man, Corb J. The event that happened in 1983 was a retaliatory response that unless Africa is free, Ghana will never be free. Prime Minister lived in Ghana for years. And so when that happened, it was a destruction. And thank you all for joining me today. I am your man. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you all for joining over from Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was Ghana's first prime minister and the founder of Ghana. He was the one that secured Ghanaians' independence from the British colonial rule. Now, let me say something about Kwame Nkrumah real quickly. And his stance on making Africa free. And finally, he was ousted out in a coup in 1966. Kwame Nkrumah is someone, again, that said, all Africans, whatever country you come from, owe a debt of gratitude to. So after he was ousted out, Joseph Ankara became the prime minister. And this happened in 1969. Now, Nigerians prior to this order being carried out by Ghanaians have lived in Ghana for years. And so when that happened, it was a destruction. And thank you all for joining me today. I am your man.
I have introduced the link in the chat. If anyone wants to come in and add to the discussion or take away from it, they are free to do so. This is Ghana Must Go. Although there is one more video I did want to share, right? on what's happened as an inverse, where the Ethiopians kicked out the Nigerians, right? The Ethiopians said Nigeria must not come in, right? They didn't even tell them to go. They said no Nigerian can come in, right? These guys selling the drugs, and we don't want them to cross the border into Great Ethiopia. Yo, what's good, Al?
Yes, guys, I thought I'd jump in and give man a bit of 2 minutes in. Yeah, good afternoon to you and everyone. I don't know where you're at the moment, what time it is. But yeah, I mean, Ghana, man. That's one country that is actually becoming a basket case again, isn't it? 1 minute
Yeah,
they
I mean, go ahead.
the bankrupt nation is actually driving people out of their country. It don't make no sense.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right. But
I
it
think
seems, yeah. Go
they're
ahead.
playing the right wing ideology. You know, that's the sort of coon mentality they have, man. You know what the right wing do when there's not enough resources? They're like, yeah, you know what? Let's get rid of the poor, those that need more, or those that might have actually from the outside, those that don't look like us. That's what they're doing, man. Ghana is no Pan African. They're far from it. You can't even compare Nigeria to Ghana, man.
Yeah, this is a really, really great point. Because we know what Ghana just recently did to the Fulani community. They burnt down the settlement and they removed them, utilizing their guards, right? The security. And these were not Fulanis who were doing anything. These were people running away from Burkina Faso and seeking refuge in northern Ghana. So I
Yeah.
think one of the issues here is that this whole pan-Africanism, right? How can it work when we have countries like Ghana? And again, Ghana marketed itself as one of the most pan-African countries. They said, "Come to Africa, come and invest." Yet they knew that the chiefs were scamming people. If you notice, right, almost every Ghanaian, some person who went to Ghana to buy land was scammed from that somehow. There's so many videos of sisters over here who have been getting scammed in Ghana. They've tried to take it to the courts, but the chiefs in Ghana have just as much rule and power as the government. So it's a whole mess. And in that country, why do you think Ghana scammed Black Americans and also is a non-Pan African, kicking out Fulanis and Nigerians? What's going on?
You know what? They know. Let me tell you one thing. They know the Fuller people are the only people that will not take the mess from them. Yeah. Yeah. They know if they do certain things to the Fuller, they retaliate. So they try and avoid the problems. A Ghanaian guy told me that quite a while ago when that incident just happened. He said they're scared because there's a lot of conflict between the locals and the Fulani back in the days. Because the other people, like the blacks from America, they don't have any grounds to fight. They will just put up with the scam and they just go. You know what I mean? With the Fulani people, we're like, nah, man, that's not happening. You know what I mean? The next minute, they're going to have a bit of fire and people are going to lose life. So, and then Ghana is not secure anyway. They don't have enough security to secure their country. So that's the reason why he told me. He said, that's my honest opinion. He said, it's not because we don't like you people. He said, if your people was in Ghana, even when Ghana was created. That's a funny thing. In fact, Ghana was named after an empire where, our people was in that empire. Even though the Ghana empire wasn't created by us, it was created by the Sarahule, the Soninke. Well, if you ask even Afrodemus, he would tell you that full of people living under the Ghana and trading under the Ghana empire. So you build a country called Ghana, and years later you're discriminating on the same people. How does that make sense? That alone is a scam, right?
Yeah, they stole the name of a great empire, and
Yeah,
now they're
and
discriminating
of
against.
some of the groups that was in that empire that actually used to trade in the empire. Now this group come in and you're like, oh no. But the thing is, Ghana, like our people and then people they used to war, man. Back in the days, they had centuries of wars, a lot of tribal wars. So we don't get on, to be honest. So I think full of people should leave that country and try and make peace with the brothers in Burkina, because they're more related to the Burkinas than those in Ghana. I don't know why. That's why I was listening to St. James. I understand his problems. We actually more closer to people, St. James people, and those in Ghana. And why are we fighting helping the Tuaregs to fight against our own brothers in Burkina? I don't understand what is the problem. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
It's
no,
religion. It's religion. I think we've been brainwashed by those in the north, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
What do you think of this?
Yeah.
I like to think about solutions and the process. So, there's internal affairs and external affairs. So, the process, I think, is that all the borders that are set should be respected for now, to stop chaos. So everybody
I don't know why any sound
respect their
good.
borders. Then
What the
step
heck?
2, deal with
Let me see if I can find the link. Oh no. No, carry on, carry on.
deal with the problem, the anti-African problem of white supremacy. Basically, deal with that first. So respect the borders, unite with the borders that are already there, and then effectively strengthen Africa as it is. Then, once Africa is strong, a true African Union, then you have an internal affairs department. Because if you don't,
Can I say something, Mr. IC3? When
Yeah,
you're
I'd
go on
like to
then.
come in as well. I'd like to come in as well.
Go on
Because
then.
I know the backdrop to the narrative, so maybe Kaizo. Right. It's a big brother syndrome. The narrative between the Ghanaians and the Nigerians is somewhat of a big brother narrative. So the Ghanaians got independence before Nigeria, but Nigeria very quickly subsequently got independence after that. So Nigeria, a bigger, richer, more successful country, and we've always somewhat not been patronizing deliberately, but a certain arrogance to the Nigerians that somewhat rankles with the Ghanaians especially, but the wider African space in general. But the Ghanaians especially, it rankles them, that sort of arrogance and brashness that Nigerians have. So, of course, a wealthy nation, and there was a time there was a mass influx. You know, Lagos used to be the London of the Ghanaians back in the day. You know, if they were going abroad, they were coming to Lagos, not London. The sparkling lights, the sophisticated cobbled streets, the elegance of the people, all of that, it just subsumed them. You know, they were just in awe. You know, so they were coming, they just streaming into Lagos and mass. And then, of course, it became a nuisance. They decided to constitute nuisance value because, of course, if you wanted to partake in some form of copulation that you had to pay for, you had to go look for some Ghanaian called the Kaite or something like that. So eventually we had to kick them out. But then the manner that we used to kick them out is what really rankled them. So we chucked all of their goods in cellophane sort of bags, and then we chucked them on trucks that we used to ferry cattle from the north to the south. And then we drove them to the border of Nigeria, between Nigeria and Benin. And then we threw them across the border. And they've never forgiven us for that ever since. So that's the backdrop.
Wow.
yeah, I would
Yeah, well, a lot of countries. Sorry, go on. Americans first, right? From me. Go on.
it was unfortunate, but it's not like Nigeria did it just to be like mean or something. You know what I'm saying? Like they had internal problems. The folks, their presence there was putting pressure on the government in certain communities. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to speak to the internal conflicts maybe some Nigerians and Ghanaians had over there. I can't speak to those, but I really I sympathize, really I do, with the Ghanaians, the innocent Ghanaians that really did try to either integrate or try to live their lives, or they were forced over there for economic circumstances or whatever. You know, I get all that, but at the end of the day, I'm a nationalist, and I believe a country, a distinct people that run their country, they have the they have the right to do that. It should have been in a more humane and nicer way. Or I would say that was as humane as it could get in that maybe that time frame in Africa. But I don't. I mean, when you brothers correct me if I'm wrong, but it happened without any widespread human rights abuses. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I never had
Well,
a
if you
human
don't
right.
consider putting them on cattle trucks and throwing them across the border abuse
Uh,
of human rights,
Well, I mean, that was a form of transportation. I mean, Nigeria probably didn't have the best means of transportation. It's better than making them walk. I guess I get what you're saying, but like, so what I'm saying is, it happened relatively peacefully without a lot of bloodshed. And I think that was the best case scenario. They should have been nicer and maybe had done it a little bit better. But I don't know. I'm not against what the Nigerians did, but I understand why Ghanaians would be rankled, as Mo said about it. But one last thing I'll say, and I'll pass the mic, Mr. IC3. Once again, you're in here talking about white supremacy,
I know.
and you need to stop. I'm just going to be honest. You live in the West. You've lived in the West pretty much your whole life. You need to stop talking about white supremacy. You know why? Because you benefit by being next to the white man. Okay, so you're gonna have to give up some of your privileges if you're gonna talk about white supremacy, and not land the plane.
You should just focus on our own thing, man. Just focus on your own. Forget about other people, what they're doing. That's my best advice. And that's my
Very
principle.
true. Very true.
So, listening to what happened, I think you're saying that the Ghanaian economy was strong, and then Nigeria. So all of these areas, they're still dominated by what the colonialists are shaping or influencing the market, aren't they? So therefore, you have to deal with the problem first. Then you deal with internal affairs.
But look at this. Look at this IC3. Right. Look at this IC3. Right. Ghanaian economy before that cocoa bean head Nana Akufo was in his prime. September 28, 2021, $1 was 6 cities. That's decent. At the height of the inflation, $1 was 14 cities. Right. 100% inflation. Right now it's on 11.5. It's trying to recover. But as we can see here right now, Ghana's economy is collapsed. Like Ghana's declared bankruptcy right now.
Yeah, so I heard.
Right? And just, 2018, Ghana cities was 4.9. Yeah, it's now under bankruptcy.
Yeah, they're going bankrupt, man. And
Okay.
they're doing that to other people. So it's like shooting yourself in the foot, right?
Right.
So it's a wrong time to do it.
And at the same time, they're scamming Black Americans who they invited to come and invest, and now they've scammed them off their land. So, Miss IC3, how are you going to analyze that? Ghana is no longer the most Pan-African country. We've known that.
Okay, before we go into the second bit, let's do with the first bit, right? So, the market. So, you're showing some charts there. So, do you think it is possible that the market is being manipulated in a way? Are the Ghanaians responsible for their performance in the marketplace?
It don't seem like it, or is it?
Yes. Okay, look, when you say responsible or are they in control, two separate things, right? Are they responsible or are they in control? Two different arguments. We can't mix them
give
up.
us both arguments. Let me hear what you have to say about it.
They're responsible because the Ghanaian state is the leader of that country. It's their responsibility to make sure that their people don't suffer. But are they in control of the economy? Of course not, right? Because they don't have value-added products that they export. They're exporting the same product, cocoa beans and gold, and unfortunately, they don't have or own the mining companies in Ghana, and they don't own the actual value-added companies. These are Norwegian companies. These are Belgian companies. So yeah, they're not in control of the economy, but they are responsible for the economy.
Okay, so responsibility and control. Can you be responsible if you don't have control?
Yes, because as men, we can't make excuses. We have to do whatever it takes.
It's a principle now.
Right, it's a principle. Right, because here's the thing: you can take it from a slave morality stance, where we blame white supremacy, or we can take responsibility and clean our house.
Okay, right. So you're saying you can be responsible and not be in control. I
There's
Can I
something
say
wrong
something?
with
Can I
it.
say something real quick? Look, Mr. IC3, it's very simple.
Ah,
It's up to Ghana if they want to start building the infrastructures or value added companies. I think they're getting the message now because they do have uh, processing companies in that are black owned or African owned in Ghana right now that make their own chocolate bean to bar and all that stuff, but it's just the scale isn't there and the
Yeah.
investment isn't there. Okay. And also, too, there's structural problems that we talked about on this channel months ago. You might have forgotten, but I remember, Kaiser remembers, Al might remember, where they don't have the proper infrastructure to actually make certain parts of the supply chain for cocoa as far as refrigeration and electrification. So,
right.
like I said, so they have to start the infrastructure of doing it, and they have that in their hands. They just have to get started. That's literally all this is about.
Really? They have it in their hands, so do they? Okay. So do you accept, do you agree with Kaiser that
Well, not that they
they
have
don't
it in
have
their hands. They
control?
already started the process. Like I said, they already have processing companies that are already processing Ghanaian cocoa from bean to bar. So they have it already. They just need to expand it.
Right. But do you agree with Kaiser's
Ivory
position
Coast.
about
Sorry, I
control?
see. Ivory Coast
Go on.
they do manufacture some of their products, their cocoa beans and that. And the UK actually Ivory Coast happened to be the 12 or 6th country after Brexit that they signed a trade deal with. At that time, the one of the most senior minister in the UK. Do you remember Kwasi Kwarteng? It's from Ghana, wasn't it? During the Brexit, right? Did he manage to secure any
Yeah, I
trade deal?
remember.
Did he? And guess, look how embarrassed, how they embarrassed him and kicked him out, right? When he became the first black uh, financial secretary to the UK, to the Treasury, and he actually brought the country to nearly bankrupt with Liz Truss. And Liz Truss was the woman who was actually engaging in trade deals in the world, including some in Africa, right? How much leverage and how much influence did he manage to galvanize from his position in the UK to help Ghana to secure a trade deal with the UK? But however, Ivory Coast did with Liz Truss, they actually give them the opportunity to export their fine products, if it's gone through the European or UK standard. So there are some countries doing it, but people are not following some of this stuff that's going on neither. So we just talk about it online, but we don't follow. I think if guys who can look it up, Ivory Coast is signing a trade deal with the UK. So how can country like Ghana, which is a British colony, with one of the most senior MP in the UK, couldn't secure, trade deal for his own country? It just shows how, they're coons. Honestly, they are coons.
Can I say one thing real quick, Alan?
Yeah,
I'll let
of
Miss
course.
Acty three. One thing I will say, like, you are correct in a way. I
Yeah.
think you're being a little bit harsh on the man
Okay.
because his primary function is to be the finance minister for the UK, not
That's
to
right. No, that's
do
true.
Yeah,
extra,
but
trade deals
AFR,
for. No, no, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Absolutely.
Let
AFR.
me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead, go ahead,
Now,
go ahead.
now,
Let me
now,
finish.
like
Yeah.
I said, he could have gone the extra mile and try, even though he wasn't really in there long enough to really enact anything, but he could have tried to do something for Ghana. And I'll use an example. Like in America, we have people that are Irish descent. They tried to push through a bill to get like
So
like visa-less Irish workers in America, like 100,000 or 50,000 or something within a couple of years, just because they just wanted to do that.
Hmm.
So
yeah,
yeah, that's something we need.
Yeah,
That's the
AFR.
Pan-Africanism we need.
Yeah.
yeah.
But AFR, here's the issue with the
Yes,
Ghanaian
Kaiser.
the finance minister in the UK. This guy actually destroyed the UK's economy as well. I
Yeah.
know it's not just his fault. There's also the Brexit situation when UK left a large market. And here's where I see the market matters, right? UK when the UK left the large market, the European Union, right? What that meant is a lot of business owners left the UK because there was no longer a profitable environment to be in. I remember just before I left the UK a couple of years ago, a sausage roll used to be a big one, the big fat 6-inch one, right? That used to be 90p. Do you know how much it is right now? £3.90.
Wow.
£3 pounds.
Wow.
Right? It's tripled in price, more than tripled in price.
Yep.
So as you can see, right, even food like commodities, like energy pricing, that's a little bit different. I think that's more of an international issue. But basically, UK economy is crushed. IC3, right? Like, I remember, right, because I do a little bit of banking arbitrage stuff. Not gonna speak more about that, but I lost over £1,000 because I had my money saved in pounds and I owed people money in dollars, right? So because the economy crashed, right? One point before 2 years ago, UK's pound was 1.4 pounds is $1, right? It went down as low as 1.1 pound to $1. That's when I sold all my pounds and just decided to buy and trade in dollars.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, right? The UK
Dude, and
economy crashed.
that's the first
Ghana's
time that's
economy
happened in
crashed.
a long time too. That was great for us.
Yeah, yeah, it was. I mean, it made the dollar look more relevant as well because the pound has always been like way ahead of the dollar. But the reality is, going back to that guy, there are a lot of Indian MPs who actually, like the Irish, as American First Rifleman said, the Irish caucuses. You probably meant the Irish caucus in America is quite, powerful. So they do lobby a lot to the government for their own things. This is the same thing that our MPs should be doing over here, but they're not doing it because they're too scared.
Actually, let's be more accurate. Let's be more accurate. They're more of an interest group than they are a really powerful lobby.
Yeah, they're okay. Yeah,
Okay.
they're interest
So
group, but they still lobby, right? They still lobby for their people.
Yeah,
When it
well,
happens.
when you say, well, the reason why I want to make the distinction is like someone
Right?
like
Yeah.
Big Oil has like big power, Big
Oh yeah.
Oil, or the Congressional Black Caucus, or people like that. But like the Irish really don't have a lot. Like they already have trade with the U.S. And a lot of deals, so they don't really need a lot from us, to be honest. So they just have small stuff like cross border. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, good point. No,
But
good
you all
point.
right.
No, good point that you separated it because it's good to make it clear.
So can I get your position, please, Al and American First Rifleman? Do you agree with Kaiser's position that you can have responsibility but not have control? You can be held
Yeah,
responsible for something, but yet
yeah,
not be
like
in control.
well, it's very simple. Like the global economy obviously works within the rules based system of the West under the Bretton Woods Agreement and all that, yada yada yada. And
Hmm.
so the African economies have to work within that structure, and so it's the responsibility to work within that structure. So I think that's more of what Kazo was really saying. Like, yes, they don't
Right.
run whole parts of the economy or the structure of the economy, but they have the leverage in certain ways to operate within it. And it's
Yeah.
their, and like I said, like it's up to them to fail or succeed.
Exactly. IC3, let me give a perfect example that you can visualize. Africans don't produce any medical equipment that's sold in any market, right? I'm not talking about some random dusty cane. No, I'm talking about actual medical equipment, right? Africans don't produce any of it. However, it's a responsibility of an African nation to purchase it. And I know they can't purchase the latest equipment due to trading agreements and blocks that America has put
Yeah.
on certain countries, right?
Mhm.
But they can purchase the best of their ability, the most latest, and train their individuals to the best of their ability so that the African general health is at a certain level. So you see, they don't have control. They can't manufacture these medical equipment. They can't even buy the latest medical equipment. But it's still within their responsibility to do their best of their ability to make sure African medical system is not at the bottom. That's the argument that I'm making. So same thing with the economy.
Okay. So strong point. Okay. So you're in the system. So it is your so for example, you're in the prison and you've been given responsibilities within the prison to keep your cell clean, and it's your responsibility to look after your cell because that's what the management have advised. Okay, I understand from the angle you're saying. Then it's your responsibility to look after the area to which you've been allotted. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. Um, but I still yes. So it's a state of mind. So I can understand your positions that in order to make life as comfortable for yourself within that prison system, follow the rules. It is your responsibility
It's not a
to follow
prison
the rules.
system. Stop being dramatic.
It is that serious. It is that serious.
Yeah, go easy with the elder, you know.
Yeah. No, it is
Nah, but
that
we
serious.
can't let people talk reckless like that. It's not no prison system. Come on. That's the fetus mindset, man.
Yeah,
Is
and you know,
Paul
No.
let
Kagame
me
saying we live within a prison system, or is he saying we got a future to shape ourselves?
exactly, and also let me shout out to Nigel over there, right? FBA Nigel. Africans have always had a wide open relationship with white zaddies' dick to their ass, right? Now, here's the thing, America, Nigel, right? Where do you live? You live in the kingdom of white supremacy. Anyone that lives, and this goes to you too, Mr. IC3, anyone that lives and thrives off white supremacy can't say shit about how Africans do anything. Unless you're a real African like me who lives in Africa, works in Africa, or Ike or someone like that, you don't have a voice. Simple as
So
the,
that.
this,
the
this
best thing we need
language
to
you're
do
using
is
is
just
very
leave
dangerous.
them alone and do our own thing. They're doing theirs, you know, forget about what they're doing and do what we want to do. And, you know what I mean? It's the best way forward because that's the
Okay.
best way for everyone to get on also.
So in order to do what we want to do, okay, then you have to be able to
To
have.
do what's right for us, you know, what
Yeah,
right for
good,
the
good.
good.
I accept what you're saying, but in order to do what you are suggesting, which I agree with, requires a certain state of mind. Otherwise, we cannot do what you are suggesting. Your suggestion is correct, but in order for it to be implemented, you have to have a certain state of mind, a certain attitude in order to be effective. Do you see? Do you see the point I'm making there? And your state of mind, where you are not holding, you're not seeing that it's a prison system. Yes, it's a financial, political, and cultural ecosystem which equates to a prison. Until you see that, then you can effectively work together to counter that power.
Okay, Mr. IC3, not to cut you off, but how is China using this prison system by the white man to go to Africa and try to take that bitch over? What
Oh,
kind of
right.
prison
Okay.
system does that?
Right. Okay. Okay. So, as you know, that the, the 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 West has a hegemony, right? So they're the prison governors. So you heard about the BRICS all trying to come together to challenge the dollar. In other words, they're trying to make an escape. So Russia, China, they're all saying, "Look, we've got to get away from this dollar thing, right? They're holding us to ransom." So they're trying to gang up and fight against the prison management. That's what they're planning at the moment. Okay, so to directly address what you're saying,
So
within
you're
the prison,
saying they took responsibility and started working within that system to benefit themselves? So
they're trying.
what prison
They're making
system lets the prisoner control their destiny?
They don't. No prison
Oh,
system
they
does.
don't control their destiny. So how come the Chinese military that's under the white man's financial prison system is competing with the white man militarily as we speak?
Okay. Okay. So here we go.
I
So
think
that's
I
the
see three.
equivalent.
We need to look inwards. You know, we need to stop looking at other things and other people. We need to look inwards. The continent need to lock off and just focusing on building and forget about other things and cut the whole because we got everything that we need there.
Of
Yeah, we
course.
don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we don't need to worry about other people or trying to copy what other people are doing. We should do what is right for our continent and the system that
Yes.
work for
No.
us.
That point. Nobody's
Yeah.
arguing with that point. You're perfectly correct. There's no argument there.
If
But the
you can
question
shut
is
it down, if you
how.
shut
No,
it
hold it.
down,
Al.
all
How?
this problem that you
No,
can by having the
Al,
right.
slow down. Think about this. Is what you're saying? It sounds good and it's easy to say, but what we're digging into is the how. How do you do precisely what you're
Well,
doing,
didn't you just seen?
what you're suggesting.
Have you just seen Niger? Like, if you look at the Sahel from the east to west, you see how they just done it. Even though they're in a bit of trouble at the moment with the uprising inwards, that they need to focus on. These are the sort of things that we need to focus on. Not this internal conflict that we're going through. In the continent. Yeah, this is what holding the entire black nation down. Yeah, it's coming from the inside. So if we can fix this problem from there, you have to rise from there, all the way to the outside. Yeah, it cannot
100%.
come from this side to in there. Trust me, it's not going to work. That's why I just outlined about the earlier, the ministers and the strong people that we have over here that fail to do the right thing. And this were people in a high position, and also their own MPs from other countries are doing the right things while they're actually still clapping for the they're still being loyal to the only one place instead of being loyal to the other people also. So
Okay.
so that's the reality. So it's
All
the
right. So,
mindset of the people that actually come from some countries are different to the others. That's why uniting the continent is very difficult, because every country got a different mindset, and there's something that they want. And also they got their own tribal issues. So that's why, if Africans don't cry too much about racism and discrimination, because they grew up in it. You know what I mean? So when they come here, they got more resistance towards it than people that are born here. Yeah.
right. Okay. So what? Hold it there. Hold it there. So have you heard of this principle? And you always hear them saying, in order to unite the world, you need an outside alien. You need an alien attacking coming from space.
Yes.
Have you heard of that idea? Yeah. So in order to get internal unity, there has to be an other. There has to be an outside attack on the whole group. Then the group will put aside their internal differences and get together and deal with that other.
Well, may I ask you this, brother? Will you agree that the Chinese are the other that is in Africa? The Arabians in Africa are the others, as well as the Lebanese, the French,
Yes.
etc.
Man, let's not get
100%.
started on that. No, stop, mulatto. I know what you're doing. Let's not get on that issue. Stop.
Well, let him
I'm
walk,
bringing
man.
up the
Let him
truth,
walk through.
brother.
I don't
I'm
know what
bringing
he's
up
going
the
to say.
truth,
Let me
brother.
hear what he's going to say.
I'm just asking a simple question, brother. With all of this,
No, the mulatto wants to derail the conversation more
Ah,
than Mr. IC3 is derailing it, because he
ah.
pretends
now
not to understand simple
Raven, man, make your
concepts.
point.
Well, let him try.
No,
Give him a
I'm
chance. Let him
sorry. I
try.
I was going to
refuse to
say,
believe. I refuse to
Fuck,
believe
make
Mr.
your point.
IC3 cannot understand simple concepts like, I don't know, self-determination, even though he talks about this stuff with confidence, but he doesn't understand. He seems not to understand the principles of it. So it's very disheartening and very frustrating. So anyway, I
Don't
land the
worry about that.
plane.
You're
That's all you wanted to
disciplined.
say?
You're an
What the fuck? I
ex-soldier.
thought you
You
had
can handle
something.
it.
Yeah, I thought
No,
you had something
you
You
came
can
groundbreaking to
in
say.
here
handle it.
just making it more
That's all you had to say?
crazy.
I didn't even get to say anything. What the
Yeah,
fuck,
that's
man?
right. Let me hear
God
what you
damn.
have to say. Let me
And
hear.
this
Walk
will
me
be
through.
brief though.
Walk
Now,
me through it.
actually,
No, because it's
all
letting
right,
you off
got
the
it.
hook, Mr. IC3. It's letting you off the hook for your stunted intellectual understanding.
All right,
Okay.
you gonna whine? Just make your point, AFR. Fuck it, American Rifleman. Make your point instead of whining. Go ahead.
I mean, I made my point. It's just like Negroes like Mr. IC3, and you're not even a Negro, so you wouldn't even be invited. But Mr. IC3, we're gonna have to regale him to a certain like
That's free. Oh,
thing
I'm gonna
or
respond. Yeah.
something, so
Mhm.
he can't stop people from building with his mindset.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Can
Mr.
can I
IC3, how you gonna
hear his
respond?
view,
Yeah,
please?
all right, hold on.
IC3,
He made his
you
point.
believe in Pan Africanism. How you gonna respond to what the Somalis are saying about you? They said, Mr. IC3, what Adonka, Uwaina, platform Kaiser. You know what he's saying?
What's he saying?
Yeah, right in the back chat.
But that's not even the point. Is and Kazo brought this up last time. My question is, why don't more African nations actually combine, and so they can more officially protect themselves from the outside invaders, the outside forces that are neo-colonizing Africa? Why don't
You're an
you
invader.
combine some of your?
That's right.
Why don't
That's
you
right.
combine more of your countries? Is the question.
Yes. That's right. That's right. That's a solution.
I
And
mean,
if
if you look
peace,
at Mali, and Burkina and Niger, look, Mali and Burkina, because Niger is quite stable at the moment, in terms of the Tuareg uprising. All if you look at Wagner is actually exporting millions, of dollars worth of gold from Mali, because we all know Mali is rich with gold, right?
Yes.
That's where Mansa Musa used to take the gold, to the east, right? So that money that they spend on fighting these guys that want to seek independence all these years because they feel like they've been marginalized. Why can you use that money and develop, at least a middle belt, right? So you have a meeting place where the people from the north and the people from the, south can meet and develop themselves and build themselves. Because these people been living there for centuries, right? These Tuaregs, they've been discriminated by the northerners, and also they come down to the south, they get discriminated by the southerners. So, it's just going to be a melting pot for crisis. We're not
okay, so
going to
the solution.
develop. We're not going to develop the region
Let me give a
until that
Yeah,
solution.
okay,
ends.
let's talk solution now. Let's talk
Let me
solution.
give a solution, and I barely mean what I'm about to say.
Mm.
Africans that's on the panel and listening, especially if you still have citizenship in your African nation, contact the diplomats in DC, contact the embassies, contact the African Union, and demand, don't ask, but demand that whatever particular African nation that you want to see combined, really get the ball rolling on that and write letters to these elected officials and make phone calls to
That's
these
right.
Right.
That's what I'm doing.
diplomats and
Yes.
Okay.
really
Making
get the
phone
ball
calls.
rolling on that, because this is not something that can
Right.
be done overnight. So we got
That's
to.
right.
Okay. So making phone calls. Okay. Shout out to you. We got a new panelist. What's good, James? So far from what you've heard in the conversation, where do you want to go in? Go ahead.
Um, so
My
when it comes to
fellow.
Ghana's situation, they're failing because a lot of the things that they kind of set up, it's not working out for them, right? So, like, what were the main industries that they were part of? I know they were doing cocoa production. They were doing maybe gold. I'm not sure, natural resources, but like, I don't know why a lot of those industries failed in particular. I don't know if there's corruption going on or if there's just like misappropriation of funds. It seems like at this point you kind of need like a strong man to kind of get things in order,
Yeah.
because like it seems like there's no national identity. So sometimes they play like with this tribal politics, was get in the way of a lot of shit. That what's funny is that like in a lot of these African countries, at least the way that y'all speak, there isn't like a unity. I understand that Ghana is just a kind of a created thing. Same thing with Nigeria, where they just grouping a whole bunch of people who had nothing to kind of do with each other culturally, are just kind of smashed into this one identity. So I think what needs to happen first is that there needs to be a clear definition of who is who, and everybody kind of got to agree with that.
100%.
Also, next step is that they have to figure out what industries and what they are going to sell and export to the world, and how to get a handle on these industries, and not only just get a handle on them but also be innovators. So they have to send people out. The government has to send people out in order to get education from the places that have knowledge in this industry, so they can bring back people and give these people incentives so they don't stay in the country that they send them to. So like there's a lot of stuff that needs to go on. It seems like people who get into power don't know state building. It's like they don't really have interest in the state. It's like they're only thinking of the people at the top, but they're never
Can I ask
thinking
you a
of the people
question,
at the
James?
bottom. And
So,
everybody
James,
in your
ask you a
society has
question.
to be useful in
Yeah.
some capacity. Even the
Okay.
bummiest low IQ
Yeah, I got the
person
point, James.
has to be
So,
useful to the government or the overarching power in some way.
yes. So, James, how would you suggest that this unification come about? How would you unify Africa to solve its problems? What would be the uniting?
Unification is a
I wouldn't unite
dream.
Africa, because that's not going to
Unification is
What?
happen.
a
Too
dream.
many people speak too many different languages. Too many people who got too many different ideas. Too many religions. I
Yeah.
would try to unify people who have a lot in common. So if you look at some Bantu groups, if they have if these Bantu groups don't speak a language that is too different from each other,
Bantus
they
will
have a lot
never
of
unite.
cultural
There's too many tribal differences.
right. too many. That's the thing. Like you gotta unite on the things that they do have in common. But
Right,
it's
which is
like
skin
somebody
color.
who's Yoruba and somebody.
Well, y'all cut me off. Hold on, please let me say this because y'all cut me off earlier. Kazo made a great point. He didn't say it specifically enough. He wasn't articulate enough. But he was speaking about, and I don't even know if he was advocating for it, but he was speaking about a one Africa government. And
Right.
I'm gonna take it a step further. Y'all need to make a one Africa tribe. Y'all need to mix all them tribes together and agree on what language y'all gonna move forward with, and unify like the Chinese chose Mandarin
That's
when
not
they
gonna
built
happen,
their
bro.
military.
The Chinese didn't even do
And
that.
they took over the world.
You want to know some
Hold
real
on.
shit? Here's what the Chinese
Hold on.
did. The Chinese
Hold on,
forced
James. Hold on,
assimilated.
James. Hold on. What does that mean? One tribe, one language. What does
Well,
that mean?
I'm trying to give you an example. That means you can get on one accord and all of your people can communicate with each other. Now, look at the Chinese, for instance. You know they got over 1 billion people, just like Africa. What did they do? They took the multiple because they got different tribes in China right
They do
now.
not have over 1 billion people, bro. That's
All right, brother. How
No,
many
no,
would you
let's
say?
not.
They do have
How
over
many?
1 billion
Whatever
people.
number you want to agree with. How many they
Hold
got?
on. Let's not go. Let's not go on
Yeah, I
that
know, because
tangent.
he's lost,
No, no.
brother. The point
Stay
is,
where
Yeah,
you are.
the
Stay
point
where you
is,
are.
the point
Yeah.
is, they took masses of people and they got them on one accord with one agenda. And that's just a fact, brother. So all
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying is
that's
they
not
taking
one
over the world, they
tribe,
taking
one
over
language,
Africa, brother.
bro. Oh,
That's one thing that we can learn. We can mix up
Hold on.
Africa. Hold on, let me say this, and I'll land
Yeah.
my plane. We can mix all the tribes together in Africa. We can mulattoize the North Africans and the Sub-Saharan Africans, and we can create a one Africa military and a one Africa government, and really move forward as an African nation, brother. If not, then we're gonna keep getting invaded by foreign nations.
There's only
No,
one word.
that's a good
Hold
point. That's a
on.
good point.
There's only one word to say in response to that, and that word is kumbaya. What sort of kumbaya are you?
No,
No, but he's
only
making the
amongst
point.
Africans though.
One man,
No,
one
You
man.
have to have a
If
kumbaya.
Africa to
That's why.
unite,
Hold on, let me
if
respond.
Africa is to
The term.
unite,
Hold on,
the
brother.
entire
The term,
continent
brother.
have to
Hold
come
on.
together.
The
Otherwise, it will
term.
not happen.
Hold on. The term kumbaya exists for a reason, brother. Because amongst our family, we must have a fucking kumbaya, or we will keep losing wars against people that got kumbayas amongst their people.
Hold on,
Check it.
Right.
Mulatto.
Good point.
Hey, one
Good
man.
point.
What are you,
made
one
the
man?
point.
Are you from Ghana?
Let me just say this, and then I'll hand over the mic. I only said kumbaya because that's just fanciful pie in the sky stuff.
No,
That you
brother, it's realistic, brother. We must
okay, go ahead.
unify as a family, or we'll keep being invaded and penetrated as a family.
Good
Have you been
point.
to Africa recently, brother?
I have
Maybe
personally.
I'm
All right,
from
so
Africa.
you know that
Okay.
there's new colonists coming to Africa
One,
every
one
day.
man, one man. Do you know Algeria in Francophone Africa? They are the biggest spender in Pan Africanism throughout history.
How
Exactly.
so? How so?
Algeria,
How
Algeria,
so? Yeah.
because
How
they
is that?
are. Because it's known fact. Go on, you don't have to. We don't. It's well known, bro. Ask any French francophone person that will come on this platform. They will tell you Algeria. Before they actually start cooning to the West,
I
Algeria is
thought
one of the strong
yeah,
Pan African countries.
I thought
I thought it was
Libya
Libya.
was the
No,
biggest
that's
spender.
that's before Libya, man. I'm talking about years ago, bro. During the independence struggles.
I
I'm just
Uh-huh.
saying, man.
definitely think I
During the
want to ask.
independence struggle, then
I
Libya took over.
I
I want
just
to ask
don't.
Mulatto a question though, real quick. I mean, I got a few questions to ask him. If you don't mind.
Peace, King. What's happening?
Okay. That's. I mean, the thought process of quote unquote uniting all Africa is not going to necessarily happen. I think your
All
best
right.
bet, like I'm saying, your best bet, right, is to do what has already been done. Just like how you eat a whale or how you do anything that's big, you got to break it into pieces, right? The Chinese, right? There were already one group of people beforehand, even if there was north
No,
and
no, they
south.
wasn't, brother.
Hold on, hold on,
I
No,
gotta
hold on.
stop
Let me
you there. They
finish, bro.
was not, brother.
that's
They was
not
not
true.
one group. Yeah, they
No,
was
no.
not one
No,
group.
that's
Let
true.
me finish, bro.
It
You're
was
wrong,
not.
brother.
Mandarin,
You're
Finish, bro.
wrong.
Cantonese.
Let me finish, bro. I did not
But you're
interrupt.
wrong, though, brother. We gotta go step
Okay,
by step,
Jackson.
brother. You're wrong, brother.
No. China. Well, come on. Let me finish, bro. You act like a child, bro.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
China has always necessarily broken apart and came back together over dynasties, over many, many dynasties, bro. If it wasn't the Wu dynasty with the Han dynasty, they've always broken apart, came back together, broken apart, and came back together. The difference between West Africans is, well, not West Africans, but just Africans. You have a variety of different languages. Like in what is it? In China, they have different dialects, but they still speak more or less the same language, right? Mandarin
No,
may be
no,
a little bit
I
different.
think you're wrong.
Let me finish.
No.
No, that's true. That's true.
Let me finish, bro. They have different dialects that they have, but it's still overall still Chinese. Like they can eat, like the Northerners Chinese can still understand Southern Chinese, right? they're not that far apart. That's what I'm saying.
No.
No. But I can give you the information. I'm not gonna really fight you on this too much, but the simple part is this, man. You got to break it down into districts. You can have west, east, north, and south, or however African leaders want to go about it. But that's the best way. Like they did in East Africa. They did teaching Swahili to everybody. So Swahili will be the main language that you need to learn if you want to travel throughout East Africa. What is it? West
there
Africa.
are over 300 languages in China. Over 300.
Right, but here's the thing that here's what I really wanted to say.
Can I make a quick point? Let me make a quick point because I'm not far from you where you are. Did you leave? Yes, so I'm not far from you where you are, FBA, but just for the purposes of facts, there are over 300 languages in China. But I think hold on, just it's not dialect. There's a distinction. There's a distinction between language and dialect. But I think the overarching point that you are making is that they have an overarching language that superimposes over that space and they come under that one commonality. So that I will concede, but you cannot have that in Africa because there are too many strong cultural hubs in Africa for any culture to yield, both in language or culture to another. All they can have in Africa is overarching objectives. So they have a set of objectives which they can coalesce behind, and if they can, through enlightened self-interest, agree a common purpose, then that will be the push. But
one man. Can I chime in what you said about China? The most spoken language in the world is Chinese Mandarin. This is the most spoken language, and you're just gonna talk about minorities that speak their different language, but the most spoken language in the world is Chinese.
Come on, why are we talking about China? I thought we were talking about Africa.
China was
but the point is,
can you think outside the box, bro? Like he's talking about an abstract concept, bro. It's an abstract.
The point is that China was unified under one culture and one language, and that's the dominant culture.
That's not true.
One language.
That's not true, though.
Yo, look, if I wanted to learn cheap history, I would go on to Think Channel.
That's not true, bro.
Matter
of fact, hold on. Let me say this about Mandarin.
Point
Mandarin.
Let's cut out the Chinese now. Back to the.
Yeah, can we get back to the focal point? The point is that let's stop. Hold on, let me say this.
You need to really sit back.
How do you unify Africa? That's
why
the question.
Are we making this? That's what I'm saying. Why are we making excuses? I'm trying to answer your question, King. Why are we making excuses as to why Africa cannot unite instead of actually brainstorming about how we can do it?
That's right.
That's a huge task. For one,
you can have that brainstorming, but on a realistic footing. On what is possibly achievable, not kumbayaism.
Brother, that's why we brought up China, because that's an example of over 1 billion people.
How about the Akan people? Can the Akan people unify? Because you got the Bono, you got the Ashanti, you got the Fanti, you got the Denkar, you got all these different Akan people. Could they unify?
They can unify as Africans, yes. I answered your question, bro.
You have the African Union.
Unify as Ghanaians, period.
They can unify as Africans, yes.
Yeah. So the African Union is called the African Union. So obviously, somebody was thinking of this very conversation, and they came up with the idea of the African Union. Now we might not like.
Yeah, that's called Caucasians, bro. They did that.
Right,
brother. Don't derail from his point, brother. It's almost like your brain is not working. You're acting effeminate, though, brother.
Let's try and stay. Hold on, guys. Let's try and stay on topic as much as we can, because often we go on a tangent and we walk into some cul-de-sac and get lost in the mire somewhere. But IC3.
Make a point.
Okay. So somebody came up with the idea of the African Union. So this concept that we're discussing is nothing new. Now, the discussion should not be whether Africa can be united or not. It should be, I'm suggesting, on what is the best way. We can discuss what is the best strategy, because as you're saying, the Europeans say, okay, there's an African Union and we're going to do it, because since you Africans can't do it, we're going to do it for you because you're too low IQ.
What they
so
did.
We can say, okay.
No, hold on. IC3, hold on. Don't go too far. Don't go into Europe. because you've already made the point there that
Right.
what can
I'll
we
leave it there.
unite under? What can we unite
Yeah,
under?
let's stay
That's
there. That's a
really,
great
right.
point. Let's stay
yeah.
there.
So we have to. The only thing that can unite Africans is enlightened self-interest. So if we can find common purpose under one, because the enlightened self-interest of the African space is to come together as a mass to put up some sort of a resistance against this exploitation that they demonstrably cannot individually cope with. So
Right.
that's the
And,
enlightened
and please
self-interest.
let me interject very briefly. Please let me say this, and this is why I gave the suggestion, and I really meant what I said. Call your African embassies in the countries that you're in. Also, call the African Union. They have satellite branches in different countries. I mean, I know for sure they got one in New York, and I think they might have one in DC. Really contact them and put together your list of demands. Really, if you want to see an entire African nation united with an African military to protect the entire continent, and you want to see African nations pull more resources to build in the infrastructure, actually voice that, really, because the elected officials, they could claim that they are not taking these issues seriously because the masses have not contacted them about it, really. So we have to put the pressure on them.
Wait,
Good point.
bro. What do you mean? You acting like this is like a democrat? Like a lot of the countries in Africa are like democratic.
Brother, I'm saying we could.
He's right.
All right. Well, do you have a better suggestion? No, let him answer. Do you have a better suggestion?
Here's my better suggestion. So if you were to run a country, you would have to just do forced assimilation, and people who don't cooperate and they don't educate, that you might just have to get rid of them. Like on a real level, this is how China is able to do what they were able to do. This is how other countries who are like one country, because if you don't want to assimilate, then there's no use for you. So either you become a slave or you're just in the ground.
Brother, you didn't address the. Hold on, slow down. You said a lot of vague slogans that sounded good. I'm asking you to address the topic at hand, and I mean this directly. How can we? And I'm asking your suggestion. What is a way that you suggest that we can assist in unifying, combining, literally
Combining everything. So combining every ethnic group, every language. One, you have to come under one language. Wait, what are you talking about? You mean just in a country right now? So say that you're in Ghana and you're unhappy with the country. You're happy with the way things are going. You talking about they should go out into the streets and protest their grievances? That's what you're saying?
When did I say that, brother? I'm asking your suggestion since you literally. You rejected mine, so I'm asking his suggestion, brother.
I mean, I can answer.
You're talking about how to unify a continent.
Yes, brother. You heard the question. What's your suggestion, brother?
What's your solution?
I got the solution. Okay, all right. So how about this? So you get enough people to become powerful. Anybody that joins you becomes part of the fold. Anyone who doesn't, you get rid of.
Yeah, you gonna have more war before you know it.
Yeah, so he don't have no suggestion.
Let me
a lot of war.
He just talking. So back to what I said.
James, for a second, bro. James, for 1 second.
It would just come to that.
James, can you calm down just for 1 second, bro?
Yeah,
you gotta
Go
remember,
ahead, brother. He's trying to deflect.
Yeah. I'm saying that what you're saying does not make actual sense because you got to understand most of the people or the tribes, let's say in Africa, bro, are literally nations already by default. Like if you want to say how big actually some of these groups are, they are their own.
No,
nation.
brother, I agree with that. We know that. That's part of the problem. We're fractionalized.
Christ, can you control yourself more than 30 seconds,
brother? Do you have impulse control, brother?
Bro, let me.
We're having a dialogue, brother. Let's stay calm, brother.
Mulatto, shut up. Mulatto, shut up. Mulatto, shut up.
Yourself. I understand that you got some issues with control.
Yeah, you got to let others speak, please. Thank you.
Damn. It's simple. Most of these tribes in here are actually the size of most European nations or most nations on the planet already, bro. Like so you can't just necessarily kill off a whole goddamn entire tribe. That's too much blood. That's too much ill will. After that, you're not gonna do that,
brother. He was trolling when he said that.
Can you not shut the fuck up? Damn.
Let him finish. You can come after him, yeah?
It is simple, bro. You do it like the way everybody else do it, bro. Like they did the same thing in America. They said us versus them mentality, bro. All right, you just break it down to quote unquote who is them? The other people who do not live in Africa, bro. You make it the us versus them, right? You give them people resources. You give them a quote unquote a shared identity, right? A shared identity, or let's say a quote unquote what it is to be Ghanaian, or what it is to be quote unquote Nigerian, or quote unquote what it is to be West African, right?
Can
And
I
you
let
say
me
that
add
like,
let me add something
let me
onto
finish.
that?
I'm almost done, bro. I'm literally. Why can't we
finish,
not?
It's
stop
nearly coming to
talking
an
about
end, bro. You can come in.
finish off, my brother. Finish
Yeah.
like it's not that hard, bro. Literally, you give them a new identity to cling on to. Like it's not that hard, man. You give them,
Okay, so
you give the region, or you give the people in the region. Okay, let's say you have like the sports team or whatever, right? That binds people together. You give them, okay, let's say the team from Ghana wins or whatever, right? But you have those people go to different countries in West Africa, right? And they train under each other and whatnot. So they have a West African identity, right? So even if the country itself don't win, the block won. You know, you see what I'm saying? That's how
okay,
you have to do it. It's
I
not
see
that
the
hard.
point. But the
yeah,
problem is,
what makes me sick? What
that
makes me
there's
sick?
Okay,
no
let him
type
What
of
come
makes me
shared
sick
next.
is that
identity
there's
that
a
they're
lot of
trying. So
But
say like
what makes me sick.
Nigerian is the shared
One
identity,
second, one second,
Ghanaian
one
is the
second, bro.
shared identity, but it's
but
not even
let
working
this.
because
Excuse me.
my
Excuse me. He's
One
supposed
second,
to
bro.
respond. Yeah, go on.
I was
no,
saying
that's what
what
I
makes
was
me
saying. Like it
sick.
doesn't work.
What makes me sick as well is a lot of African countries. Their main language, their official language is English, French, or something. They have to
Yes.
pick a tribal language to become their official language. You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
example, in the East Africa, we don't have that problem. Kenya, Swahili, Somali, Ethiopians,
Yeah.
Amharic. More
Yes.
countries should start doing that in like West Africa because there's a lot of colonial languages that are being kept like held onto.
Yes. Absolutely. Perfectly. Yeah. I totally agree, bro.
Then
Great
choose the
point.
biggest. I'm saying
Great
that.
point.
I'm asking this quick question, then, bro. What are some like the 5 or the 4 biggest tribes, let's say in West Africa, right? I don't know, right? And use those languages, right, as the basis, right? I mean, and nobody's saying give up your language, right? I'm not gonna give up my language, but you add another language to your language. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be, oh, you give up what you have. It's just you add something to it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we are very good at that in my tribe. We don't have problem with that at all because we speak different languages, and most of the places where we live, we speak their language. However, we keep our own language also as a communal way of to
Yeah, of
communicate.
course. Yeah, exactly.
So learning another tribe language is very important. Us as African, we should be doing that anyway because multilingual is good for your brain.
It
Learning
literally
different
is.
languages is really good for you, and this is the sort of advantage we do not take. Some if you notice, a lot of our grandparents, they used to speak like 4, 5, 6 different languages, and then it come down to us. We only know how to speak maybe 1 or 2 language tribes. That's crazy.
Are you suggesting then that there should be a Black African Union, and the language for the new Black African Union would be Swahili, or
For different regions, though? You got to think because
Yeah,
East Africa already got
regional
theirs.
blocks. For example, East Africa, we would take Swahili. West Africa, you guys can pick one of the Mande languages. They're the most dominant. And
In West Africa, the
whatever
Hausa
region,
language is the
the
most
Hausa
dominant.
maybe
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the
yeah, is the
biggest
most
spoken
spoken.
language should be used. So yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
and probably the fuller language also, but then you got the Yoruba, which is a big population,
Yeah,
and
the
the
fuller
Igbos.
language would be good for trade because you guys are
Yes,
scattered.
yes. And this is what what you just hit the point there. And there was a guy that was doing a study about the fuller language and trade in West Africa.
Right.
Because yes, it's very, very, because it's an old trade
Yeah,
language
it was a
anyway.
big trade
oh right,
language because
okay.
Yeah, it
you
was an
guys
old trade
spread
It's
from
language.
Niger Congo
Sudan
too. It
to
ain't no
Senegal.
Chadic Afro
Yes,
shit.
it's Niger Congo language, but it was
Right.
a very old Niger Congo language because our ancestors used to different part of the continent, man, to go and sell their stuff. They had horses and and different way of they travel to the east, they travel to the south, they travel to the north, they travel to the west. They travel everywhere on their horses. And the
Okay,
languages was spoken.
so you're saying, okay, so you divide Africa into how many
4
regions?
pieces.
Four regions? How many regions?
4.
4 regions. Okay. So
Four regions. Yeah, but if
okay,
you
so let's
want to
write this
include
down.
central, maybe
Right.
then.
Let me write. You want the central region as well?
Central region already joined. The Central already joined East Africa. So whoever got the Congo, which East
Congo,
Africa
you're
already got
right.
the
Yeah,
Congo. So
we
The
already
Congo
took them.
should,
Yeah,
the
we
Congo
claimed
really
them.
should
You're
be
right.
part of
Thank you,
us.
brother. It's East
The
Africa.
Congo
Yeah.
should be part of us because we're that's where The Congo
we've
should be.
already got them in the EAC, so they're part
Oh
of
man, come on, bro. Why did you do that to us, bro?
We took them first. We have put the minerals. We need that.
You took our people from us, yeah. You took our people
We
and
need
our
the
minerals,
minerals,
yeah. When you
so
are
let
the
me-
Somali, don't worry, the Fulani is gonna come join
What
you.
is the
So don't
largest
worry.
Bantu
Yeah,
language spoken?
you gotta join, man. Even us, the
guess-
No,
Somalis, we just joined the EAC recently.
you get me? Come, you know, we'll get you over.
Sudan.
We'll try and get you to the ECOWAS as well. We join the Somali to ECOWAS as well. That would even make us stronger.
Definitely will make a Fulani
You know what I
Somali
mean?
link up.
The
like
Eastern,
that. You have the Hausa
East and West
Fulani,
connection,
Shua,
brother.
the Shua Fulani. You need to have the
And
Somali
Hausa,
for this new African
Hausa.
Union, for this new
Yeah.
African Union, we have Swahili for Northeast Africa, correct?
East Africa in general, the
East-
whole
East Africa.
All
East African, okay. And then for West Africa, what language are you suggesting?
They said Fulani, so I mean, but I don't know.
Fulani.
West African.
Yeah,
No, for trade, Fula is
Fulani.
a language of the trade. But however, if you come to the language spread, the Mande speaking are the largest in the region but the problem is the Mande speaking languages are totally different also, just like the Fulas. Mande speaking.
Yeah, Mande, that's the family group.
Mande.
Yeah.
Mande. You know, Mande is a speaking, people that speak the similar language, but however they're genetically different also, you know, because some Mande actually Bantu people, you know, they was conquered by the Mande, you know, because the Bantu, I believe the Bantu people are actually were the first people that came to the...
It's not that hard. All I'm saying, you need a language for trade, bro. That's what you really. When I say them over there, you need to understand them over there. That's all you really need. It's not that hard.
But the Mande speaking languages are the trade languages of West Africa, including the Fula.
The Mande speakers have the most land in West Africa.
Who?
Which people have the Fullers conquered in West Africa? Which people? Tell us. Which people have the Fullers conquered?
Mali, Mandinka,
Okay,
Mandinka,
conquered. Futa Jalon, some part of Guinea-Bissau, that's today, and I wouldn't say conquered, but like the settlements that we had, you know, when you talk about not conquered, I would say where we settled. And the Mande did conquer the other tribes, you know, that's what I just said. The Mande conquered other Bantu tribe and add them on, you know, because some of the tribes that speak the Mande language, they're not really Mande by genetic, they're actually Bantu. However, our settlement in West Africa is start from Toro, Masina in central Mali, Futa Jalon, Adamawa in
even Sudan, they call you the Falatas.
Yes, the Falata in Sudan, but the Sudan one is also in Adamawa in Cameroon.
Bro, I even watched the video of a Fulani in Sudan done a DNA test, and the DNA test said that 92% Senegalese and 6% Nigerian.
Yes. I mean, if you, my brother, even the Mandinka tribe that you see in West Africa, they actually are from Sudan. A lot of us came from Sudan to West Africa. And so when you hear that Manding or whatever, most of them are Sudanic black.
Yeah, exactly. So they used to be classified.
The Sudanic that came and mixed with the Congo. Yeah, they came and mixed with the Congo.
Before the colonizer come, when the Arabs, you know, you guys were classified as Sudani. You know, because
Sudan just being black.
After
West,
when
because you had East Sudan, which was Sudan today, and you had West Sudan. West Sudan was like, you know, the Mali Empire.
The answer to that, the areas that we did conquered, but it wasn't just the Fulani, it was the Fula and the Hausa. After the Sokoto, by the end of the Sokoto was all the way to near Central Africa, my brother. Yeah, that's what they call the let me respond to that. During the days of the Sokoto, the end of the Sokoto Caliphate, they went all the way to Central Africa, and Cameroon was conquered, and then those are actually, when it stopped at that time, the Sudan was actually in trouble with the British. There was a British general called Chinese Gordon, you know, that was defeated by the Fullers that left that region around Cameroon and Chad. They went into Sudan to help the Sudanese brothers to defeat the British. So they're the one that helped defeat Chinese Gordon and end the colonial era of the British in Sudan. So over the years, the Fullers settled in Sudan, you know, and always some of them traveling from Chad, because there are Fula people in Lake Chad for centuries. Because when we travel from the west to the east, Lake Chad used to be where most of these cattle would stop for months, to fed, and when they're doing their trade. This has been going on since the 14th century, right? And all the way to probably recently when the drought started happening in the region. So this is the trend. This is the interaction we've been having from the west to the east, back to the west. While I don't know what the other tribes were doing at that time, but we were trade people. This is how the language actually is still spread in the region. If you look at the map of the Fula people, it will actually point the arrow from Toro, walking to Mali, and all the way to Niger, then into Chad, then into Sudan.
Okay.
It's simple.
Okay,
simple.
but I do have a question. I do have one question though. Like all I'm trying to figure out is, I do appreciate the history lesson. I swear that I do. I swear that I do. But at the same time, I'm trying to.
No, but that asks the question. Where is that? Can you come back?
About the question. I was about to say, what would be a good language for most West Africans that can learn and adopt necessarily? Because you said Fulani, then we went through a whole history lesson. All I'm trying to figure out is,
I wrote them down.
Because the only language that's right, the only language
Fulani, Swahili, and Mande.
Yeah, the only language that spread from that region to that region is the Fula language, right? Because if from Senegal, right, to Mali, to Niger, to Chad, to Sudan. So that's from the east to the west, from the west to the east.
Aren't they also in like the southern part of Algeria too?
Yeah, they are. I mean, we actually haven't moved. We try not to be conquered by these people and, let them finally take over the land. Because if we leave the north at the bottom of Libya, Algeria, and so on, this is where we used to live. This is where our ancestral land. So all the way to where you call Toro today. So we cannot. Some of our people are stubborn. They're like, "No, we're not leaving this zone. It's our place. You came here, met us here. We're gonna be here." Even though there's no support for these people, but they managed to survive there for centuries. So yeah, they still exist.
So any other languages now? So you're saying Fulani, Swahili, Mande. Do you need another language?
I mean, no, because you already broke it down to 4 regions. I already said, because the north already got Arabic, right? So they already moving on their thing regardless of what y'all say, right? The east already got Swahili. I'm learning Swahili now currently, right? And I don't know what the southern Africans what they want to do, but once they get that into play,
maybe.
I mean, I don't know what they want to go with, but maybe. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I'll let them speak for their own selves on that one, but. Once they get that down, bro, after that point, you pretty much, once that becomes standard operating procedure for like every school, you study a little bit of, add whatever South African language that you want to put down there and run with it. At that point, you're good, because I can speak to you from across the goddamn map. That means you can have a conversation with me and I can have a conversation with you, and all I gotta learn is 4 different languages. Imagine that. 4 different languages. The only thing that's really gonna stop me from actually contacting all of y'all from all around the continent. And once you
don't everybody already speak English? I mean, are you having difficulty communicating with Africans right now?
I mean, personally, right now, I speak English, and most people I meet come to America, they speak English. But right now, I'm learning Swahili currently right now. No,
I'm saying like you're talking as if communication is a big problem in Africa. As if most of us don't. I mean, there isn't already a language in Africa where everybody speaks, which is English.
Yeah, no, that's true, Mike. But what we're talking about here, we're talking about to create our own business language regionally. That will work.
Well, you have to build a business before you start creating business.
No. But I know, Mike, stop it, man. But yeah, basically, what we try to do is, if we were to unite as people, as a region. We need to actually.
I thought we were united already.
No, we're talking about the construction of a black African union.
Movement,
There's an African Union already, right? So we want to we're unhappy with the African Union, so we're discussing the establishment, the construction of a black African Union, and what would that look like?
North when you say Black African Union, I'm trying to understand what you mean. Are you saying
declare Black African Union?
Pardon?
North Africa would declare war if we could declare a Black African Union.
100%. So you change the name from African Union to Black African Union.
That's crazy. North Africa would declare war.
Exactly, my brother. That's what I said about the people who understand about.
Wait. Oh no, I'm trying to understand you guys here.
Sub-Saharan Africa first.
You see those Moroccans.
Sub-Saharan Africa, the North Africa will make a union with the Middle East.
Yes.
Okay. So let me understand what you're saying. You wanna cut the North Africans out, and
you can never do that. It's impossible.
African Union, call it Black African Union, and then what will you solve by doing that? What problem will you solve?
Exactly. Good question.
Okay, let me finish. I got your question, Mike. The same thing that the Western Europeans have been doing, and dominating the world as we see it.
North
Africa. Wait. Let me understand. So we cut the North. Wait. We cut the North Africans, eliminate them, and call African Union Black African Union, and then we'll begin to dominate the world. Is that what you're telling me?
Let's
slow down.
I got him. Right.
The Arabs, right?
No,
that would never work.
Ice. I got it.
I
got it, man. It's simple, right? Just like the Arabs to the day that live in North Africa, they say they out their own mouths.
They are not Arabs. North Africans are not Arabs.
No.
North Africans are not Arabs.
Can one person at a time. Jesus.
No, I'm just correcting you. They're not Arabs, by the way. They're North Africans.
They're Berbers. Go on, continue.
Yeah.
There's a variety of different necessities. I'm talking about the ones in power that control majority of the world.
Berbers. They're Berbers. They're all Berbers. None of them are Arabs. Continue.
They're Berbers that claim Arab ancestry, but they're Berbers.
Okay.
5% Arab. It doesn't mean nothing.
Arab Tabas, whatever. However y'all
when they talk about their lineage and their family, they
North
say that
Africa has never been black. You didn't know that. North Africa has never been black. It's always been white. Learn history.
Some part of it. Some.
Well, let's not get into irrelevant talks, man.
Some fringes of it. Some fringes of
it. I keep saying one person got to speak at a time. It's
you need to. Yeah, you can go on. You can
it's
go
not
on.
that hard, bro.
Yeah,
simply North Africans, no matter how you want to put it, they keep saying y'all are sub-Saharan African, which means
that's right.
They cut y'all out the deal anyway before y'all even got there. So regardless of how y'all feel about that process or whatever y'all feel about it, they already decided y'all sub-Saharan, right?
Exactly.
So the reality is, okay.
The white man decided, not them. The white man decided.
No, they were doing that. Let somebody get to a point.
It's not that hard.
The white colonizer decided, not them.
It's not that hard. It's not that.
The white man done that.
White man didn't do shit.
Your term is not that hard, bro. It's not
North
that
Africans always.
I'm just debugging.
Who's moderating this thing? It's like we're not getting any point, man.
You're blaming the term sub-Saharan on North African. It makes no sense when the white man done that.
You act like an imposed child, man.
There's no need to insult. There's no need for the insult.
Your points that you've given have no substance, not one.
Yo, expand. The point is that North Africans are always seen.
Who cares about that? Let's stick to the original point, man. We're not gonna line one big main point. We're jumping to another point.
I'm literally trying to say that, and we literally.
I know they getting caught up on fucking.
The FBA goes trying to land a point, but you guys are diverting his, train of thought.
Continent.
Exactly. The North Africans already said you are sub-Saharan African, which means
you don't live there.
It doesn't matter. Let him land.
Let him finish. Aki. Let him finish.
It's the child. It's the fucking child.
Go, continue diasporan. Go on. Continue diasporan.
Can you be an adult for like 45 seconds?
Continue diasporan. That's what I'm saying.
Can you be an adult for 45 seconds, bro?
Yeah, let him finish, man. Let your brother, your family, fam. Let him go. Let him talk. Let him talk, fam.
It's simple.
Yeah, go on.
Already said you are sub-Saharan African. That's how.
No. You don't need to carry on. You just carry on your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, go on.
They've already said, we are North Africans, and that's how we running it, right? Y'all all below this line. Y'all are sub-Saharan Africans, and they treat y'all as accordingly when you get to their country, regardless if you from Niger, don't matter if you from the Congo, no matter if you from East Africa, bro. If you try to go through them areas. Hey, the amount of people that I'm seeing getting kidnapped and sold into slavery currently in this modern day and era, it don't fucking matter. It's simple. You break it into blocks. Whatever West African region they want to learn for their dominant language, they go with that. East Africa already got Swahili. I don't know what South Africa want to do. You then break it into you break it into pieces. You start teaching the language to every block area in every area, right?
They learn the language. So that means that if I am from East Africa, all I have to learn is just one language so I can speak to the entire West African population. And if I'm from West Africa, all I got to learn is one language if I want to talk to the Southern African population. That means, by virtue, if I want to talk to the East or the South, all I got to learn is 2 different languages. And Africans are way smart enough to learn more than one language already. So it's easy for you to do trade, business, and communications. That's how the Europeans took over Africa. It was not military might. It wasn't all of that. It was the simple fact that they could put one tribe against another tribe easily because most people did not speak the collective language of another tribe. Let's say a couple areas over. That was the reason they was able to take control. It's not that hard, man.
Well, don't we already have English as a trading language? Are we struggling with language right now in Africa? Like communicating?
No, he made a good point.
Wait, I'm here right now. I'm able to communicate with Kaizo from Kenya. I can communicate with Jude from Cameroon.
Mike, his point is he's saying that
I'm trying to see what we're trying to achieve from you telling us.
No, he's saying we should have regional language. East Africa, me telling you. West Africa should have another languages like that, and we communicate. You know what I mean? We learn one. East Africa, we learn one language from West, and the West Africa will learn the main language from the East. So that's how we communicate.
We agree?
So we do this to achieve what?
Yeah. Okay. I'll answer that question.
Like to make things simpler. Communication is key. But
that's right.
We already. You're not already communicating in English. What do I need to learn?
That's what I mean. Even me, that's what I'm thinking too, Mike.
Most of West Africa speak French. They do.
Okay, fine. So why do we?
I took them from West Africa outside of Ghana and Nigeria. Most of them speak French. So if I drop most West Africans in in Kenya, they wouldn't know what to say. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, we have English and French. Okay, true.
English, yeah.
So the objective.
So why do we need to add 4 extra ones?
Yeah. Okay. To answer that question, Mike, this conversation is about how to build an alternative to the African Union. So the suggestion is what put on the table is the Black African Union. So then we discussed about the number of languages that might be good for the Black African Union. And then I would like to suggest at this point that Sub-Sahara Africa has to be united first.
We are united.
Agree with that?
No, Mike is a rational thinker, guys. We have to dissect this because Mike is thinking rationally.
No. I'm trying to know the word united is subjective.
Let me break it down. So we have a side.
You can't just say the word united. I can say me and Kaizo. Wait. I can say me and Kaizo. We're united. We're friends. So when you guys say united, I feel we are like some kind of divided or something. Like
exactly. You guys
the word is subjective. Right now. Mike, you have to define what you mean by united. You have to unite on what? Yeah. I mean, what do you mean? Like you have to explain the word. What you mean by united? You have to explain it. You can't just use the word united. Unite as if.
Let's explore. So, from my perspective, blackness and race is a value for the effective unification of Sub-Saharan Africa in order to be an effective bloc to counter the exploitation of those non-African forces. Race is a valuable aspect of identity for the unification of Sub-Saharan Africa.
But we know we are black, man. So what else? I mean, we know we are black. Is it that we don't know? You want to let us know that we are black so we can now unite?
Mike,
I mean, you keep using the word unite in what sense? Like, explain the unity you're talking about. Explain it.
IC3, which means black man, so he's representing his skin color. That's what
some people will tell me you need to know that you're black. I do. I wake up every day. I'm not blind. I know my skin is black. So what the hell is the point?
Rational thinking. I like that, Mike. Rational thinking.
Yeah,
continue.
So we'll address that. Mike's made some good points. So it is true that only Sierra Leone and Liberia are officially recognized as Negro black states. Nigeria has not officially stated that it is a black state.
What the hell are you talking about, IC3? Liberia, if you go to Liberia, you find men there, you find all these ethnic groups there. You go to Liberia, you find this ethnic group there. Then they have some ethnic group that came, the diaspora that came, they call themselves the Americans. And then when they intermarry with the other ethnic group, they became part of that ethnic group. The same thing all over in Nigeria. There were the diasporas that came. Most of them were Afro-Brazilian that came. And today, virtually all of them are Yorubas. So there's no place in Africa where it's a black state, defined as a black state.
Okay.
It's defined as a country with a bunch of ethnic groups.
Right. So
Mike, you're right. We also exported. Yes, Mike. We also exported. I'm gonna IC3. We also exported some people from Freetown to Lagos and down in the south of Nigeria. Years ago. So there's some. It's mad because years ago, communities used to move from one place to another due to connectivity and post independent. So a lot of us, are actually more mixed, back in the days as a community than we are today.
Right.
We don't realize that.
Right. So in order for a state or any organization to function effectively, it has to clarify who is a member and who is not. Who is a member of the house and who is a guest. Yes?
Okay.
So in order to function properly and to have any power, to control any power. So therefore, you have to define who can be.
So would North Africa be a guest?
Let him land, though. Let him land.
Go.
Yes. So it's the same principle. Running the state is the same principle as that you run your house. There's families and then there's guests. So just because you have different people from different parts of the world living in your country, it does not make them the same as
the indigenous.
The indigenous, that's right.
Okay, so
that's right. And the state should reflect the indigenous.
Yeah, so to add on to that, would you view then, from your perspective, would you view the North Africans as guests? I presume yes.
The North Africans will be guests in Sub-Saharan Africa, just like the Sub-Saharan Africans are guests in North Africa.
So if I go to Ghana, am I guest as a Nigerian? Or if I go to South Africa, am I guest?
Bro, like, come on, bro. You gotta stop.
Yeah. Mike.
No, I'm just asking. When I go to South Africa, am I a guest?
He just said Sub-Saharan Africa, bro. Like, so now you playing. That's like me saying, "Hey, man, this is our house," and I go.
No, he's talking about himself. He's saying.
No, I'm just asking you a question. If I go to South Africa, am I a guest?
Yeah, exactly.
We just said Sub-Saharan Africa, bro.
Huh?
He said Sub-Saharan Africa. So
I get it, but I'm just asking you a question. Like, hey, I mean, if I go to another country in Africa,
which means that you already know you have a country of origin, correct?
Yeah, I have a country of origin.
So what would that make you then, bro?
Yeah, I'm a guest if I visit another country.
So why you ask that question in the first place?
Because you're saying only if the North Africans come to Sub-Saharan African countries, or if I go to the North African country, I'm a guest. Well, I'm going to be a guest regardless where I go. Whether it's North Africa, whether it's another country, so your race is not the only thing that makes you a guest.
Good point. Yeah. If Mike comes to Somalia, he's a guest. If I go to Nigeria, I'm a guest. Same thing like that. You're right. 100%.
That's right. So there are houses.
Hang on, IC3. I want to shout out to the super chat from Brian for the $5. He says, "What about houses or communities that are admixed? How are you going to determine who's Black African in those families? Are you going to go with the looks, and are you going to divide houses in two?"
My bad. I really want to understand what he means. I'm
going
to go through a few things, right? So, what countries are you talking about? What houses are you talking about in specifically? Because that's a broad type. That's a broad thing. You can say houses. We can kind of divide that to anything, right? Okay, so, I really want to mean what the person means by detail.
Right. Okay. So let's look at this.
Kazo, don't you think a lot majority of Black people we're fascists, we're Nazis basically.
Yeah. Okay. So if you see Sub-Sahara Africa, if you unite Sub-Sahara Africa under a new Black African Union, right, then it's going to be subdivisions, aren't there? Just like you have a house. And that house is a house on the street. But then when you go into the house, there's different rooms in the house. But it comes out. Look, come on. You know the basic principles of how things go into subdivisions. So you create a greater division for greater unification and power. And then you have internal affairs. So you have internal affairs of sub-Saharan Africans, which are perceived internationally as black people.
I see through, you know, I think you need to visit Africa and just live in Africa a little bit, so you can really understand the continent very well.
Exactly, for sure.
The way you view that country, the way you view things, it's like Africa is just one small,
You see this from Europe.
village that, you know, like just few miles away from each other and things. You know, you can fit United States, China, Russia. You can fit all those countries in Africa.
Yes,
land,
That's why we said. That's why we
all
came.
the biggest five biggest countries in the world. You can fit them inside Africa.
That's why we
Yeah,
broke
how
it
come
into
the white
pieces.
man's ruling the whole lot?
That's why we broke it into
French.
pieces. That's why we said it would be broken into 4 pieces. West African necessarily has his own block.
To achieve what?
Like let me like you already got
power.
Are you trying to? We don't. Okay, no. You say you want to break us to 4 languages, the whole continent. So okay, fine. Which I don't think I necessarily disagree with you saying you make 4 languages dominant in 4 different areas. Are you saying we have to eliminate the existing ones, the existing languages?
Who said that? Who said
I'm
that?
just asking.
Who said that? I literally said 8 times. You do not leave your language necessarily when you learn another. I'm learning Swahili currently. I did not drop English, bro. I'm still learning Spanish currently. I did not drop English, right? Like at this point we acting right real special, like we actually children. You're not children here. You can understand.
No, I just asked you a question, man. I didn't say I disagree with anything you said. I just said maybe you said it time before I came in. I didn't hear you. That's why I'm asking you. I want to know exactly where you're coming from. It's just a question. Don't be emotional.
My bad. My bad then, right?
Okay, so no, Mike. The answer is no.
You do not drop your original language necessarily, right? You just learn an additional language, right?
Okay. I get you now. Okay.
So in each 4 block areas, right? You just learn one of the language out of the 4 blocks. After you learn those 4 languages, you can go to any area that you want to, do business, do whatever you need to do, and handle business and do just whatever you need to do. Basically simple. Once you learn the 4, you learn that you can speak to everybody. You can speak to everybody. You can trade with anybody, and you know it is what it is from there point on. Simple.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose is to unite sub-Saharan Africa into a black power bloc.
That's what the AU is for.
The AU.
Are they doing their job effectively? That's the question I need to ask.
Right.
But what makes you think they will begin to do effectively?
If the AU is not doing their job effectively, they are also that regional bloc.
Who funds that though? Who funds that? Who funds the operation? Because it's not Africans.
So will it change?
I tell you what, Algeria just recently built a train line connection all the way to near us to connect, and we still haven't even touched it. And these are the countries that we bash and say they're not Pan-African enough. You know, we don't need them. Well, when it comes to connecting the continent,
no one said they did not need them, bro. All we said.
Not you, but I'm just saying in general. You know, people that were saying stuff about, you know.
All I said was this, bro. When they come to handling their business, right? They say you are sub-Saharan African. That's how they themselves classify you.
Do you know? Let me tell you one
thing. Hold on, bro. Yeah. This is fact. You can look it up right now.
Yeah, you will know that, but we know why. It's not because they hate. It's not because. It's simply because, of course, you have different skin tone. I mean, we know that. Hey,
they discriminate even on their own people in there.
If I see a Chinese person, I will say, "Oh, you're Asian." If I see
in Libya, Mike, in Libya, they got 4 branch of people in Libya. They all discriminate on one another. They got the East, they got the West, and they got those in the North and those in the South. But those in the South are the native. They've been pushed down, right? Those in the East, they're more like the more connected to the Arabs. Yeah. Those in the West are more mainly 100% like Berbers and like small Berber tribe that actually connected to Africa more than some people, more than what you can imagine, right? Like Gaddafi, for example, his tribe, they're more connected to our people than you can imagine. Yeah, and
you guys can't agree with me. Let me say
but North Africa, like Libya, is where a lot of Africans used to go to seek a better life, and they made enough money. They did not need to cross the Mediterranean, right? But the North African countries, they just follow in their own interests. It's not because they hate us; it's because they follow populism based on their interests. Wherever their interests lie, that's where they're going. That's exactly what African leaders should be doing, but they're not doing that. They're not following their interest, the interest of their people. You know, so if the East give them money and come and develop the full of the East. If the Europe give them money, if you notice, exactly that's what they would do. Like I remember our immigration minister in the UK, he went to Tunisia just before this migrant crisis started kicking off, right? They was crossing in Tunisia quietly. No one ever disturbed them. But our immigration minister went there. He bribed them because Tunisia was actually going bankrupt. They were struggling financially, right? So no one wanted to deal with the country because he's authoritarian. But the UK went there and gave him money, you know, to carve the immigration coming through. So, you know, they're following their interest and money. We have leaders like, what's his name, Paul Kagame, who is happy to transport illegal immigrants from the UK to Rwanda, but he's not happy to bring poor people from other African countries to Rwanda or talented to actually develop his country, but he's happy to take money from the UK.
The reason he's not happy, is because, and the reason these decisions are being made, like you're describing, are poor decisions, is because they don't have power. So first of all, when they have power, when Black Africa gets power, Sub-Saharan Africa gets power, then they can start making better decisions because they're not hostages.
Fantastic. Now let me ask you this, actually three. What's the process of acquiring power?
Beautiful question. The process of acquiring power is the first clarification of the self, of identity. Just like an individual, getting yourself together, a nation, a state has to get itself together, clarify itself, focus itself.
What do you do? So can you define power? Define power.
The power in this context is to be able to act on your will, your own will, just like an individual, be able to decide to do
you don't have power. You already have that. That's what power is. Then we have that.
No, because as Kaiser was saying earlier, there's a relationship. What is the relationship between control and responsibility? Is it true that the African leaders have control over their own decisions? Is it not true that Niger had to fight, is fighting to do that with France because they don't want state capture?
It's because they don't have power. That's why France is controlling them, because they don't have power. If someone is controlling you, then you don't have power. But however, you have the power to make your decision. But if someone is making you do something without putting a gun in your head, that means you really don't have power. You don't have power. You don't have power to make choice for yourself, but you don't have the reason why you submit it to that person is because that person is more powerful. Meaning, and when I mean power, I'm not necessarily talking about military might. I'm talking about economic, right?
Financial, political, cultural power.
Let me tell you what power is. Power is when people need you. People look to you and they need something from you, right? When you're resourceful, you are able to. Reason why China, we all look to China. 30 years ago, we won't look to China. Even when they had a nuclear bomb, we still won't look to them. Because why? They were not as productive. They don't produce what everybody needs. We don't look to them for technology. We don't look to them for development to come help us do something. We don't need them for anything, right? When they build themselves to a level where, wow, everybody needs them to come help them do this. Everybody needs to trade with them. Everybody needs something from them because they're very productive. That's what their power is. That's where their power lies. The reason why, let me tell you the reason why France is so powerful in these fucking 4 countries. It's not really because France is putting a gun on their head, forcing everybody. It's because a lot of their technological needs are supplied by France. If you go to the hospitals, the equipment comes from France. If you go to the houses, the TV comes from France. You go to pretty much things that using to function, the farming equipment comes from France. That's what makes France so powerful. Now that they have alternative that, oh, this thing France can supply me, China can also supply me. Oh, now I can say France, fuck you, get out of my country. China can supply me, or Russia can supply me. So guess what? Now the next powerful people that will be controlling you will be Russia and China, because now they just replacing France. You still don't have power. When you want power is when you learn how to make whatever you need from these people you depending on them for, you can make it yourself where you don't need them. That's when you really
Mike,
have power.
let me come in for a second here. Let me come in for a second, right? I think I mentioned yesterday, right? I used to be so I went to something called China Square. I think I made a short video. I might release it today, right? And I saw this place, and I said this yesterday. This place is amazing. They got all the weird little trinkets that you want to, be able to just create whatever you want. Electronics, maybe you want to do some home decoration and all that stuff. There's no Kenyan company that has goods from China that so many. I know. I guess the Chinese has got more money, but the question I'm trying to bring up here is right. So we never industrialized, right? We never discovered how to make steel. Steel is so simple, but it also requires money to do it. But how come we don't have a single thing that we manufacture in Africa apart from basic trinkets?
Exactly.
Like
So isn't that what we should be discussing? Well, IC3 will telling us let's unite, let's learn language. What the heck is that, man?
Yeah, because it's IC3. Here's the issue, right? You can unite all that stuff, but here's the thing: you would not have the skills, right? When you're uniting with Dusties, imagine what you're gonna get. You're gonna get extra dust. You're not gonna get
fighting each other. Who's more dusty? They'll be fighting over who's more dusty, just like we do here every day. We all come to fight each other over who's more dusty. We diss each other. Your country is more dusty than my own. That's what we're gonna be doing.
Right. Because I see your point of view, right? Do you think
when these people from advanced countries, when they get together on the internet, let's say people from Germany, France, England, United States, China, all these advanced countries, right? When they get together on the internet, do you think they're going to dissing each other over, fighting each other over some who's more dusty and no? They're gonna be. You want to unite people that actually got something, so they're going to unite on building more, acquiring more.
Yeah.
I got the you can't unite a bunch of dusties, man. Come on.
All right. I got the point. I got okay. What's this?
I want to make a critique to your point of view, right? Here's a critique to your point of view, Miss IC3. You're one of these guys. I don't know if you guys know about science, right? But there's this theory called theory of everything that everyone's trying to seek, right? There's whole sorts of money being poured into, string theory, right? But here's the thing, Miss IC3. That's what I think you're doing here in this whole solutions thing. You're looking for some meta solution that's going to encompass everything. But the reality is this, right? You got to be more like Newton, right? Calculus works good enough and it helps us solve a lot of big problems. Why don't you work on practical solutions that you can instate right now and start, Africans' lives gets better? Miss IC3, are you willing to go live in Kibera and trade your life with a dusty African child? No, of course not.
Unite with them over there.
That's not, it's actually true. You're not going to do that.
Okay.
IC3 is telling me I need to unite with the people in Kibera.
Okay. So you're talking about how do we get power? Once you have power, okay.
How do you get the power? How do you get the power? How?
Yes. Right. You get the way to get power is the same way you get power for the individual. It's the same thing for the state. It's the same thing for the nation. It's the same principle.
How do you get power?
Right.
How?
You have to, yes. You have to get yourself together.
We already got ourselves together. What are you talking about, man?
Oh yeah,
Did I tell you that I don't know who I am?
Let me help you out.
Okay, watch this.
Let me help you out. Okay.
Okay. Let's hear your version. Go on.
This is not about theorizing stuff. The way you get power is by you being wealthy. You have to be rich, and then you come to the table, right? Now, what happened is the West is not seeing Africa differently. And the reason why is because China and Russia tends to be going into Africa and they have a different strategy. Unlike the West, when they were doing aids, just providing aids and still depleting our resources. China is going in there and saying, okay, we can help you build this. We can help you build that in exchange for this. So the way China strategy with Africa, strategic intent and plan with Africa is quite different from what the United States has with Africa. Now you can see why they're inviting Africa into the United Nations Council, Security Council.
right? They are now making the AU, giving the AU a permanent seat in the United Nations. And
No,
entire continent.
G20, not the permanent seat in G20. That's different.
Sorry, G20. Sorry. I
You
beg
need to
your
make these
pardon.
things clear, bro.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, my bad.
All right, okay.
So they are not trying to invite Africa to the table because they see that, okay, our strategic plan is different, and if we continue in this light, Africa will go the way of the Russians and the way of and also would be in bed with China. Now, the way to get power is to be wealthy. And how do you get wealthy? You need to produce. Now, we have the raw materials. We probably do not have the skill set. And to gain that skill set, it might be a bit expensive because we have other countries who are already far ahead of us, and they've now gained economical skills. They can do these things better and cheaper. But what would happen is, if Africa place a trade embargo, which will not be allowed by the WTO, and likewise, the neo-colonialism and imperialists will not want to allow that. They want to keep throwing in their products so that Africans can keep purchasing from them. That's another way. You have to produce what you need. And when you produce what you need, you have excess. That excess, you export that excess, right? I would take, for example, look at our entertainment industry. We were doing it way back in the 80s. I would say way back in the 60s. In the 90s, we broke down. In the 2000s, we picked up again. We got better. We keep getting better. And now, not only the entire African continent is enjoying our music and our movies, we're also exporting it to the rest of the world because we've built enough expertise.
We can't rely on this sort of. We can't rely
What?
on these sort of things. We can't continue to rely on this sort of trend, man. You need to change, music, arts, and all this. We've been doing it for years.
He's just giving an example.
I know.
An example. He's not saying we have to rely on it.
It's about time we stop doing it.
No,
Yeah, go on.
no, you can't say that because entertainment industry has a very huge GDP now. It has a huge percentage in our GDP. We're exporting it outside. We're seeing the works. If you're not
that will
seeing
never
it,
change. That will never change. We need to.
Okay, but Emeka,
hold on a bit. I'm not saying it for you. I'm saying it for me because I can see. I play in the entertainment sector, so I know.
Okay.
I'm not saying it for you.
Emeka,
You don't need
question.
to listen. Yeah.
I have a question. Are there any? Okay, so here's the thing, right? If we're going to export music, or let's just say entertainment in general, we need to actually own distribution networks, right? We don't own YouTube, we don't own TikTok, we don't own Spotify or
their distribution network. I can guarantee you, their local distribution network. There's Iroko, there's Ibaka. There's also African Magic. That's multi-choice, which is South African, but it's still African. So we have our local distributors, right?
Okay, so how do we get those distributions to be international? Because if we're going to export them, we don't want to only sell them through, let's say, YouTube, TikTok.
Now, the beautiful thing about I used the entertainment sector as an example. The beautiful thing is in Africa we have over 1.09 billion people, right? We're more than enough. That's a huge market enough to keep doing what you're doing and get better. So why I wanted to give that example of the music is that we were doing our own thing and the rest of the world wanted to know what we were doing. And you understand? So the rest of we didn't say we wanted to push it out to the rest of the world. The rest of the world say, oh, something is happening in Africa. And they came and they say, oh, we like this. So it's for us to now. That's why I was talking about, you have to produce. And the only way is and China did it. You lock shop, you close everywhere. We are not importing, we are not exporting. We must produce at least 90% of what we need in our country or in our continent. And when you do that and you get so better in it, and because you're repeating that cycle over time, multiple times, you're building expertise, you gain economics of scales. Now it becomes cheaper and it becomes better. The quality is good. Other people will be interested, just like they're interested in some of our clothing and our fabrics. They like it. It's colorful. It's beautiful, right? So once you get better in something, people outside will say, "Oh, I like what you're doing. I want to get a piece of it." So that's the only way we can get. That's the only way. Then when you are not better and you're producing what you eat, what you wear, what you use, and even what you drive. So what's going to happen is
let me ask a question just here on the how, because so right now I'm getting a Congolese, actually, interesting speaking, Congolese to do me some. I'm trying to do some East African slash Nigerian vibe. So I'm talking about that sort of Maasai Oromo style with the Nigerian twist. Clothes made, right? The issue is, do you know how much they're charging me? $40 to $50 for a simple outfit without even the trousers, and that's the average price. So the question is, like,
because
Emeka,
the reason
how are
why
you going
is
to reduce the price?
you reduce price when you increase production, mass production. You mechanize your production. That's the best way. You have mass production. That's the economic of scales, which means the more you produce, the cheaper it becomes for you.
That's right.
So as you do your mass production, it becomes cheaper for 1 unit of production.
Right.
For one, for the the cost of producing 1 unit is still the same cost for producing 10
True.
units.
That's
So
right.
True. So Rwanda has actually banned dead white people clothes from entering the country now.
Excellent.
So that way, when you're producing, you're making money. You now become wealthy. Then you get power with that, because you're wealthy. Other wealthy nations will have to listen to you. You're not coming to the table with
my
your
brother.
wealth, speaking
Emeka,
for yourself.
can I respond to what Emeka's? I just want to back up the points is making there, because it's true, 100% true. Because as you generate internal market, internal goods, you're producing your own style, your own sounds, and therefore you're actually increasing the value of your currency. The actual value of the people, and that's how you increase the value of the currency. Because, and then you can dominate the exchange rate. You say, no, this is our stuff. If you want our stuff, you have to pay this for it because it's ours. Yes,
Exactly. So that's the only way. Right now, you could tell, our currency. I don't know about yours in your own country, Kaizo. Our currency keeps getting weaker in comparison with the dollar, right? Because we keep importing a lot of things. I don't know why we need this product outside, right?
Do you know we even have
local
Uber in
competitors.
Nigeria? Do we got so many things soaking off all our goddamn
Yeah. So hang on, Mike, just before you go ahead. So I think one of the issues that we have right now, like I keep saying, is Africa has so many low-hanging fruits that we just simply haven't picked. I don't know if we're just pygmies or something, and we can't reach like standard level fruits, but
yeah, we
it's
do
now. Give an example.
now. You see one
so
thing
I just
why.
came. Actually, I recorded a video right today in a fake bus. Right, Kenya has this new initiative of these really beautiful, nice buses, right, which are all electric. Now they look nice, they feel nice, but I'm just thinking, why are they importing all these new vehicles instead of importing the machines to make these vehicles?
Exactly.
Right, that's kind of the issue. It's like, okay, you want to impress the West, you want to tell them, hey, we're green, and maybe they get a little bit of funding for doing this, but it's not going to help Kenya out in the long run by having new shiny trinkets. The best way is for us to actually import machines that we can develop these vehicles ourselves, and at least create 1 or 2 steel industry. The only black African country I know that even really makes steel is South Africa, and even then it's a small percentage of their GDP. So yeah, 100%. We need to do way more exporting, much less importing of things, unless it's within our continent, right?
You know what? One thing again, right?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I apologize. I'm gonna exit because I got work tomorrow morning. You know how it's like, Kaiser, and the rest of the panel.
Hey, before you go, how you were telling them Fulani language? What is the name of the Fulani language?
Fulbe.
Fufude. Okay, that's what you should have said.
Yeah, Fulbe.
And by the way, Fufude is not it's only Fulanese that speak Fufude. It's not like language that's widespread.
Nobody. That's exactly. But it used to be a trade language, like that spread within the Sahel.
I think the Hausa language is the one that spreads, not the Fufude.
The Hausa language spread to the east, and the Fula spread from the west to the east.
But in Nigeria, the only Fufude is not spoken.
The Hausa language is the most spoken language in West Africa. I said that before. That's a clear fact.
But Fufude is not a widely spoken language by people.
It's very widely spoken, bro. Honestly, it is very widely.
Are you seeing other ethnic groups speak Fufude other than Fulani?
Yeah, if you go
are you in Ghana?
If you go to Sierra Leone,
are you in Ghana?
Guinea, you go to not Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea,
Liberia, okay.
Senegal, Gambia, Mauritania, Mali, in the Central Belt.
The non-Fulani speak Fufude. Is that what you're telling me?
All the people that live around that trade with them speak their language. I know that as a child. All the people that trade with the Fullers and trade with our commodities speak our language.
The only people I know that speak Fulfulde like around are Fulanis. Like
No, but
the
in Nigeria,
Fulanis, I do learn how.
Fulbe is a reserved language in Nigeria just for the Fulbe community. But most of the Fullers in Nigeria actually speak Hausa anyway. In fact,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They speak Hausa.
some of them they don't even speak Fuller at all. You know, they don't even know how to speak Fuller, Fulbe. So they
Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah.
what I was wondering. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
no, but throughout the Sahel, I'm talking about throughout the region from east to west, all the way to Sudan, by the way. But in the east of
yeah,
in the east in the
Other
east, yeah,
Sahara area is
in
not
the
very
eastern plank,
populated, to be honest.
in the eastern plank of from Nigeria to the east is mainly Hausa, and most of the herders actually are Hausa, all the way to the Blue Nile, bro. But from the western plank of Nigeria to the west to the Atlantic is Fuller. But then if you go into
On the western plank,
yes, yeah, from Nigeria,
you mean
Niger.
northern Nigeria?
Yes, from northern. That's what I'm trying to say. From northern Nigeria, Niger, the middle belt of Burkina Faso, middle belt of Mali, all the way to Toro, like Senegal, Mauritania, is Fuller. And those people that trade, those people that trade and live around there speak Fuller very well. It's an ancient, yeah. But however,
I don't know, man.
Yeah. However, in Mali, is Bambara is the most spoken language. That's why they actually use Bambara as a national language now. But if you go, no, honestly, if you go even in Sierra Leone, majority of the people, they might not have a fluent conversation, but they will actually understand fuller language. If you go to Guinea, it's the same thing. If you go to Senegal, it's the same thing. If you go to Guinea-Bissau, it's the same thing.
Yeah, if you talk about Mali, that area.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
That area, yeah, they may be speaking Fulfulde there, but if you're saying like
it's
coming to Ghana, Nigeria, that area,
no,
it's
Ghana.
not.
If coastal people don't really, coastal people don't speak our language. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like a big language in West Africa. That's what I'm trying to say. It may be in the Sahel region like that. That area is not very populated, to be honest. It's not green.
That's where it's very popular. Honestly, that area is populated, bro. That's why most of the young. That's why most of the young.
Do you know that the population of Southern Nigeria can swallow the entire Sahel? Like literally,
bro, you can't compare Nigerian population to anywhere, bro. You know, that's just
I'm
different.
Saying, even, like, if I put the population, what's the population of the entire Burkina Faso? Mali. See how big Mali is? I bet you the population is not to 5 million.
It's probably one state in Nigeria, bro.
Exactly. So that area is just big, but it's not populated.
But that's what I said. The most spoken language in West Africa is Hausa. That's no doubt about that.
I have to agree. Yeah, it's spoken almost every.
But when it comes to
northern Cameroon, northern Nigeria, northern Ghana,
if you're a trader moving from one place to another, moving your goods, it's important that you speak Fuller because you're gonna bump into these people in their communities, and they're gonna
the Fulani people.
Yes.
Yeah, the Fulanis are more herders. They're more like nomads.
Semi-nomads.
They're everywhere, but their population is not huge.
They're semi-nomads.
No, they do more cattle rearing. So
yeah, but they
move their cattle all around.
They got their base, but they leave their base and go around and come back to their base, right? So that means they're semi-nomad. However, that's just like 2% of the Fullers anyway, but majority of the Fullers are settlers. So
but Fulanis are not a huge populated people though.
The population of Fulani in West Africa is estimated to be 20 million, but we believe it's more than 40 million. In total,
I don't think so.
Yeah,
in Nigeria alone, Fulani is not up to 2 million. In Nigeria, is the most populated.
Nigeria is 6% of the population. We mentioned that the other time. It's 12 million in Nigeria, bro. 12 million in Nigeria.
No. Fulani is not up to 12 million in Nigeria.
In Guinea, the Fullers are the biggest.
Wait, is the maker there? Or it's gone? Is it there?
Yeah, in Guinea, we're the big Fuller are the biggest population. In Sierra
Leone,
Leone,
not up to 12 million Nigeria.
Okay, let me just finish. In Sierra Leone, we're the third. With the Limba, we're the third largest population. In Senegal, possibly.
But Sierra Leone is only 3 million people, though, man.
I'm just adding the count. And if you go to the Sahel, like Mali, it's probably about 5 million. In Guinea, they're about probably 5 million in Guinea.
But what's the population of Guinea as a country?
Guinea is 13 million.
13 million.
13, yeah.
And then Fulani are 5 million? Are you kidding me?
Possibly.
More than half of the population is Fulani. Is that what you're telling me?
No, 30% of the population is Fulani.
Guinea?
Yeah, 30%. 30.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you guys have many in that area.
I just checked from online. It says that Fulani people are 20 million people. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's a fact. It's more than that. It's estimated to be more than that.
It's possible. I don't know. But I just know they're not that many.
You listen. Like, you see, the Fuller group are divided into Fuller. Is not one umbrella. It's a different clan. Yeah. So you have some
are
of
you
us are not
like Soninkes and all those people.
No. Soninke are not Fullers. They're not part of us. Soninke is Sarahule. They different Mande group. Soninke, they're probably more closer to the Jalunke, people, and then you got the Bambara that are more closer to the Mandinka people, yeah, and then in fact the beginning of the Fuller kingdom in Mali, in Mali. The Fuller kingdom in Mali, that how it started, it was a dusty Fulani boy, dark as hell, dusty, dirty, that went all the way down to the Mandinka territory, and then he met this girl, obviously the daughter of a king that had a ring, of like a gold ring of certain size. Whoever fits that ring will marry his daughter. So this dusty Fulani that came from the Middle Belt, Masina area today, came down and actually married, this daughter of, the king. But obviously he's a dusty, coming in Sahelian, looking like a savage and all that. But anyway, they married and they had family. That is the family that you see in Masina today in the Central Belt, which is a Fuller and Mandinka mixture.
You guys believe all these Adam and Eve?
Yeah, but
one man marry one woman and give birth to an entire tribe. You believe that crap, man?
Well, that's the story of the that's how it started over there in the kingdom.
So there was one guy and one woman that gave birth to an entire tribe.
No. Well, we all have to start from somewhere, right? But that was it. That was the story. Anyway,
so your brothers and sisters.
Basically, that's what they're trying to say. It was like how it started. It's funny, but anyway, go back to it. Yeah. So the Fullers are 20 million. Based on that, as I said to you, we probably more than that, in total in the world. But go back to the region. We need to pick a tribe, that we can all communicate on based on business, education, and stuff like that. But we need to speak more languages. That's my own take on this before I leave. The more languages we speak, the more,
you know how you can get people to speak your language?
No.
If one ethnic group begin to learn to produce everything that the Americans produce, the French produce, the Chinese produce, the things that Africans want to consume, everybody will rush to start learning that language.
That is very true.
Language become very productive for everybody see you as a very valuable people. Valuable, they'll start learning your language. That's the way it goes.
I agree with that. That's development bring people together. But great point, great conversation, and salute to the entire house.
So don't follow IC3. IC3 is logic. Like, hey, we have to unite.
Mike, go easy on my daddy, Mike, please.
What?
But you know why it spread so fast,
Mike? Your African language in Africa. Do you know, Kaiser?
It's Swahili.
No, on the list.
Major
what
African
Swahili on the list? What are 10 major?
Oh, okay. So you have. Do you mean languages that spoken in Africa
or
African
language? The most spoken, yeah.
Okay, just the most spoken. There is. Okay, there's Arabic. This is not in any particular order, but there's Arabic. There is English. There is French. There is Yoruba. There is Hausa. There is Swahili. There is Amharic from Ethiopia. There's Oromo is also up there. What else? I think those are the main big languages spoken in Africa.
I thought Swahili is most spoken after English. Swahili.
No, I didn't give it. I didn't put an order to it. I just said the most spoken ones. Yeah, Swahili is a lot of people speak Swahili.
So
the reason why Swahili.
So what's most spoken language in East Africa?
Is Swahili?
No, not the Ethiopian language.
No, it's Swahili.
Swahili is the most spoken in Sudan.
Sudan speaks Arabic.
Oh, they speak Arabic.
Oh, do you mean South Sudan?
Yeah.
Okay, South Sudan. They speak the various like Dinka and Luo dialects, but they're learning Kiswahili. So I will give you an example. Right now, every time I meet like a Burundian or Rwandese or
any of these East Africans, they all speak Kiswahili actually.
Yeah.
What's the difference between Swahili and Kiswahili? Is this the same word, or does it mean something different?
Oh, right. Swahili is technically the people, right? Swahili is a tribe. Kiswahili is language of. So in the language of Kiswahili, you're supposed to put a ki in front of a people group to refer to their language. For example, if you want to say Somali, you say Kisomali, the language of the Somali people. So technically, it's Kiswahili. It's a language, and the Swahili is the people or tribe.
Who are the Swahili people? Where are they located?
Swahili people are located on the coast of East Africa, so specifically areas like in Kenya, Mombasa, Lamu, Kilwa, in Tanzania, Mozambique, all the way up to Mozambique, like all.
So it's
the
a large ethnic group then.
The Swahili Coast Empire.
Oh,
even
it's
you
an
find
empire.
them in Somalia. Even in Somalia, you find them like Barawa people. They're technically a class of the Swahili people. Yes, there's a whole empire from Mogadishu, right? Technically not Mogadishu, the other one, Kismayo, all the way down to Mozambique. Yes, a whole empire of a trade network. So that's a language.
So big?
So from Somalia to Kenya. Oh, sorry, from which
even
country?
Past Kenya.
On the
to
coast of
Mozambique,
which
all the
country
way
to which
down.
country?
So all the way from coastal Somalia, Kismayo, into Kenya, Mombasa, Lamu, Kilwa, parts of Comoros Islands, Mayotte, where France is still the leader, all the way down to Tanzania. So places like Zanzibar, all the way down to Mozambique. So it goes away, literally bordering South Africa. That's how far the Swahili
that's a huge empire.
spread. Yep. So it's actually a Northeast Bantu language with loan
How
words
many
from
East Africans speak as official language? I know Tanzania speak as official language. How many?
Okay, in Tanzania, it's the one and only language, like official language in the country. Uganda, it's an
Swahili.
official language. It's Kiswahili and Luganda. So it's the language of the Baganda people from the Baganda Empire. Then in Kenya, it's Swahili and English, although most Kenyans don't speak English, right? They can speak it, but they don't speak it. It's not really the language that they prefer. Yeah. Burundi, I believe it's Kinyarwanda, right? It's the same language as Rwanda, and Kiswahili. It's a language.
They speak Swahili in Congo as well, don't they?
Yes, Congo. East Congo speaks Kiswahili as well. Yes.
Wow. That language is
So
deep.
but how they did it, like I mentioned, is so officially, so Somalia is actually being allowed to join EAC. Just giving an update to everyone. They've gone through all the channels, so they're just waiting to sign the contracts, put in the money, etc. So as Somalia is joining EAC, they will be forced to start teaching Kiswahili. Officially, every Somali soldier must speak Kiswahili to be part for Somalia to be part of East Africa community. So that's
the
how
East African community, your official language is Kiswahili.
Is Kiswahili. So every high-ranking government official, as well as every officer, not police, but the army, has to speak it. So every time, let's say if the Kenyan army is stationed in Congo, okay, so they're going to trade with the locals, right? So because they're trading with the locals learn it, right? They're going to be cooking for them, cleaning for them, selling them products or buying. That's how the language is spread so fast because of the army stationed in different areas. They all have to speak Swahili. That's the operational language.
So you guys already have IC3's unity thing going on there.
It's actually working.
IC3 can start his work in East Africa.
Yeah.
But what happened? What happened to Somali language? You said Somali can join Swahili. What happened to their own language? Did it disappear?
No, they'll still speak their language, but every high-ranking official has to speak Kiswahili the moment they sign the contract, and every army member has to speak it. So, yeah.
How did Swahili become so big?
Trade. It's mostly trade.
Yeah. Trade.
I won't lie. I mean, the language is so known that I think it won't be bad for schools in Africa to offer Swahili as a as a language to learn. I mean, at least learning
it's easy.
I won't mind learning Swahili. If that many countries in East Africa speak Swahili, because almost like when I hang around East Africans, they all like Swahili. I'm like, what the heck? Not hanging around Congolese, Kenyan, almost everybody from that area. They always speak Swahili, talk about Swahili. I'm like, okay, it looks like it's a cool language I'll be interested in.
Yeah, and it's really easy as well. Like,
really?
So languages like Amharic in Ethiopia, they have like this weird little clicks. South African languages have, You know,
Kosa.
I'm just.
Is it on the Kosa
I'm
people
not.
that
Kosa, yeah. Kosa and all the mixed people with the Khoisans have that click in their language, right? All the Bantus that mix with them. So the issue here is a language like that is difficult for an adult to learn.
I
Because
can't learn
you never
Kosa.
really
I can't be
get
doing that
yeah,
shit,
you
man.
can't. You can't. It's too difficult. Like your vocal cords haven't and your tongue hasn't got used to it since a child. Kiswahili doesn't have any of that. It's a phonetically what we call it is it's a phonetically easy language. So it just sounds the way like you spell it the way it sounds. It
So
sounds the way you think
how
it
do you
should
say
sound.
hi in Swahili? Just normal hi.
Okay, you can say mambo is one way.
Mambo,
Mambo.
okay.
Or you can say it in the Arabic way, habari.
Habari. So what's the difference
Yeah,
between
habari.
Arabic Swahili and
Or
normal Swahili? What's
salam.
the
You can
difference?
say salam. Salam is okay. You can say habari or you can say mambo. But if you're in Nairobi, you just say nyaje. It's like a slang, right?
So what's the
Nyaje.
difference between Arabic Swahili and normal Swahili? What do you speak Arabic Swahili, normal
Okay, the
Swahili?
Arabic Kiswahili is more of the official Kiswahili in countries like Tanzania or the coast of Kenya. It's a little bit more complex language and it has more Arabic words in it, right? So, but the normal Kiswahili, the one that's spoken in Congo, Rwanda, Kenya, it's Uganda, it's not really that much Arabic influence, right?
Do you think FBAs will be interested in learning Kosa language?
No, they won't even, bro. These niggas will look at the Kosa language and they'll laugh. They won't even have
Yeah,
the capacity to learn it. It's not going to happen. Like they're not
they,
going to
you know
learn
when
that
they want
shit.
to diss Africans, they were like, "Oh, y'all be speaking that." They be,
Exactly.
man, when they
Yeah.
not, I mean, they used to be so ignorant, dude. They think like it's because white people will be they're teaching them about Africa, and white people be telling them in Africa this is what they speak, and these dummies think every is the old African that speak this shit, you know.
Yep.
So how many words are in total in Swahili?
How many words? I don't think you can actually count the words. It's just like
Okay.
English. It's very, very complex, right?
Oh.
There's words. Okay, Kiswahili, proper Kiswahili, right? The one that's like being developed in Tanzania and the coast of Kenya has all the as much unique words as English. The difference is the normal Kiswahili in Kenya, though, we kind of steal English words when we don't have the Kiswahili word. But the actual real Kiswahili has all the words.
So do they add new words every
Does
time
it?
in Swahili?
Every single word to match
Yes.
the English.
Yeah. They have their own unique words. The real Kiswahili. I'm not talking about the Kenyan one. Yeah, they have
I'm-
it. But the
I
Kenyan
think
one,
it's-
we just
Right.
use the English word and then we just change the accent.
So Swahili must be the most African language that the most words, probably.
Yeah, it's a fully comprehensive language. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. And also Amharic. Amharic is very dense language. So Tanzanians don't even use English, right? When they're teaching high school math, science, etc. All the words, as I mentioned, the Latin words, they all have an equivalent in Kiswahili for
Wait,
them to learn.
Amharic? Didn't they say it's like a Hebrew kind of language or something like that, similar to Hebrew?
Yeah, it's a
Like,
Semitic language. Yeah, it's close to Hebrew.
they said that was the
So and
language
Arabic.
of the Bibles back in those days or something. Somebody was telling me that shit some years
Oh
ago.
no, that's Aramaic. That's
Aramaic is different. Okay.
It's different. Yeah, Amharic is also still part of the ancient Semitic languages, though. So Aramaic is similar to Amharic, and Amharic is similar to Hebrew. So they're all similar languages, all Semitic languages. Yeah.
So this
So,
Hebrew,
like,
who which country really like
okay,
the Hebrew? Who's yeah.
nobody actually speaks Hebrew anymore. So in Israel,
Isn't that what they
what they
speak in
speak
Israel today?
no, that's Yiddish. Yiddish is like a mixed Hebrew with East European languages. It's not actual Hebrew.
So they're deceiving us.
They're using the Hebrew script, right? And yes, it has a lot of Hebrew like words, but it's actually called Yiddish. It's an East European language. When
Which part of Eastern Europe?
Like places like Poland and Russia, those kinds of languages, like Baltic sort of language mix there, and some Germanic words.
How did they
It's
adopt
not
it
real Hebrew.
for Israel? How did they adopt it for Israel? Because Israel was created in 1940 something. Like.
Oh right, yeah. Because okay, so is it not true? They speak no, Caesar. It's not. Look, they can call it Hebrew all they want. It's not Hebrew. That language is Yiddish, and Yiddish is actually it's not a full Hebrew language.
Don't listen to Caesar, man. Caesar is a moron, man.
Caesar, it's not.
You
It's not real
think he's
Hebrew,
smart,
bro.
boy.
Like, Caesar, come up and fight. Let me prove it because I think his evil brain has been coming out lately.
Doesn't Ethiopia have three official languages? Ethiopia?
Which one?
Ethiopia. Doesn't have three official language?
Yeah. Okay. So officially, yes, but people. Okay, Ethiopia is a big country with a lot of different states, right? So the official language for like administration and everything is Amharinya, which is what you guys call Amharic. That's the official language from the Amhara people. And then there is also Oromo or Afan or Oromifa. Of Oromifa is the language of the Oromia people, right? So that's also it's in fact it's the largest ethnic group there. It's like 33% of all Ethiopians are that tribe, right? Then also you have Tigrinya, right? And then Somali, and then all the other random small tribes. But the real language, like the administrative language in Ethiopia, is Amharic or Amharinya. But obviously, if you go to an Oromo region, everybody's speaking Oromifa. They're not speaking Amharic.
Well, I know something. Most Ethiopians are the light skin. They're not that dark. Most Ethiopians.
No, that's not true. A lot of them are actually sort of dark. I think you've seen you've seen Habesha. Habesha people. So let's see.
I mean, I think his point was most Ethiopians are mulattoes, mixed race, which is actually true.
But yeah, that's true, right? Most are, but it's not like a 50. Okay, Habesha is 50-50, right? 50 African, 50 Arabic. Oromo is like 65 African, 35 ancient North African. Then the Hamar people in the south, the Omotic people, these are like 97% African. So yeah, it depends on the tribe, the region.
All of those are mulattoes you just described to varying degrees.
Is it most of North Africa? Is it most of North Africa mixed
I
race?
thought mulatto is half European, half black American.
Exactly.
Not necessarily, but usually yes, but not
What
necessarily.
does the word mulatto mean?
It means a mixed race person of African descent, usually a Caucasian, but also of Arabian descent.
Of which word?
Also, I'm trying to answer your question, brother. Go ahead, make your point, bro.
No, I'm saying like which language does the word originate from? Which language? Mulatto.
I'm glad you asked me that. I'm glad. And Kazo, at any time you could literally share your screen and pull up the etymology of mulatto. The word mulatto is actually not an English word. It's also not even a Spanish or Portuguese word. The word mulatto is a Latin corruption, a Spanish corruption of the Arabic word muwalad, which means mixed race person of mixed race ancestry.
Wait. So is most of North Africa mixed race?
Definitely, the majority of North Africans are mulattoes. Yes.
No. North Africans are just Arab people, man. They're not mixed race. They're just Arabs.
When you hold on, just so all right. What? Look, I'm gonna checkmate you every time. When you pull up a North African DNA test results, when you pull up an Arabian DNA test results, you will see that they are genetically mulattoes. And I challenge you, pull up, just share your screen and pull it up.
No.
Are you saying they look like
you? Pull up the screen then. All right. Well, look, prove me wrong. Pull up the screen then.
I'll pull it up in a second, right? But
pull it up,
North Africans, on average, we're talking about the average one. We're not talking about the few Fulanis or houses in Mauritania, right?
We're not talking about Sudanese.
I'm talking about Moroccans. I'm talking about Egyptians. I'm talking about
no. That's not,
some of them are mixed with sub-Saharan Africans, but majority of them are definitely don't have sub-Saharan African DNA. They're 100%.
So pull up their DNA test result.
Some of them are. You could tell some of them.
Pull up Moroccan DNA test results. Pull up Egyptian.
There is no such thing as Moroccan DNA test result. There are some.
Just pull it up, brother. We don't gotta argue. We don't have to argue, family. It's all right. We're making peace.
There is no such thing as Moroccan DNA test result.
Pull it up,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There are some of them.
Like you mad that they mulattoes, brother? You mad that they mulattoes?
Why would I be mad at someone is mulatto or whatever?
You jealous then, brother? We could just pull up the test results.
I'm jealous. Are you making sense at all? Like,
are you
I'm
making
jealous
sense,
that
brother? You see that the sub-Saharan Africans are fleeing to North African mulatto nations.
You're gonna find
so yes, mulattoes make sense.
This guy's a moron, man. Wait. You think you're making sense at all?
Watch this. All I'm saying is, you look at mulatto nations, then look at quote unquote black.
Dude, there is no mulatto nation, my friend.
See. Well, let's talk about it. Brazil's a mulatto nation. Puerto Rico's a mulatto nation.
It's not mulatto.
Egypt is a mulatto nation.
Mulatto nation.
Is a mulatto nation. Dominican Republic is a mulatto nation. Belize.
Mulatto nation according to who?
Hey, look, mulatto.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He ran away, moron. Caesar, that's your cousin there. You guys can, maybe have a session alone and share your low IQ shit.
Yeah, North Africans are just Arabs,
I would consider North Africans African, in my opinion.
No, they're Arabs, man.
Yeah, I would consider. They don't act like African.
Where'd mulatto go?
No,
I joined because of mulatto.
Yeah,
I'm here. Look. My mulatto internet went out.
Oh, shit.
I'm fucked up. Yeah. But
Okay,
what's going on?
mulatto. Look, so mulatto. What do you think about this, mulatto? What do you think about this? So all these mulatto nations, right? Brazil, Dominican Republic, they're all ruled by whites. What's up with that?
Fucked up. Yeah.
What's up with that? Why are whites running all the mulatto nations?
They're running the whole world.
Yeah, but directly, at least Africa, even though they're puppet states, the leaders are still black. In these mulatto nations, the presidents are white.
That's my point. The white man run Africa. That's a goddamn mouth.
No, but at least in Africa, it's still a black figurehead.
Let me tell you this.
Wait. Mulatto, you gotta fix your microphone. It's echoing. Actually,
Oh, it's me?
Yeah, please mute up. Let me make this statement. It'll be brief. The Chinese built the African Union. The Chinese built the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa.
Well, they were hired to do it.
Y'all could say Ethiopia is a mulatto nation too, and I would have to.
Caesar, maybe you're running your other the other screen or something. You gotta close it or something.
I don't know the point where these mulatto nation guys making.
My point is, when you look at mulatto nations, respectfully, and I got love for y'all. When you look at mulatto nations, we have a higher standard of living than.
And give us an example of mulatto nation.
Yes, and I named more than one, but you have Ethiopia, that's a mulatto nation.
Mulatto nation.
Yeah.
So Ethiopia has the highest standard of living in Africa?
Morocco. I'm trying to name some mulatto nations.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm trying to name some mulatto nations that have a higher standard of living than your
Dude, you're confused, man. You're one of those kids that don't know where you belong.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Brother, I belong amongst mulattoes, bro.
If you don't listen, if you want to go join your mulatto group and go discuss your mulatto bullshit,
brother,
we don't know what the heck. We don't recognize none of that shit.
I love y'all.
This is the first time I'm hearing mulatto nation. What the hell is the mulatto nation?
We have multiple mulatto nations, brother. What's your
Dude, go there and tell them your family. Hey, go to those mulatto nations and tell them.
Wakanda right now.
Listen. Go to those mulatto nations and tell them you are one as the same with them. See, they don't slap the shit out you.
Yeah. Okay,
nobody
Mike.
recognize everything as mulatto nation, dude.
Mike, let me have a conversation with him.
You're a jealous nigga. I know.
There's no such thing as united. There's no such thing as united mixed race people.
Okay, all
it's
right,
a
Mike.
dumb moronic movement you guys want to start in America because that's what you guys do.
I'd like to have a conversation.
He's king.
Mulatto. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what you think of this.
Yes, sir.
So, as part of the reparations strategy.
Okay.
Yeah. To counter white supremacy. Caesar,
I'm still echoing. Shit.
Yeah.
Wait, Caesar, I'll fix it, man. I know you're too low IQ to fix it yourself. I knew so I can fix it.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. So part of the strategy is that reparations operate on a claim by claim. Is that Caesar again?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll fix it. Keep going.
Will operate on a claim by claim basis.
Yeah, I can't hear you, brother.
Did you hear me?
No, I missed that.
You gotta mute Caesar, man. Caesar, mute yourself. You're not talking.
Yeah, Caesar. Have you got the other link playing on the background or something? Right?
Fuck no, I'm not that low IQ. All right, let me just mute.
Oh wait, I think it's working now. Keep going. Keep speaking. Someone else speak.
Yeah.
No. I think I know what's wrong.
Mute up. But go ahead, brother. Ask your
Put
question.
on a microphone. I mean a headphone.
Okay, so the other strategy, not only reparations, because we're seeing that reparations is the only direct counter to the power of white supremacy in the economy. That's the only thing they'll fight against directly. Reparations.
Can I tell you this? That's not the only counter, though, brother.
Yeah, I know, but it's a major one. It's a major one.
Yes,
that's not the point I'm trying to make.
Yes.
The part of the strategy as well is that we're going to see blackness as a value Yes, just like whiteness is a value. So you see lots of people, they're bleaching their hair to look blonde. A lot of a lot of people are aspiring to look white. So they'll buy bleaching creams to bleach their skin. So because they're aspiring to whiteness as a value, yeah. So they're moving to wherever the white people are. That's where the money is. So people aspire to be white and to be where the white people are. So to counter that, we're trying to turn blackness into an asset class, into a value.
No, I respect that. I
Yeah.
respect that. I'm just a mulatto, so I
Yeah.
gotta
No.
put
Listen,
being a
I haven't hit the
mulatto
point yet.
on
I'm
pedestal.
just lining up the point.
Yeah.
So if blackness is a value,
Yes.
right? Then you can divide it just like you can divide a piece of gold. So therefore, somebody a mixed race person who has one white parent and one black parent, right? They deserve a 50% share of a reparation payout. And then a mixed race person who is 75% black and only 25% white, they deserve a 75% payout. So
Let me
therefore,
respond to this.
blackness.
Let me
Man, let's
respond.
not get into this low IQ reparation conversation.
Yeah,
Man.
no.
There's
What
no
you're saying,
there's no
what you're
reparation
saying is
being paid.
wrong,
Let's
brother.
have some
I
real
want to hear
realistic
Mulatto
Let me
conversation.
respond. Let me
respond. I just
respond,
want to
and
hear
it'll
his
be
response.
brief. Let me respond, and it'll be brief.
Yeah.
You have to acknowledge that during transatlantic chattel slavery, there were mulatto slaves, brother.
Yeah. That's right.
So that's the checkmate right there, brother. Mulattoes deserve reparations too. So
Of
let's move
course.
forward.
But why? Because the whole blackness was an asset
No,
class,
brother,
stock.
it wasn't only blacks that were slaves, brother. That's why I had to highlight what I just said. Mulattoes were also slaves, brother. So being a slave in the U.S., being a slave in the country of origin that you're from, I can't speak for your country. Are you from the Caribbean somewhere?
My parents are from Jamaica, from the Caribbean.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to speak for you all, but in the U.S., as descendants of United States slaves, when we take DNA tests, it proves that we have Caucasian, African, and Native American ancestry. So no, we can't break it down to what percentage of African blood we are. No, we were
Okay, so watch this.
enslaved
Based on what
as.
you just said,
All right, go ahead,
you
make your
said
point,
if you
bro.
can you broke it down to three. You said white, black, and
Even
Native
brother,
American.
even some of us have more than that, bro. That's not the point. The point is
Yeah.
that
Okay.
we are.
Yeah, but
All right, go ahead, make your
if you're
point.
looking at DNA, slow it down. If you can measure the DNA into percentages, you can also put that as a value. So you can claim reparations as an asset class as a Native American. You can claim reparations as an African. So therefore, you're
No,
attaching
brother. Let me tell you the
value
fault.
to
Can I tell
each
you
of
the
these
fault in your logic?
identities.
Your logic is faulty, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because
Okay, go on.
respectfully, have you taken a DNA test?
Yes, I have.
What percentage sub-Saharan African are you?
I'm about 98% and 60% Nigerian.
So, and I'm just
And
asking
2%
respectfully.
Northern European. I'm 2% Northern
Jesus.
European.
So does that mean you should receive 90% of the reparations?
Pardon? Well, let's break it down. So blackness, I'm saying itself is an asset class because that's what they use in the stock market. You say are you in the black or are you in the red? So blackness, they've always perceived blackness as an asset
Yeah,
class.
because
Stock.
they were using black people as the stock. They were the stock in the stock
And
market.
that's
That's
what I'm
why.
saying. He's not answering the
Exactly.
question. So I'm asking, so did you only receive 98% of the reparations and not 100% because you're only
Yes,
90% black?
that's right. Yes. Yes.
All right. Based on your logic, no descendants of United States slaves, no descendants of transatlantic chattel slaves, nobody will receive 100% because due to the slavery we have mixed race ancestry.
If your dad is white and your mom is
Exactly,
black,
we have
you
mixed
don't get
race.
no
All of us
reparation.
have mixed race
This
ancestry.
mulatto guy over here, his dad is white. and his mom is African American.
No, my father
That's
not
why it's
white.
over here.
No.
So therefore, you're a white man, man.
No, it's not true.
But you
But
know
look, let me
that
say this: I bet the women in your family will love me.
That's
though.
why they're usually the
I'll
one,
at least
that
say
their dad is white. They
I
usually
bet
the
the
one that
women
come
in
and
your
talk like a
family will
white
love
man.
me. My point was,
They're the one
bro,
that want to talk their
back
supremacy
to the
bullshit.
brother. I see
You
three
got the
black.
spirit of the white supremacy. That's
Mulatto,
we the superior
Somebody
people.
laugh at this bitch ass nigga joke.
I've been
Mulatto.
around
I see
mulattoes,
three
man.
blacks.
Usually the one that their dad is
I see
white,
three
they'll be
blacks.
the one
My
to come
point
around
is,
and be telling you
don't
that,
just say
oh, I
Mike,
got
give
a
us a
curly
chance to
hair,
finish this.
I'm better than you.
Mike, give us a chance just to finish this
You guys are
topic.
having low IQ conversation, man. Let's get to real shit, man.
yeah,
Nobody
I
want to
know.
be
Yeah,
talking
let's
about
get to
mulatto,
it. Mike mad the women in his
or
family like light skinned
mulatto
niggas.
reparation dumb
Mike
shit,
mad
man.
the Mike mad the women
You
in his
got
family like light
this
skinned
dumb mulatto guy
niggas.
coming here talking
Mike
about
mad the women in his
he's
family
got
like
he's
light
got a
skinned niggas.
curly hair. Nah,
The women
hell
in his
no.
family. I know you hate it. You
There's
hate
no
the
woman in
jealous
my family
people.
that come for your little dumb mulatto little dick, you dumbass.
Oh,
Get the
come on,
fuck out of
Mike.
here, man.
Come on.
Yeah, I like talking about mulattoes. It's a
You
fun
stupid
topic.
motherfucker, man. His dad is a white man. He's coming here telling me he's special or some shit because he's got a curly
There's
hair.
also mixed.
Remember that
There's
show
also
Arabs I
mixed
sent you
race
earlier?
people
Caesar
in
just
Africa.
Caesar just wants the show Arabs, man. But listen, Caesar, I already gave you the Somalis, man. So why do you want the show Arabs?
I'm greedy.
His dad was probably one of those fucking white KKK that slept with a
Look,
black
that's what I'm
woman
saying.
in
Mike
the south
really jealous.
and gave birth to a bastard black baby. Like, he coming over here trying to play some
Mike's
Oh man,
stupid shit.
Nigerian.
remember
Let
the
me just
white
say
guy
this.
in Liberia that got his
This
black
why.
girlfriend pregnant?
Let me tell you
Why
why
he's got
Mike.
white wife? He's trying
Hey,
to
mulatto, you're a bastard black baby. Get the
Tell
fuck
you
out of
why
here,
Mike
man.
mad though. Mike mad because
Hey,
Nigerian
you're a
women come to
bastard
the
black
U.S.
baby.
and
Get the
fuck
fuck
light
out of
skinned
here, man.
niggas.
You ain't black, dude.
No,
You're a
Mike
white man.
mad
Get the
because
fuck out of here.
Nigerian women come to the U.S. and fuck light skinned
There's
black.
no Nigerian woman looking for some stupid ass. Get that dumb mulatto. Son of a white supremacy. You fucking bastard
He
baby.
has blackness too, so it's a value. Blackness itself is
I
a
mean, there's so
value.
many of them in the black American, the African American community. Their dad is white. They be talking about they're black, and then they be trying to push some mulatto supremacy bullshit, man. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, why you kick me out when I was
They be talking about I'm mulatto. I get women. They don't get no pussy though, man. They be
Mike
talking
really
about I'm pretty. I got pretty face.
Nigerian women come to the U.S. and fuck light skinned niggas and make babies.
I'll bet y'all take your bitch, you
He
dumbass.
mad Nigerian women come to the U.S. and make babies with light skinned niggas.
No, they don't. What are you talking
That's
about?
all. That's big fact. That's big fact.
Nigerian women don't even look your ways, dude.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Nigerian women got
Bro, Nigerian women only look at money, bro. They look at
Nigerian
money.
women look at money and they only date men from their tribe.
So they sold out the light skinned niggas. They gave pussy.
They don't need no damn light skin. They need Nigerian guys with a big ass dick. They don't need your fucking light skin little dick. Shut the fuck up, man. Nigerian women, Nigerian women go for Nigerian men. Shut up. You're fat. Shut up. Shut up. No, shut up and listen, mulatto. Shut up, mulatto. Shut up. Shut up, mulatto. You're one of those dummies. The only thing you can brag about is your curly hair. I got a curly hair. I'm mulatto. I'm cute. You dumbass.
Mike, let's have a wait, guys. Let's have a slave auction. Yeah, I'm auctioning mulatto for $10. Who's got $10, right, guys?
No, it's too fun. It's too fun to do all that.
Let me cook this mulatto, man. Kaiser, let me cook this mulatto.
Let me just say this.
Kaiser, let me cook this mulatto. Listen, mulatto. Listen.
Let's talk about it.
All right, let me go. All right, go ahead. Cook yourselves. I can cook you next.
Y'all know that Nigerian women love light skinned niggas.
No, they love Nigerian men with big dicks. That's what they like. Listen. They don't need your light skin bullshit. They love Nigerian men with big dicks. That's what Nigerian women like. They don't like your mulatto little dumbass.
Look, we treat them with respect. We sing to them.
There ain't no woman going for no light skin. Nobody give a shit about your mulatto.
We're able to serenade them. That's what I'm saying, man.
You sound like a dude that don't get no pussy, man. You want to come over here?
We treat the Nigerian.
I know a lot of you dumb mulattoes, man. You run around trying to claim that you're superior because your dad is white.
Mike mad about that. You feel me? I can't.
No. Ain't no. Listen. I can't be jealous of you because your dad is white.
Light skinned niggas, man.
Light skinned nigga. Who gives a shit? That's the black American shit. We don't do that dumb
shit. Why you hating on us, bro?
We don't do that dumb shit in Africa where you all light skin worshiping.
When you Nigerian niggas marry overweight white women and get y'all green card, we don't hate on y'all niggas, man. So why y'all?
But we don't do light skin worshiping like you guys be doing. We don't do all that light skin worshiping shit. You come around talking about someone who's jealous of you because you're light skin. What the fuck you?
Mulatto nigga, man. You a jealous hating ass nigga, man. Really, we could have made peace if you was a real nigga.
But one thing you said that was false. You know, Africa would never mix. before the white man came. That's false. I don't get that before.
Who said? Nobody said that, brother. Repeat what you said, bro.
You just said
Articulate yourself correctly, brother.
Africa would never mix.
Hey, Charles, man, go sleep, man. Go
Brother,
and sleep.
the majority of North Africa already mixed, brother. Checkmate, you're a dumb nigga.
Hey, dude, why are we having a conversation about mix? Who gives a shit about mix, man?
So here's my thing: why would someone want to claim mulatto? Most of these mulatto nations, I mean, they're doing quite poorly. They're led by white people. I mean, what's the pro of being a mulatto?
In fact, sister, there's no such thing as mulatto nation. There's no country where everybody's mulatto.
Actually, Cape Verde is the mulatto nation. Ethiopia is the mulatto nation.
Ethiopia is not. They don't claim being a mulatto. Brazil is a mulatto nation I'm aware of.
Ethiopia call themselves Abisha, no mulatto. You monkey. Listen, dummy. They're Abisha, no mulatto.
Don't lie.
Brazil is the only nation that's mulatto I'm aware of. And if you look at a list of all of their presidents.
Listen, Somalia is a mulatto nation. Morocco is a mulatto nation. Egypt is a mulatto.
Okay, these are all nations that are doing quite poorly. No offense.
When you go
none of these are mulatto nations.
Brazil,
Look,
mulatto
bro,
nation.
Moroccan DNA is just Arab and some
Alright,
white.
pull that test results up there. Pull that DNA test results up.
It's just Arabs and white men.
Pull that DNA test
20% white men, the rest is Arabs.
Exactly. There you go.
Bro,
pull up the
there's no
DNA
mulattoes in Morocco. There's two niggas there, man.
Alright, so pull up the DNA test. Pull up the DNA test
Start
results.
calling them mulatto.
Alright, so pull up the DNA test results. Then.
You need a brain alignment surgery, bro. You gotta get a brain back to normal.
Guys, let's move on to a better conversation, man. Let's leave this mulatto dumb shit alone. That's what these
DNA test results. That's all you gotta do. Fam.
This African American dudes that don't get no pussy. That's what they want to come around and talk brag about. I'm mulatto, dude. What the fuck, man? What? Okay, you're mulatto. Okay, show me what. Half of them, I be taking their bitches too, man. I'm mulatto. Now I just not your girlfriend, you dumbass. You think girls nowadays give a fuck about your skin color, dude? They want a guy with they got game, they can let it pipe, not some stupid light skin, man.
That's
God damn it, man.
It was like 1 year in like 2005 that girls started going crazy. Then they went back to normal.
Yeah, every time I'm light skin. I'm light skin. Who gives a fuck about your skin color, man? Yeah, that's what they have. That's why I don't hang around them. Those African American dudes, the ones that don't get no pussy are the ones that do the most. The ones that get pussy, they're confident. You listen. It's because you are inferiority complex. That's what your problem is. Because if you're confident in who you are, you're not gonna be going around telling people that, hey, look at my skin. I'm mulatto. What the fuck?
That's facts. That's facts.
Put up the DNA test results.
Since am I lying?
No, it's true.
Pussy, don't go around telling another man.
DNA test results from
It's true. And a lot of these mulattoes, like they cling on to blacks and Africans. It's quite strange. Like, you know, what
yeah,
happens
they'll come around trying to convince you that they're better than you because their skin is light. Yeah. Do you go tell your white side of the family that you're better than them because your skin is white? Why do you always have to come to the black side to tell us that because your skin is light, you're better? Who the fuck? Who gives a shit, man?
Yeah, we got derailed by that low on
side, though.
It just cracks me up, literally. It just cracks me up.
These mulattoes are crazy, man.
He's calling on the African show to tell us about his mulatto supremacy. Who gives a? Why don't you go call on your mulatto show or call on white people show and tell them about your mulatto-ness? Who gives a shit about your mulatto-ness here?
Hey, but just pull up the DNA test results for mulattoes, though, Kazo.
Dude, go get your girlfriend, man. Tell her you're mulatto. Maybe she'll love you for that. Hey, go get some pussy, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I had sex with one of the women that he loved. And it's really
great.
He wants to sit here and go back and forth with me. Don't hate the game, brother.
You need a girlfriend.
Hate the game, King.
So are you saying mulatto get more pussy than darker skin guys? Or
no way. Light skin dudes don't get girls. Light skin dudes don't get girls like that.
Go ahead, pull up the information.
No, initially the girl may go hang out with them. Wait, at the end of the day, the dark skin guy will snatch the girl.
That's your jealousy talking now, family. But go ahead, pull up that DNA test results for the Moroccans.
See,
the Moroccan
race question. The race question is a heavy question. It's a highly charged question because
these mulattoes were created to be a buffer class, man. You can't trust them. They definitely.
And look, y'all keep creating more of us though. Y'all won't stop creating more. Checkmate. Y'all keep creating more.
No, guys,
we outnumber you. That's what I'm saying. We got a higher population growth rate than y'all.
No, that's exactly true. They were supposed to be a buffer class.
Y'all making more mulattoes than y'all making blacks. Checkmate. Let's talk about, especially in the UK, especially in the US, especially in Brazil. Y'all making
Those
more
African
mulattoes
Americans,
than
when they start having that conversation, that shit just be
about it,
annoying.
man.
They will sit around
But go
all
ahead,
day
hey,
talking
pull up
about,
the DNA
I'm
test though.
mulatto.
Pull up the Morocco DNA test results though.
But you know the white
Let's
public
pull
is
up the Moroccan DNA test results though, family.
So
The
what are you
Moroccan
coming to
mulatto
achieve,
DNA
man?
results.
Hey, mulatto, what are you coming to achieve? What are you
The
coming to
point
achieve?
is that, and I'm glad
share
you brought
the
that up.
reparations.
The point is that mulatto nations,
What the hell
respectfully,
is the mulatto nation, man?
Morocco, for instance,
Morocco.
Egypt, for
Majority of the
instance,
people in Morocco are not mulattoes. They're
Somalia, for
Arabs.
instance, Dominican Republic, for instance. I keep listing
Dominican
these mulatto
Republic,
nations.
majority of them are
Hey,
not.
hold on,
Wait.
Madagascar,
Majority
for
of the
instance.
population are Indians.
Madagascar, for instance. That's a mulatto nation.
So majority of people mulatto.
Yes.
Oh, okay, you just name these dusty countries. So what? Okay, then what? Okay.
Yes, that's your jealousy speaking now, brother.
No, you just name
Because
a bunch
when we
of
go to these countries,
okay.
you got
Tell me.
Nigerians fleeing to them.
Okay,
You
these
got
countries.
Nigerians
Okay,
fleeing to these
finish.
countries right now. Checkmate.
Okay,
In
the country.
Nigeria, they swimming in feces,
Okay, I agree
brother.
with you. Okay, those
The
are
country
mulatto
swimming
countries.
in feces in Nigeria, brother. How you talking about dust when in Nigeria they swimming in feces, brother? Let's talk about
Okay.
reality,
You
brother.
just named these mulatto countries,
These
Dominican
mulatto
Republic. Wait,
Wakandas, yes, mulatto
Can I talk?
Wakandas.
Kaiser, can you meet this
Yes, make your
mulatto,
point, brother.
please?
Make
So I
your
can
point,
respond
King.
to him.
Go ahead, make
Okay,
your point,
you
Ho.
just name. Can you be patient? God damn. You just named some mulatto, so-called mulatto countries and Dominican Republic. Okay, Nigeria is richer than all these three countries combined. You just mentioned. Okay, so what is your point? What is the point? What the hell? What is the point you're making here? You come here to talk to us about mulatto. What the fuck? What does that mean? What is mulatto
Whiteness
nation?
is a value. So we've got to increase the value of blackness as an asset class.
They do this light skin worship, man. That shit just annoy the fuck out of me, man. A lot of these usually the African American guys that don't get no pussy, they want to do it. The ones that are
In
confident,
Nigeria,
it's not like it's called you don't have confidence. That's what it is. For you to be concerned about what someone's skin color looks like, it's because you don't have confidence in yourself. You're suffering from some type of inferiority complex. It's a complex issue. For you to be coming around telling people I'm light skinned, I'm lighter than you, oh you're dark, oh I'm better than you. What the fuck? This kind of stupid shit they do all day, and that shit just annoy the fuck out of me, man. They'll see an African person walking by this approaching and start insulting him, like, hey, you so black. He's like, yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, but it's white power. That's what it is.
And they'll be the one talking about, hey, I'm black.
That's how white power works, some people.
Those guys are so annoying, man.
It's in the bank. Yeah, but you see, when you talk about money, it's the white people that have the printing presses that print the money. So as long as people chasing the money, they're chasing whiteness as a value in the currency. It's the underlying value, you see. So you have to counter it with blackness and black values. It's the only way. And that's why the women will keep bleaching their hair and they'll keep bleaching their skin because they're aspiring to the value in the currency.
No. Look, Miss IC3, look. I love me some dark African women, right? I've got me an African woman. I left the UK, unlike you, right? I left the UK. I left the queen's comfortable bosom. I went back to the dust, went to refine the dust, and I went to find a beautiful African queen to help me refine that dust. You see, but you, besides the tree, you married a mulatto.
Well, that's the power, you see. So you have to counter that power.
Yeah, I support it. Counter the power, man. Counter the power.
Yes. So by increasing the value in blackness, we can get all the mulattoes on our side, and then they'll aspire to be black. You see?
I mean, they
Counter
already
the
do.
power of white supremacy, and we do that through reparations, through making blackness an asset class, because whiteness is an asset class, and that's how they're ruling the world, dominating the Asian, dominating the Chinese, dominating
That's
Russia.
not. No one is dominating Chinese anymore, dude. Let me tell you what gives you strength, power. It's productivity. Once you start producing, forget it. People look to you. It's not all these. It's not skin color, any of that shit. It's just once you have
They're
things to
trying to
offer,
fight
people look.
against skin color. I know they're trying to fight it. I understand your point.
See, actually, three. You see, your generation. We just gotta move away from your generation, dude. Like you guys are. You know, you
Power
this.
of the dollar.
Listen, making not
the
hold
value of
on.
the
You,
dollar is in
I said
white.
three. Hold on. You were raised by the generation of the Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all those people, and all they offered you guys was just a bunch of speeches, you know. This generation, we don't need that, man, because that's what you're trying to pass on. All they taught you was how to make speeches. Oh, black power. Oh, black, blackly black. We need to use blacky black. Dude, that's not what's gonna take you anywhere. You can speak black all day. It's not gonna get you nowhere. This generation, what we want to talk about is how we can be productive. Can somebody get rid of this mulatto, man? God damn it.
But brother, you sped past what Kazo said, brother.
Dude, we're not listen. Go join your mulatto nation. These are Africans here. We're trying to have a conversation. We don't do mulatto here.
I know,
okay?
but brother, you sped past what he said. Go ahead, make your point.
Go call in your mulatto or you went from, you used to be Indian, now you're mulatto. You say people like you first say you Indian, you're now Africans. Now you're mulatto. It's mulatto nation now. From Indian nation to mulatto nation. Dude, get the fuck out of here, man. Just go somewhere else, okay? We don't do that inferiority race complex in Africa, okay? We're comfortable in our black skin, okay? We're beautiful. We're cool in our skin. We don't need you to come tell us what we look like.
So we have to unify sub-Saharan Africa then.
These monkeys, this guy, that mulatto idiot, is one of those African American. When they say an African person, that's dark skin, they'll begin to insult you for no reason. You sit in New York, like they say, look at the African nigga. Oh, you black and then white people don't do that shit. Even no one, they're the only one that will do it. You know, that's stupid mentality. You know. But anyway.
It's conditioning.
Yeah. Those people just make me sick. Like every time I see them, they just see someone that's from Africa, they start insulting you for no reason. Like what the fuck? Anyway, as I was saying, I see three. The way forward, we don't want to be doing this all speeches, and then the most action they will do is just marching and protesting. We don't want to do that, man. What we want to do from now on, we want to pass to the next generation, is productivity. Productivity.
No, but can I say what Kazo said earlier was a great point when he spoke about he went back to his country, found an African woman, he felt at home to rebuild his country. Mike, why you don't go back to Nigeria, brother?
Say it again. Is that mulatto talking?
Yes,
can you repeat your question?
Yes, and we both standing on what we believe in.
What do you believe in? Mulatto. Okay.
Let me tell you, I live in a mulatto Wakanda, which is Puerto Rico. I live amongst mulattoes, and we are nation building.
So you're building nation. I thought mulatto is under the United States. I thought Puerto Rico is territory of the United States.
We're fighting for independence. That's my point. I'm in Puerto Rico right now.
You're fighting for independence.
Now,
really?
That's my point. I had to come down here to do that.
Are you from Puerto Rico? Are you from Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I live in Puerto Rico right now.
Are you from Puerto Rico?
Yes, brother. God damn it. So let me ask you the question.
Let me hear you speak Spanish.
No, I don't speak Spanish though.
No, you from Puerto Rico? Fucking lying.
Yeah, I don't speak Spanish. Shit, I was born in the States.
You have white. You have white.
I was born in the States. What you want me to do?
Listen.
Right, now, look,
your dad is white.
But that's my point.
Your dad is white. Your mom is black. You're a bastard black baby. That's what you are.
But don't run. Kazo went back to Kenya to fix Kenya. Why you won't be a man and go fix Nigeria?
Be a man, go fix Nigeria. Does that question make sense? Listen,
brother.
Does that question make a fucking sense to you? Am I the president of Nigeria? Am I the president of Nigeria?
Community.
Am I the president of Nigeria?
Why did you leave Nigeria, brother? Why did you flee, brother?
Okay, explain to me, please. Does that question make any sense?
Yes, it does, brother.
You gotta name a country in the world. Name a country in the world.
As a man, you gotta stand on what you believe in.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I left the States. Hold on, let me say this. I left the States. I'm an Afro.
Okay, can we speak one at a time? Can we speak one at a time,
Mulatto? Listen to what I'm saying, brother.
Mulatto, do you want to have conversation or do you want to be?
Yeah, you don't like this head like I got you cooked right now.
Hey, Kaiser, can I debate this idiot? Can you mute this guy so we'll talk one at a time? You just want to
Let's go one at a time. You're talking over me. I'm asking a question.
No, you asked me a question and you don't give me a chance to answer it.
Hold on, brother. Kazo left the UK. Don't know what he believes in.
Okay.
He's amongst.
Do you want to have conversation? Or do you want to? You ask me a question. You won't give me a chance to answer. And you keep talking in rebel rapping. What the fuck? You asked me a question. Why did I leave Nigeria? Why did I travel? That's what you're asking me. Now, name a group of people on this planet. They don't travel. Is it Europeans? They don't travel. Name any country you go, you don't find a European or a white man. Name a country in the world, you don't find an Indian. Name a country in the world, you don't find Asian, the Chinese, and all these people. Everybody travel. That's what intelligent people do. They go around for greener pastures, trying to conquer the world, trying to get resources. That's what everybody do. So that low IQ question, why did you leave? Why did you flee? That's a stupid question, man. It's usually dumb mulattoes like you that ask that stupid question. Why are you on my dick? Why do you care where I go in the first place? Why are you afraid of me being around you? You're afraid of the pantsus or what the heck? Or is going to snatch your girlfriend? What is it? What is it? The funny thing is that Kaizo, this guy here, this kind of piece of shit guy here, I run into a lot of things, African American kind of guy.
Yes,
No,
but why
African
you ain't
American.
travel back to where you from? No, checkmate.
Do you know
why
me?
you ain't travel back to where you from? No, checkmate.
Okay, how do you know where I travel? How do you know me? Do
Why
you know me
ain't
personally?
back in Nigeria right now with your black ass fixing your black ass nation, brother? They swimming in feces, brother.
And why do you care?
Checkmate.
Why do you
Because
care,
we talking
mulatto?
about being men right now.
Are you scared
Kazo
of me being
admitted.
around? Are you
Hold
scared
on,
of me being around
Let
to
me say
snatch
this.
your
You
bitch
asked
or
the question. Let
what?
me
What?
respond. I respect Kazo because he's African. He moved back to Africa to a black nation to fix his black country. I'm a mulatto. I moved to a mulatto nation to fix a mulatto nation.
You didn't get the fuck. There's no mulatto nation.
Why you
Get
ain't
the fuck out
moved
of here.
back to Nigeria to fix
Let me ask you.
Nigerian
Do
black
you?
nation?
Okay, let me respond to you. Let me respond to
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
Okay,
I'm
first of
cooking you
all,
right now, nigga.
okay, you cooking me. Let me cook you back. Okay, let me cook you
You
back.
can't cook me back. Make your point, though,
Okay,
nigga.
let me respond. Then let me
You're
see if
trying
it's
to
a
make your
cooking.
point, nigga.
All right, cool. Let me make a point. First of all, a lot of guys like you never approach a Chinese man in America. Like, hey, why aren't you in China? Why aren't you back over there? You never
That's
approach
a
the Indian man.
deflection, brother. Why you not back in
Wait.
Nigeria fixing your black ass country?
Can you let me mute this guy, please? God damn. You never approach the Indian man in America. Like, why don't you go back to India? You never approach the Pakistani, all the races. The only people you come to tell them to go back to where they come from are the black Africans. Why? Because they're snatching your bitches. That's why, right? And usually these useless
You see,
mulattoes.
Kaizo went back to his country to fix it. Why
Dude,
you ain't
I'm
go back
not
to your country
Kaizo.
to
That's
fix it?
Kaizo. What do you ask the Chinese man why he's not back in his country? Do you ask the Chinese man why he's not back in his country? The only people that we approach in America are the Africans.
When the Chinese leave, he go to
Stupid Negroes, man. The only people they will constantly approach, like go back to your country, are the Africans.
we breed them in with us and
Do you approach the Chinese man, tell him to go back to China? No. The only people, and these same motherfuckers be like, yo, black power, black power. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm not doing no black power with your stupid ass, man.
Kaizo's on the panel. Your feelings are hurt. He's a great example. He left Europe. He moved back to Africa to a black nation. Why you won't move back to a black nation to fix it?
Why do you need me to move? Why do you care about my? Why are you on my dick?
Why you want to answer the question though, brother?
Why do you care where I live? Why do you care what I do?
I'm asking why you abandon your countrymen.
Why do you care what I do? You ask the Chinese man? Do you ask the Chinese man? Do you ask the Chinese man why you abandoned this country?
You sound like you've been outside of the U.S. only 6 months.
Mike,
why do you only ask the African? Why do you only ask the African why he leave his country?
Go fix that country up, brother. Go fix Nigeria, King.
Mike, just give me 1 minute. Just give me just 1 minute. Mike, guys,
West African took his girlfriend. You ran to Puerto Rico. You can't get no pussy. Wait, let me say this. Wait, why do you run to Puerto Rico? You can't get no pussy in America no more. Your passport, bro. And guys, mute this dummy, man. Your passport, bro, right?
Brother,
all right, let's
brother.
pass the
You can't get no pussy in America, so you become a passport, bro. Now you go to Puerto Rico, Dominican, looking for pussy.
Mike. Just let me ask this brother a question, okay?
Go ahead, Chandra.
Okay. Is anybody doesn't know me? I'm Duale. I'm D Cheek. Sorry, and this is the madame's phone. My phone is dead. Mike, I'm D Cheek. I'm Duale. Hey, salute everybody. IC3, you are there.
Yeah. Salute.
Yeah.
Good to hear you.
Salute to you, brother. Salute to you, brother. Respect. I'm going to ask my brother, this Maluta guy. You
Mulatto, brother.
are Mulatto. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's all
you
right,
are half black, half white, right?
I mean, that's not the breakdown on multiracial.
His dad is white. His mom is white. His dad is white. His mom is black.
Yeah, okay.
He's a bastard black baby. He's a white man.
Mike. Let me cook him. Let me cook this brother.
Yeah, brother, you can't cook me, brother. But
I'm gonna grill.
I'm trying to answer your question, brother. Both of my parents.
Yeah, I have not even posted a question yet.
Brother, you just asked. Did you forget
Mulatto, shut the fuck up and then answer the question, man. Shut the fuck up, Mulatto. God damn it.
I am like, according to your belief, I am also mulatto.
Yes, brother. That's why I
Okay.
got love for you, King. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm a Somali, and according to your brief, I'm also mulatto. I got some
Yes.
Arab, Indian, Vietnamese,
Yes.
whatever blood.
Much love, King. Yes.
Yes, but how much do you have that black Negro thing in you? I
Approximately, I'm trying to answer your question, King. 42%.
Well, then 42%, according to your beliefs, you don't believe anyone who doesn't have 80% of black blood, of black DNA,
What are
is
you
not a
talking about?
black. That's what
When did
you
I
said.
never, no, I never said that, brother. Have
You
you been
said that.
drinking?
I listened to you in your
Brother, I
channel.
never
Maybe
said
you were
anything
drunk.
about 80%. Brother, I never
You
said
did.
80%.
You did.
All right, brother. You gotta
You
rewind the
kick.
tape, brother. You
Come
gotta
on, come on,
rewind
come
the
on.
tape, brother.
You kick me out as an African, as a black man, as a Somali man. You kick me out of a black race. You said, those foreigners are not blacks. They are not Africans.
Yes,
They
I said the
fucking.
mulattoes. Yes, the majority of East Africans, pardon me, Horners, mulattoes. Yes, not all East Africans. No, the majority
But
of
let me
Horners
tell you
are
one thing. Let me tell you one
mulattoes.
thing, my friend. 91% of my DNA is an African. It doesn't matter
I
whether they
respect
come
that. Now
from West
watch this.
Africa
What's
or
the other
whether they come from
9%?
East Africa,
Checkmate.
because,
What's the other
sorry,
9%? Checkmate. What's the other 9%, brother? Checkmate.
91%.
You not black coffee. Checkmate.
So you want 100% black?
Yes, they do exist, brother. When you go to the Niger Congo region, when you test a lot of these Bantus, a lot of them really are 100%
But you are
fucking white
only
men.
42%.
That's my point. I'm a mulatto,
Hey,
brother, just
let's
like
move on
you.
to a better conversation, man. Let's get,
Yeah,
dude.
let's
Let's,
move on. Let's
guys,
move
Come
on,
please
on,
man.
come
get
We
rid
on,
of
come
this.
mulattoes.
on, come on, come on.
We should
Hey,
move on.
let me tell you
Mulattoes.
one thing. This 91% of
Yes,
me
you're a
is
mulatto.
black. The other 11% is North African.
Yes, you're a
And
mulatto. Yes.
all they call Africa. We don't
Yes, you're a
consider
mulatto.
ourselves mulatto, blah, blah, blah. I don't have a
The
white
DNA don't
father.
lie though, brother. You're mixed race. Checkmate.
Of course, I'm mixed race. I'm an
Yes, so
African.
you're a mulatto. Exactly, you're a mulatto. Yes. Let's move forward,
But you
family.
are you are not an African.
Brother, are you not listening, brother? I'm 42%
Hey, hey, hey,
sub-Saharan
hey, hey,
African.
hey. Let's,
We
dude.
don't,
This is irritating conversation. Let's move on
Mike.
to some more
You
progressive
look,
conversation.
look,
Nobody
look,
give a shit
look.
about your skin tone. No, 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 no. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Mike is Yoruba. He's a Nigerian. I know him. He just educated me Yoruba religion, and that is my brother to begin with. He is my brother because he lives in the same continent. He came from where I come from. East, west, north. We don't care about. We care about Africa, man. And you are not in Africa. You live in South America, Latin America, America, Canada, whatever. That's your country, man. That's your culture.
Yes, and the blood don't lie, the DNA don't lie. You're a mulatto, king.
Okay,
Okay,
Let's
who
move
gives a
on.
fuck, man? So why are
when
you
we
calling me here to
consider
talk to us about your
when
mulatto?
you have some respect your ancestors, then we will respect you.
I respect my brother. Are you not listening? I'm acknowledging my ancestors by calling myself a mulatto because I'm mixed race. I'm mixed ancestry,
Okay,
brother.
so why are you
Are you not
coming here to
listening?
tell us?
So I got a
Do you
question.
think we give a fuck
I
about
got a
your
question.
your ancestry or your fucking
I
mulatto
got a
shit?
question, Mike.
We're having
I'm
conversation.
mulatto.
This guy come here to tell us he's a
Mike,
mulatto
I
shit.
got a question, man. What do you think about learning Chinese? Mike, do you hear me?
Say it again.
Hello? Yeah, what do you think about Africans having to learn Chinese? Since it's over
Why
for
you got a
America.
picture of this mulatto's dad? Is that a picture of his dad or?
No, that's Miss Zimbabwe. That's Miss Zimbabwe. That's the
No,
woman
no,
of Miss
the
Zimbabwe.
picture you got on your.
Y'all creating more mulattoes every day. Y'all some dumb niggas, man.
That's
Really?
That's Miss Zimbabwe.
Mulatto. How you hate on mulattoes? Y'all creating more of us every day.
Mike,
Mike.
Okay,
No, we're not hating on mulattoes.
Miss
we don't
Zimbabwe.
hate mixed
Listen,
race.
Zimbabwe. This is the woman from Zimbabwe.
Look. We don't hate mixed race. Mixed
are
race.
you pissed off that you're mulatto or what? Are you? I mean, you sound like you. I mean, I
Chandra,
don't
you
get it.
mixed race,
Man,
brother.
nobody cares about this fucking topic, man.
Yeah, let's move forward, brother. I mean, this is a mixed race.
Yeah, guys.
For moving to a black nation.
Guys,
Why
when
Mike
it
ain't
comes
moved
to
a
the black nations, when
Yeah,
it comes to
I'm
black
going to a
nation,
mulatto
on
nation.
the black empowerment, on the African empowerment, you guys have to be very careful about those guys who have a white dads, brothers.
That's what I'm saying, man. I live in a mulatto nation. Kazo moved to
Right,
a black
man.
nation. Why
We are very careful about those
Why Mike
guys
don't
who
move
have
to a
white
black nation
dads,
though?
man.
Can we get that answer though? Can we get that answer?
Hey,
Why Mike
mulatto,
won't
can I
move
ask
to
you
a
a
black
question?
nation?
Do you think
Why Mike won't move to a black nation since he claimed to be pro-black?
Hey,
Why
mulatto,
he won't move to a black
mulatto,
nation? I'm
mulatto.
pro-mulatto. I live in a mulatto nation.
Is United States mulatto nation?
Puerto Rico is a mulatto nation. Checkmate.
Is United States a mulatto nation?
Puerto Rico is a mulatto nation. That's why I live.
That's not
Checkmate.
what I asked you. I asked you, is United States a mulatto nation?
The future majority of the U.S. is mulattoes. Yes, checkmate.
So why did you run away from the United States then?
I moved to Latin America because Latinos live in the U.S.
Ah, because the West
I got you
African guys
there.
are coming here and
I got
snatching
you
your
there.
women, so you
Oh,
gotta
I
run
got you
away.
there. I answered your question. Latinos
The
live in the
Nigerian
US.
dudes,
I live in Latin America.
you can't compete, right? Because we migrating in millions,
Brother,
so we
all
chase
right,
you
I
out
live
of
next
here,
to the
right?
beach. Yeah, I can't compete, so I live
You
next to the
can't,
beach.
you can't compete.
Yeah, I ran to the beach because I can't compete. I ran to the beach because I can't compete.
You
I
became
ran
a
to a
passport,
mulatto
bro.
Wakanda because I
You
can't
became a
compete.
passport, bro.
I know I moved to a mulatto Wakanda because I can't compete.
You became a passport, bro. You ran away.
Hey, my friend, mulatto, my friend, mulatto.
Kazo, but please,
I am the definition of mulatto, but
yes,
I
you
am
are.
also black. But
No,
I am
you're
I am
mulatto,
also
brother.
black
You're
and
mulatto.
African.
You're African mulatto, yes. You're not
Yes,
black.
I am African mulatto,
You're
and
African
I
mulatto, yes.
am proud
Alright,
to
man.
be
I'm gonna
black,
leave this
man.
dusty mulatto
You're
shit
not
alone, man.
black
Because
though,
I
brother.
got better. I mean, I'd rather use my time discussing better shit. Yo, Kazu, when you bring up better topic, I'll come back.
Mike, Africans and the black people are the most diverse people in the world. You can have them black people, half black people, blue eyes people. The blacks they come all kinds of shape. They
Okay,
come
let's
all
get back
kinds of
to
colors.
more productive conversation, man. Dude, this
Yeah.
discussion about
But
skin
Mike,
color, it doesn't make any sense. It's not
but
going to take us.
Mike,
That's not what you're going to use to build anything, okay? This who's light or who's black, dude.
listen,
No one cares. Let's
listen,
get to
it's the
real
ultimate
productive
topic,
conversation, please.
actually. No, Mike, it is the ultimate topic because it has to do with sex and power.
No, it has nothing to do with power, man.
Look at me, man. Look at me, man.
Who cares? I don't
I
care
look
what you
like
look like, dude.
no.
I only care what you got to say.
Really, I look like FBA. I look like a black American, but I am a Somali. This is what I'm saying. The Africans are the most diverse. No, I'm Somali ethnic. Stop it. I'm not Charer, okay? Stop it.
That's a
Is it? Okay.
Look. What we don't understand is you can't just say Africans are the Congolese and the Niger people. Africa is most diverse than any continent in the world. I've been in Asia, I've been in Europe.
Yeah, but what about Sub-Sahara? That's the home.
Sub-Sahara, North Sahara, I don't give a fuck. And the Egyptians, most of them, they look like me. Libyans, they look like me. And you will find somebody who looks like me. I'm the only one who has the brave enough to put his
I'll
camera.
talk to you later, man.
In South Africa, you will find someone who looks like me in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Brazil, in America, in Canada, and I'm an African.
So what is an African? How does the African Union define an African? Do they actually do it? And
they don't do it. They don't do it. IC3. They don't do it with color because those motherfuckers. They know, even though they are very corrupt leaders, they know Africa is diverse. They can't say Africa is. There are tens of thousands of tribes with different colors, with different creed, with different languages, with different culture, with their dusty cultures.
Exactly.
But
Chandra, I'm gonna be honest. I would describe Chandra as a brown skinned mulatto. That's what he would be described as where I'm from. This is a brown skinned mulatto brother. You
Right.
know what I mean? we have to acknowledge that this is not about complexionism at all, because they are even dark-skinned mulattoes. Really.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
But
I've met.
but the thing that I have problem with now is because people are, it's 2023. You can fuck a white chick, and she will give you a child. That child could be
A
half
mulatto.
half.
Yeah.
And are you going to give that child a new race? You tell him that he's a mixed race, or
But
you
that's
are
what they are,
going.
though, brother. That's what we are. We have to
Okay.
be. We have to stand on DNA. We have to acknowledge
Yeah.
genetics, brother. We can never be delusional.
Then okay, I understand that, but you have to also respect my culture. If the
I
father
agree.
who
I
knocked
agree.
that, no. If that father who knocked that woman and gave him a child is a black man, I will say the child is black because I respect the father. If that
No. I mean, you could
woman,
call them, but
no.
brother, you
I
can.
don't care about
I'm,
the woman. I
I'm
don't
not trying
care
to
about
argue
the
with you,
female. I
but
care
brother, can I say
about the
this?
man.
But let me say this
Go
though,
ahead.
bro, and I'm not trying to argue with you. It don't matter what you call them. The DNA don't lie. So you could call them green. They're still mulattoes genetically.
Genetically is something. Culturally, this is what I'm talking about. We Africans, we follow our fathers.
Brother,
Right.
the
If
truth
my
is that we
if my
inherit.
daughter,
Hold on,
no, no,
brother. Let
no,
me respond,
no, no,
brother.
no.
We
I have
inherit cultural
3-year-old
traits from our
daughter.
mothers and
No,
fathers, brother.
I have 3-year-old daughter. When she is like 20 years old, if she married a tall guy, German guy who his name is Heinz, her children will be Germans, man. And I have a 9-year-old boy. He's my son. Don't mix the culture and the DNA thing. If my son, if he married a turtle or a chicken and made a son of it, that man is an African. That chicken and that turtle is an African, brother.
Yes, bro, but
Look,
you're not acknowledging DNA, brother, and I'm not trying to have a debate with you about it, but
and
genetically, brother,
you are not acknowledging the culture. That's the thing.
I agree with what you just said. Matter of fact, I responded by saying you are free to call that child whatever you want. That's your child. But regardless, the DNA will not lie. Matter of fact, when we look at the child, we'll be able to tell that they are genetically mixed race. Just like I'm able to look at you and tell that you are genetically mixed race. So it don't matter what you call yourself, brother.
Yeah,
I'm not a mixed. I am not
race
a mixed
trumps
race.
culture.
But my parents
Quadra,
are from
quadra,
Somalia, so I
quadra.
look
Brother, you just
like
admitted
this.
that your DNA test showed that you're mulatto, brother. You just admitted that.
91% Somali origin.
Exactly, brother. That means you're
Adam,
9% mixed race, brother.
Adam.
You're not black
Yeah,
coffee.
Adam. DNA or race trumps tradition and culture.
Yes.
2023, yes. But tell my
Yeah,
father that, and he will be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
I know, but I know a lot of
But we
people
gotta
don't
move forward with
understand.
time, though, brother. We gotta progress with time, brother.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where the power is. The power. See, so the battle is whiteness is a value. It's a value system.
Are you telling me my 91% Africans are are useless
No, you're
to the
not useless. You're just
9% of?
you're
No,
mixed race, brother. You're mulattoes, brother. That's all we saying, brother.
no. What it
Oh
is? What it
gosh,
is? It's
guys,
like
what the fuck is
currency.
wrong with you, you Americans? And
Listen,
hey,
Adam. Yeah, I know you want to fight the Americans, but you see,
no.
the
Call me
American
Duale.
power is whiteness.
This is the. Call me Duale. Adam is the madams. She sleeps also. Call me Duale, please.
Oh,
I
okay,
see three.
Diwali.
Yeah.
Call it what? Diwali? Call it Diwali.
Duale. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Diwali. So look, the way that see, race is like currency. You know, you have a currency exchange rate. So one currency can be of higher value than the other, but but values can move if you know how to move them. So at the moment, whiteness as the white race has a high currency value, and blackness is lower relative to whiteness. So therefore, we have to increase the value of blackness, which may result in the reduction in the value of white.
Oh, can I respectfully can I rephrase that and say no? Could we increase the value of Africanness and understand that amongst Africans there are mulattoes and there are blacks? Instead
Oh,
of saying
brother,
that we just want to put the value on
What
blackness.
value is Africanness without blackness? I
But
would
that's my
say
point, though. I'm saying today, though, in reality, we have to acknowledge within the African family, there are mulattoes, brother. So we cannot just say, let's put the value on blackness, brother. We have mulattoes amongst us in our own families. We got to put the value on the Africanness.
no,
Really,
but what
brother.
is Africanness? Describe Africanness. Talk about it.
Well, that's my point,
What
brother. And
is
if you go to
Africanness?
Africa right now, if you go to North Africa right now, the majority of the people are mulattoes, brother. Let's
Yeah,
be
but what?
honest,
No,
brother.
tell me. Tell me. No, tell me what is
Mulatto.
Africanness.
We've been talking about this, but in Africa, my friend, have you been in Africa before? Have you ever
Yeah,
visited an
definitely.
African country? Where have you visited?
I've been to Cameroon. I've been to
Okay,
Ghana. I've been to Cape Verde. That's it. I want to make sure I ain't leave nobody out, but that's it.
okay. But let me tell you one thing: as an African, nobody cares about the color of your skin, my friend.
No, I'm not
And
saying
this
we
is
do. That's two different things, though, brother. I'm saying we have to acknowledge reality, a genetic reality, bro. That's all I'm speaking
yes,
about right now. Like, let me just
yeah.
say this: I'm having a science-based discussion with you all. I'm not talking about our feelings, our emotions, our opinions.
No,
I'm speaking about science.
my problem with you is not that you are in Africa and doing this thing. My problem with you is like you are now in the Western world. Consider Puerto Rico in Western world, and you are going to create a new thing, which
Well, it's
is
already
under
created, though, brother. It's already.
which is
Look at North Africa right now.
no, let me finish,
Look
which
at the
is
South.
let me finish, which is undermining the black people. When you separate yourself from the black umbrella and you consider yourself, you are different because you are mixed.
No, brother. No, I'm
You
trying to
are
strengthen. No, I'm
weakening.
trying. Listen,
No,
listen to
no,
what I'm
you
saying.
are
I'm
weakening
saying
the
no.
black
Listen to what I'm.
nations.
No, you have me confused, brother. What I'm saying is we must strengthen the African umbrella and acknowledge that under the African umbrella, in real life, when we take DNA tests, you have Africans that are
We
mulattoes
do,
and
we
you have
do.
Africans that are not. That's
I'm
all I'm
telling
saying.
you, I got 11% non-Africans.
Exactly, brother. That means a
Mostly,
mixed race, brother. I know. I agree. That's my point, brother. So
but,
we can't just put the value on
but
blackness, brother, because that devalues you. You don't realize that?
Let me
then
challenge
you
you on
are
that.
talking.
Let me
No, no,
challenge
no.
you.
You are
That means you're
long
not
now. Speak.
100%
No, you
because you're
are
not
speaking
100%
like the
comprised
one
of it.
drop rule. You are speaking like one drop rule.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
that's
No,
do
brother. What I'm
have,
saying is, hold on. What I'm
if
saying is,
you do have
hold on. No, you're missing the point,
one
brother. What
drop
I'm saying is,
of any other blood, you
no,
are
brother.
no black.
No, slow down. What I'm saying is, just because you're not 100% African does not make you lesser than the African that is 100% African. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly,
well,
exactly.
Exactly, brother. So we have to
91
acknowledge that we have
African.
mulattoes
What the
amongst
hell
us.
is that? But in the white community, in the super white supremacy, if you get just one blood of non-white, you are not white anymore. Do you know that?
No, I mean it's from the U.S. and you have to quote it correctly. If you had one drop of black blood, you were classified as black. What I'm saying is actually the opposite. What I'm saying is, since you have non-African admixture, that technically makes you mixed. That means you're not a part of any singular race. I'm
right.
saying the opposite of the one drop rule.
Okay. So,
But this is the
but
thing: the
the
Africans
white race.
don't have that white problem. We Africans accept all kinds of facial phenotype. We
Exactly,
accept
brother.
all
So that means
kinds
that
of.
we should be able to
That's
accept
why Africa
ourselves.
is weak. That is why Africa is weak and cannot
That's a
stand up
good point you're
against
making right
the
there too.
system
Though
of white
I can't lie
supremacy.
about that.
You have to acknowledge the system and then counter it with another system. You can't
Yes,
go back into
but
ancient times
that's a
with
different
ancient
discussion. No,
values.
you making a good point, but that's a different discussion. Right now, let's stay on the DNA really because I think we speed past this too much.
IC3. You have seen our host Kaizo, who is from Kenya, my neighbor country, the next door. He doesn't look like me. He doesn't eat the food that I eat.
Exactly.
He is completely different. He doesn't even have the same religion that I have. But he's my neighbor. And you are saying because we're different, because that's what makes us weak.
Yeah, you have to organize the difference. You have to recognize the difference and organize it.
And I'm gonna boil it down to
the power.
No. Different goals, different opinion, different work, but not different skin of color, my friend.
But I said it even more. I said it even more clear earlier. You all have to mix all them tribes together. Eventually, merge all them African nations together under one African government. Really. So you gonna have to take
Exactly.
North Africans,
This is
genetically
our
mixed with
point
East
on
Africans,
Mulatto.
genetically mixed with
Mulatto,
the
you
South
are part
Africans,
of you are
mixed with
part
the
of
West
that.
Africans. Say
And
it again, brother.
IC3, you are also part of that. You are all part. This is the goal. This is the goal, guys. This is a small thing. IC3. I'm going to ask you a very very good question. Please. I hope this is a very good. Just like 6 hours, 5 hours ago, the president of France, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, has announced that he's going to take his military. He's going to take his military out of Niger, and he's going to take also his ambassadors and his embassy out of Niger. What do you think about that? Just we know he was threatening war. He was bribing the neighbor.
Yeah.
What is going on? Who blinks first? Do you think that that's the Africans who came to the power, who made the coup, just won the war against superpower? What's going on?
Well, it's a very very serious situation for the Niger to do that. They actually made France go back on their word, which is like what? So the whole of the white world is thinking, what? France, you have let us down. You let those darkies, those Africans, make you go against your word. You made those Africans change your policy. You have let the white world down.
Yes.
So it's white hell to pay.
I told Dr. Kaisorian, Dr. Kaiso, the juntas, those coup people, they don't even need to fire a bullet. They have to just surround it, that military base and that embassy, get the food, get the water. And the other people, exactly, so you know, when the black people are united, against their leaders, and they okay, I'm not going to give them 100% support, but at least look at the how France, France, England is a colonial power, German was, Spain was, Portugal was, but we know France is the most arrogant superpower and colonial in Africa nations ever come to the history.
Right.
And now the guy said, okay, maybe those the Africans are united. I'm leaving now.
Yeah, because the other states started to back up Niger, saying, "Oh, you can't fly over our airspace to go and bomb Niger. We know what you're going to try and do. No flight. Our airspace is not allowed. You're not allowed. Don't fly any planes. So we know what you're going to try and do. So we're just telling you now, don't. You're not allowed." Yeah. So this is a very serious time. Something is going to kick. It's off already.
Something is great happening. I feel like 1960 now, when my father celebrated the flag of his head.
Right. Okay. Yes, it's very serious time. So now that we can imagine, France has been humiliated by having to go back on their word. So I imagine now they're going to sit in council with the other European, forces, and
The,
come up
the,
with
the,
some
the other thing I see three that you don't understand and other people should also talk about it is because of the immigration. I live in Germany, and Italy faces a lot of immigrants from Africa. Just last week, one day, 7,000 people
arrived.
from sub-Saharans came to Lampedusa, and
Yeah.
the Italian Prime Minister, who is a far right, was pointing out France and telling him, because this is what you do, you destroying other people's land, other people's country, and
Yeah.
people are hungry and they are coming here. Maybe
That's right.
you must understand the Europeans are very sophisticated. They know things. When you made a country poor, bomb them like Syria, of course,
Yeah.
there are some people who are coming to your shores.
Of course.
And because you are a member of the UNHCR, and you are a member of the moral whatever countries, you have to accept that refugees.
Yes.
See?
And that appears to be a strategy in order to get cheap labor from
for the machines, for the people, the new slavery,
and
new
therefore
slavery.
not allowing Africa to develop properly by bringing instability and stress and causing people to run away and leave that place. That is all parts of devaluing the people, devaluing the resources, devaluing the currency.
I agree with you, but here's the thing: doesn't that make Africans weak, right? Because all you guys are saying, all I'm hearing is a bunch of Africans crying about how they lost the psychological war. Doesn't that make you weak? Don't you feel embarrassment for crying to Dwight Man to stop, being bad to you? IC3, don't you have a single black bone in your body that says to you, "I'm a strong, independent black man. I will not be a crybaby."
Kaizo, you know we can't do that because we know we are weak.
Yeah, so we've got to get power.
Kaizo, it's not only the black man who is weak now. You know, in every civilization, some people were strong and some people were weak. When the, let us say, the Mesopotamian civilization were there, some people, when the Arabs were strong, some other people were weak. When the Greeks were strong, when the Romans, all the time, when someone is strong, other people also are weak. Now, of course, the black people are weak. That's it. But does that mean it will be always forever?
You're the weakest. You're the weakest, bro. Your country's been in civil war for 30 years. You'll never go back. You're hiding in Germany.
Because I am weak. Stop it. Don't go personal, okay? I'm talking about general. You know, because why am I weak? I know why I'm weak, and you are a part of it. Oh, stop it, Wanga people. You sold your Kokuyos to Omanis and you make them slaves. Stop it. You know our history, okay? Because we are undermining each other against whatever who comes to us, whether they are Arabs, white, I don't care what the color they are. The last 500 years. But does that mean we can be one time? We are the people who are doing the shots and who are united and who are making. Look, even if Africa now is strong, do you think the Asians will be strong? No. Do you think the white man will be strong? No. We will slave them. Come on, stop it. It's a human nature.
Yeah.
It's a human nature. It's a bullshit.
Yeah. Africa has to become racialized in order to generate enough power.
You'll never enslave the white man, right?
You say that, but historically, it's not like the first slaves were whites, my friend. I mean, come on, Kaiser. Now, of course, it's the time for shout to the white people, man. And let me tell you one thing: they are the most civilized and the most nicest slave owners on the planet throughout the history. At this moment,
Who is that? Who's
take
it? Who?
the whites, they got some kind of human rights, UNHCR, whatever. I mean, that's the Africans who come into Lampedusa were given food, medical care, whatever. Take back that 100 years ago. Do you think any other nation will do that? No, because the people, whether they are whites or not, they evolve to civilizations and care
Now look
of
at
a
this.
human being. Yeah.
I'm gonna play a.
No,
I'm
actually,
gonna play a video from.
no, let me
Yeah,
say
one
this
second.
real
Let me
quick
play
before I
this
play
video
video.
from.
Kazi.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, Quadra Adams, Adam, I don't know.
Duale. I'm Duale, my friend Mike.
Oh, Dwala.
This is the madam's number. Is Duale. Have you forgotten me?
I'm looking at the name shown in front of me. That's why.
I am learning. I'm learning now Yoruba religion. Have you forgotten me, Mike?
Okay, good for you, man. Good for you. Hopefully, I hope you
Yeah,
catch.
it's Duale.
Duale. You see, when you when you're wealthy, you have no reason to be mean. You know what I'm saying? You have no reason to be mean to people. You can now be happy,
Exactly.
smile, and be caring, and what about human right? But when you're broke, that's when you actually mean. So if you're saying that Europeans, they don't care for this and that, it's because, man, they they got all they want right now. But like 400 years ago, when they were really broke, they didn't have shit. They had to go somewhere else to get whatever. Nah, they were not. They were not acting this nice. So it's not really like. I mean, the moment they begin to go broke right now, the savage mode is gonna show again.
What about this one? This is East African. This is actually a dualist tribe selling Oromos and Bantus. Look at this.
In a small villa on the outskirts of an African city on the Red Sea,
Kaizo, I like you. What the fuck?
in what is officially called an orphanage. Actually, it is a training school for slaves. For the first few months, the mothers can visit their children. Then, the Greek takes over, rearing the children and training them until they are old enough to be of commercial interest to the traders of the Middle East. Prices vary according to age, color of skin, and the work the child is intended for.
You see, those are beautiful Bantus and Oromos being sold by the Somalis. You see, the white man is not so bad.
Kaizo, the white man is not so bad. That's why you have an agreement as a Wanga tribe with the British Empire to sell the Kukuyus. Hey, Wanga, we can go all back and forth. Let us not to confuse Mike and IC3. We know each other. Come on, stop it. Okay.
So therefore, would you agree? Would you agree then that these things that most of you are talking about are internal affairs? Internal affairs and disagreements should be settled after you've dealt with the external. Deal with the hostile foreigner first.
No.
Then
That's backward. That's backward approach.
Pardon?
That's the backward approach. You can't take your external enemy before you take care of the internal enemy. You can't be addressing your external problem without first addressing your internal problem. You can't have sickness in your body. I mean, dealing with the sickness that's outside of your body. You have to deal with the one inside first.
All right,
So,
I'll challenge that. Let me challenge that now. Watch this.
Yeah, it's very
Watch
backward
this.
approach you're taking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. It appears so, but the principle is you unite so you put aside your disagreements.
But we don't say we disagree.
In order to focus on the outside, and that is what heals the body, purges the body of the poisons, in order to unite effectively to counter an outside enemy. That's what helps to unite the people, because you stop internally arguing.
Well, I said three. When you say we're eternally arguing, when was the last time Nigeria and Kenya had an argument? What argument are we having internally? You're acting as if in Africa we just hate each other and just like just fighting each other. There's like no, that's not what's going on.
Okay, in terms of you have to have some economic, just like the African Union. The African Union was set up. Why is there an African Union?
Well, they set it all to unite, but they're not uniting on anything under anything. The fact of the matter is, all these things you're talking about unity, we already have it going on. You just mentioned African Union just now. The only problem is they depend on outside powers, outside people for
Exactly.
a
Yeah,
lot
that
of
is the
things they have to
problem.
consume. Things they
Yeah.
have to consume. That's what your problem is. And that's why we keep repeating to you that listen, your solution to your problem is to learn to produce what you consume. So you don't have to look to someone else to supply you what you need to consume. You can
Yes,
sit
you're
here today.
correct.
Wait. You can sit here today and tell me that Nigeria should unite with Kenya against England or China or any of these people when these people are the people they're going to that Kenya is looking to supply Kenya what Kenya needs. You know what I'm saying? So if even if Kenya and Nigeria decide to come together like you be preaching, all this outside power have to do is dangle money or dangle something at Kenya. I say, look at this. I want you to turn against Nigeria. And Kenya's gonna wait like, okay, you offering me this. What's Nigeria offering? Nothing. Guess what? Kenya is gonna turn against Nigeria. So you need to understand this, man. Come on, I see three.
Okay, I heard your point. So what's this? Everybody knows the principle in unity, there's strength. Okay. So, as you said, Kenya, they're going to wave the carrot at them and say, look, why unite with the rest of sub-Saharan Africa when we can give you short-term benefit
I
by
don't think it's a
leaving
short-term
dialect
benefit.
with us? Short-term benefit, but everybody knows the long-term benefit is a united sub-Saharan Africa, which
No,
would
no,
then
no,
demand better for
no.
Kenya. It's obvious.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Okay, make your point. So then what?
Yeah, a united sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya as part of a united Black Africa, would enable Kenya to get a better deal for its resources and its people.
Okay. With the
Its
African
people and
Union,
its
is the
resources would be of
wait.
higher value.
Okay. I see three. You say a united block in strength. If you put a bunch of blocks together, there's no cement to put them together to lock them in. That block is just useless. The mounting of
Correct.
those blocks is useless because one kick would drop everything. So now you're
Correct.
telling me, oh, we need to come together and so Kenya can get a better deal. Okay, Kenya is about the African Union. We all united in the African Union. Well, guess what? African Union is a bunch of blocks. We no cement to lock them together, right? So it's irrelevant. Why is Kenya not still getting a better deal? That's why the whole block being together, African Union. Why aren't we united?
Right, because
So what's the unity you keep preaching? We keep telling you, dude, that's not the fundamental.
okay, good point. So why is it
But
not?
ICT,
The
may I?
answer is because the white people set up the African Union. You
No,
need
they
to set
didn't.
up
No,
a
they did
black.
not. They did not. No, they did not. No, no.
Okay.
Let me tell you who started the whole African Union. It was first called OAU, Organization of African Unity. It was Nkrumah, the Pan-African Nkrumah, and all these guys, Pan-African guys back then in the 60s that started off OAU. OAU was one that later changed to AU. So it was not set up by Europeans, it was set up by the Africans.
Okay.
Look, IC3, unity, you must understand the leadership of Africa. Most of our leaders do not represent the proud majority of Africans. They represent their interests and they represent the power that behind them. Look,
He's a very
What
good
power is
example
behind
now.
them?
The Europeans, of course.
Right.
Yeah. So we are not going to be blind. We know that.
Right.
Look now, but there was now a challenge. There, Mali had made rebellion against France. They let it go. Burkina Faso did it. Guinea did it. Niger did it. And the Europeans, mainly France, cannot tolerate this. They have to say we have to punish these slave rebellions and we have to put them their places. So
Right.
what they do is like they talk to ECOWAS, which is an organization which they invented. I support it. Said
Right.
you go there, do the work, do the ground, and we will do the air. You know, the
Yeah.
Nigerian, Senegalese, Ivory Coast will come in Niger and kill all the black people over there and get the country back, and the France and the Europeans will do the air war. You know,
That's right.
because
Drop bombs.
we are not good. We are not so that good in air yet.
Yes.
Then the Niger people, the people were demonstrating, were doing all kinds of things. They were supporting their government, their new juntas, and 90% of the let us face it, ECOWAS is Nigeria. I don't think Senegal will bring like 1,000 soldiers. 90% Nigerians are not going to support this war. They gave him ultimatum, like 1 week. You have to go. You know,
Right.
that passed. It passed again. It passed again. And now, 6 hours later, 7 hours later, because they got other support also, not the African Union. They got other support from Mali, from Burkina
Yes.
Faso, who
Yes.
said we are going to fight alongside with our Niger brothers.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't matter. You put this verbal assistance can work. That's why the superpower French, which has a veto power, now is backing off because of the unity. Not just even the military. We don't even manufacture weapons. We don't manufacture tanks. We have to beg Russia to help us. We were begging Wagner to come and help us. Wagner, which is a mercenary group, which I don't support them. Most of them are criminals. Look at
Mercenaries. Yeah.
how weak that these people that you are talking about. But then when they united, only two countries came to their support. I said, "We're gonna die with you along."
Mm.
Just just imagine the 45 countries. You know, you can't have economy unless you have security. That's one thing.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So
Economy
this.
prosperous comes after the
Yeah.
security prosperous. Yeah.
So
When
would
you
you
have
agree?
security, you have economy.
Okay. Would you agree that even though it was unspoken, those that united to support Niger, that race was the unspoken backdrop, that
Yeah.
France was seen as white, the European powers and whiteness versus Niger and blackness. Even though in the press you don't hear anything about race, but I feel that the whole situation, race is the undercurrent, even though the media won't mention race.
Yeah. They won't mention race, and it has nothing to do with race. But what I think, when a neighbor country of yours is burning, you are also. When Somalia is burning, Kenya is burning, Ethiopia also is burning, Djibouti is burning. But these leaders,
when they allow that country to burn, of course, they are fighting the fire too. It's all about the leaders. You know, why do you care about England and France? This is your neighbor country. This is your people. At the end of the day, this is this is this is where you live. I mean,
Right.
IC3. You live one apartment, and yet the next apartment of yours is on fire.
Yeah. It
Are you
affects.
going to just go or just help the people who live that apartment?
Yeah.
You're gonna
You
help
have
them
to
because
help.
it's not because you love them,
Yeah.
but
It's
because
just.
you know that fire is going to catch you.
That's right. Yeah. That's
That's
right.
right. That's
Yeah.
what's wrong most of African countries. I mean, look at you. The host of this country is criticizing me why your country is. Hey, it's your responsibility, Dr. Kaiso, as an individual high IQ, that Somalia must not be in a war, must not be in a fight, must not.
Yes.
It's not their. It's not Americans. It's your responsibility because if it is burning, you know you are burning too, my friend. Just like that apartment I told you.
Yes. Right. Yes. Stability. Yeah. That's
Stability.
right. And
You
instabilities
will
like
not
these, it
you will
spreads.
not succeed economically. You will not get the Kaisarian TV empire. You will not get that. This is your people.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
we were put. It's like the borders. I always don't like these African borders. Man. It's bullshit because we did not draw them. The way they
Okay.
were
Yeah. But
put.
but these borders, are they useful, Mike and Duwale? In order to transform and get Africa where you envision it, what how should the current borders, be dealt with in the transition
Look,
process?
one thing I see through you must know. All these um, 40, 50 borders, there was no African involved to draw it.
Yes, we know that, but what we're going to do about it now? What do you suggest should be done?
Well, we have some people who are obsessed with that borders, who are some people who are saying the roots of all problems are these borders. So this is the thing.
When you say, I'm trying to understand what you mean, like the borders. Are you saying the country's borders or
Yeah,
the? I don't get it.
like Nigeria is a defined borders, isn't it? There's like on the map. When you look on the map, Nigeria has borders, Somalia has borders. There's preset drawn borders.
Okay, I'll answer the question like this. There are two ways. I don't think advancement as far as maybe technological advancement. I don't think borders have anything to do with that. It's just a matter of the will of people that have the skill and talents, and people that have the resources to back those that have the skills and talent to begin to be productive. I think that's the solution to productivity. Now, as far as the borders, what I do think is, I think the respective countries needs to look inward, or maybe if they want to, or the people, the people on the continent needs to take a step back and to where they were before these countries were created, whereby the kingdoms, then the uh, individual kingdoms we have to revisit them and renegotiate how we want to draw the border. I want to create new,
Redraw.
yeah,
Okay.
live together or things like that. We have to revisit it because the reality on ground, the reality that can be changed is the fact that there are ethnic nations that exist on the continent.
Okay.
Just like every other continent. In Europe, you have ethnic nations. You have the Italians, you have the French, you have the Germans, you have the Serbian, the Croatians, the Slovenians, Slovakias, Irish, so many ethnic groups in Europe. They are all independent countries, just like Africans. All the
Yeah.
ethnic group were once, all the African ethnic group were once independent countries. I mean nations,
Right. Let me ask you a
right?
question then, Mike. Let me ask you a question. You talked about productivity. So let's focus on productivity because you keep pushing productivity. Okay, I agree with you. Productivity is necessary. Okay. So, what is your vision of how to make Africa more productive?
Before that, ICT gentlemen, Mike, it's very late. It's 2 o'clock. I'm going to work tomorrow, so I will leave you and I salute you. So keep
Okay.
going,
Ah,
man.
thank you, man.
Yeah.
Get a
Thank
good
you.
night's sleep.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Good
Take
night.
care.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
what's the question again?
Productivity. So let's break that down.
Yeah. So it's really simple to be right. To be quite honest with you.
Oh,
So
it's simple, is it?
yeah, it is
Go on then.
simple. It is simple. It
Go
is
on then.
simple. Let me tell you how. You see, everyone is born with a talent. Well, I won't say everyone, but some people are born with talents,
Okay.
and then there's some people that are born with exceptional talents
Right.
in different areas of life.
Okay.
You have individuals born with a talent in physics. You have individuals born with talent in other area of sciences. You have individuals born with talent of heart. Individuals born with talent in sports, maybe basketball, soccer. So when you have people with talents, now the talent is not enough. You have
Right.
to groom their talents. You have to invest on their talents, right? I'll give you a
Invest.
very simple example. There, you watch soccer, football, don't you? Are you from England, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you notice that countries, countries and places that produce the world best players on a year-to-year basis are usually most of the time is European countries or South America, Brazil and Argentina. Outside of Brazil and Argentina, it's
Yeah, that's right.
largely just European countries.
Yeah.
Now, but you can also agree that the continent that produces most athletic people is the African continent, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, what will be the reason that these other countries tend to produce the Ballon d'Or winners, the world best players, and these other societies where the best people with a gene for sports, you know, existed, were mostly existed. The question is, the answer is, those talents in those countries, there are people that have the resources to invest in them, are investing in them.
Resources to invest
Yeah,
in
they
them.
are investing, not the necessarily government, because people always assume, oh, it's a government. They have individuals that build institutions. They capitalize on talent. They know that, hey, I'm a millionaire, right? If I want to make more money, all I have to do is to invest on someone that actually have a talent. And when I use his talent, I can use his whatever his talents can produce. I'll get my cut, right?
Right. Right.
The owners of sport leagues, the owners of Arsenal, the owners of different sport organizations, right? They go out there to look for the talents, and they invest in those talents. And in the end, those talents will make millions for them,
Right.
right?
Right. Okay. Hold that point. I got that
So,
point. I got that point.
okay.
So, are you saying then? Listen to what you just said. That are there no people in Africa with enough money to invest and seek football talents? Or are you saying that there's people in Africa who have the money, but they're just not interested in soccer? And so therefore they don't want to invest?
They have money, they love soccer, but they don't get it. That's, I can use my money to invest in talent in my country, in my society, to produce the next world best player. But they don't know that. I'll give you an
Hold that.
example. Let
Hold
me
that
give you
there,
one
Mike.
example. Aliko Dangote. Aliko Dangote, you know who he is, right? The richest black
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Okay.
He's the fanatic Arsenal fan. He's a Premier League fan. He watch Premier League day in and day out.
Right.
When when there was a rumor or there was an announcement that Arsenal was for sale, he was ready to put $300 million to buy Arsenal, to purchase Arsenal. And then someone like me is like, that $300 million, you can actually use it to set up, like to promote, like to develop the local league we have in Nigeria.
Right.
But it's just the black man is just not thinking right, and that's been my consistent argument. So I use the sport as an example. That's just one simple area where we can't even get right. Where children with talent, special talent, the Mbappe's, the Pogba's, the name their hall, and the Ronaldinho's, all those black players winning Ballon d'Or from Brazil, from France. They are born in Africa. In fact, they're children of the Africans. They could have been born in Africa. They're millionaires in Africa.
Yeah.
So no one is investing in them. That's just a simple sports.
Okay.
It's the same thing. Hold on. Let me say this. It's the same thing in other areas. Science.
Yes.
The people, the talent, they are coming up, innovating, inventing things, the technology, everything. They're also born in Africa every day. But those, they're supposed to be investing in them, putting money behind them, backing them. They're not doing it. So the black man just doesn't give a shit. But we'd rather sit around. The same black man will sit around and complain about why his society is not like doing. Go ahead, yeah.
So listen to what you just said there. So you used Del Monte as an example. So black people who have money, the reason they're not making the wise investments, like you're saying, is something to do with their mind. Now, okay, it's the mind. So, what is the cause of that mindset? Because you said it's in a number of areas, not just football, lots of other areas where investment could be done. So it's something to do with the state of mind. Now, I'll open up for you. So you probably jump on me for this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Well,
I'm going to say that their mind, their state of mind, is the mind of a hostage. Hostages make stupid decisions because of their hostage situation. That is why, as you clearly described, those rich black people are not investing in Africa because they're being held back under threat.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by the hostage and being under threat? Can you elaborate better so I can get a better understanding of what you mean by that?
Okay, yeah. So you painted a picture. You made it very clear that the African people with money, there's something wrong with their mind. So I'm saying the reason they're making bad decisions is because they are hostages. What would be your counter?
Well, explain the hostage. I'm asking to explain something, but you keep repeating the same thing. Like, when you say someone is the hostage by who? In what sense?
Financial. So basically, financial terrorists. They are white supremacist financial terrorists. So you might not see the gun, but Del Monte and all these other rich black people that you're talking about, they have to stay on good terms with the white supremacist financial or economic terrorists.
Okay, let me make sure I understand what you're telling me here. Let me make sure I understand what you're telling me here. You're saying that the white man got a high on them, and they don't want to. They can't make the decision because the white man will not like it, will be against it, and will go after them. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
And because it's a white man's money. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I use Dangote as an example, right? Dangote mixes billions in Africa. from Africans. He lives in Africa, around Africans. He doesn't really interact with, he doesn't have anything to do with any white supremacy government or anything. He doesn't. It's just like you go to Nigeria, you see a bunch of millionaires, like homegrown billionaires. Like some of them never even met a white man or have any affiliation with a white man. In Nigeria, I'm telling, or maybe you need to travel. That's why I told you earlier. Maybe you need to travel to Africa. Do you thinking the way you look at Africa, you're looking at it from the lens of being a UK black man or American black man, where every day is a white man around you. They're literally millionaires. I know them. My grandfather was a millionaire. He doesn't even speak English. He literally speaks only Yoruba. He doesn't know anything about white people or anything. My bloodline generation never had any association, affiliation with white people. My dad is probably the first in my generation that actually interacted with white people, followed by me. So these people are there. They wake up every day. They count their million. All the employees are virtually Africans, Nigerians, and all that. You're telling me that they are afraid to set up a football academy of some kind of a sport, a facility for sports or for science research within a country, even if they, let's, by some imagination, let's say I agree with you that maybe he's afraid of some white man somewhere. We say, why did you do that? Maybe he could do it through a back door. Maybe maybe give me the money to go set it up or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, I mean, what you're telling me here does no, I mean, it doesn't have to, like, it's a white man's the reason why these
All
guys
right. I'll
cannot
try
set up
again. Watch
something.
this. Watch this new angle then. Watch this. So, white supremacists, racist, economic terrorists. Right. So the economy is finance, banking and so on, finance, politics, and culture. So there's the three arms. So I'm suggesting that because of, you talked about soccer, for example. So Damonte is not going to invest in that business because he does not see it as of any cultural value to Africa. So as you just said,
Wait. Hold on now.
hold it. You just told me that he's a great Arsenal fan and that he's willing to invest in the Arsenal
No, he's
club.
willing to buy Arsenal.
Yeah, okay, and buy it. And you said that rather than why didn't he use that money, the same money, to develop football in Africa?
No, in Nigeria we have a league in Nigeria. It's like a Premier League in Nigeria.
Yeah. So you're saying, you asking the question, why didn't he use that same amount of money that he was willing to spend on Arsenal to buy the Arsenal Football Club? Why didn't he use that same money to invest in football in Nigeria? And I'm saying it's because of
the white man.
The cultural aspect. Yes, the cultural aspects of the financial terrorists. What would be your example?
Wait. You come on, man. Sometimes
hold it. I
you
want
put
to
words
hear
in it.
what's your
Come on now.
What is your
I don't know the kind of what I don't understand things you say. Like the cultural aspect of a white terror. What the heck is that, man? Come on, man.
Oh yeah, I'll go into that. I'm going to go into that, but I want to walk together now. If you believe that suggestion I made, which I'll have to break down and explain, which I will. What is your explanation for why Dante did not invest in Nigeria and a Nigerian football team? What was going on in his head from your perspective?
Here's what I'll tell you.
Pardon?
The mentality in Africa is when people make money, they don't like to associate themselves with the poor.
Say again?
When people become rich, right? They don't really associate themselves with the poor society. And they think in life, what they want. Their approach to life is, let me make it and enjoy my life and pass my wealth on to my children and die. Make money, enjoy my life, meaning sleep with a bunch of women, party, show off my wealth, and die. And do things where people, everything I do has to be something for people to worship me or to bow to me or to be recognized that this guy here has arrived. But they somehow don't have the thinking that if I go and lift the poor, anybody will respect me. Somehow they don't have that thinking. I don't know why. Or if I go lift, so this is what they do lifting the poor. Let me be fair now. The way the rich Africans believe to lift the poor is to show up and hand you cash so you can come for more. And when they come around, you can bow down to them. That's their own way of relating, connecting with the poor to come show that, hey, come here, take this change. So you can be like, yes, sir, yes, sir. You can, kiss their feet, kiss their ass. And it's not just African. This is black man generally, because I've been around diaspora and black too. It's the same mentality. They literally don't want the next black person to make it. It's common. It's this. I don't know what it is, man. It's common. Even in America where I live, the black celebrities, they literally don't go to their black community where they're hood and say, oh, let me invest in this next black person to become successful. It's almost like a mentality that, no, I want to be the only black person on top, and everybody else just, look at me, bow to me.
Right. So you said just now, you don't know what it is. And I'm telling you, that little section that you don't know what it is, you know all the rest.
No, I know what it is. I know what it is. Don't it's just a figure of speech, man. Don't take my word literally, okay? I know what it is. When I say I don't know why your head is jacked, I mean, come on, man. When I say I don't know why someone is acting foolish, it doesn't mean I don't know why he's acting foolish. He's acting foolish because his mindset is just foolish. If I say I don't know why someone is ignorant, of course I know why he's ignorant, because he hasn't educated himself. He's just he's choose to remain ignorant. So don't try to take my word, trying to twist it and make it trying to build an argument with it, okay?
But hold
the fact of the matter is this. Let's ask it through. The fact of the matter is we need to this is the nature of a man. A man wants to do what people will celebrate him for, right? What he will celebrate it for by his people, right?
Yes.
Now, what Europeans were able to create with that is they create a culture where, hey, we're going to celebrate somebody that invents something. We're going to celebrate somebody that can do extraordinary thing. And then we're going to celebrate somebody that contributed to that thing being created. That's why everybody in the European society is dreaming life is to create something. So he can be remembered, he can be celebrated for it.
Right.
And then others that know they can create something, they're scrambling around looking for someone that has the talent to create something, so they can invest in it, so they can be part of it, so they can be also recognized along with it. They created that culture. That's why they name things after people. They name they name stuff after people. Whereas in Africa, we don't have a culture of celebrating someone that do something extraordinary. Like, we only have a culture of worshiping someone that possesses material things. For example, if you show up in a mixed up bunch of black people and you are displaying your ability, your intelligence somehow, and next to you there's one guy that has no intelligence, is displaying cash and Mercedes Benz, they're going to show more respect to that guy that displaying Mercedes Benz and wristwatch, expensive good, than they will respect you that actually have something more really real, tangible, more, what's the word? Like you that you're displaying.
Society.
So it's our culture. Whereas in a white society, if you show up with a Mercedes Benz among white people, they're not going to bow to you because you show up with a Mercedes Benz. They're going to look at the Mercedes Benz. If they like the Mercedes Benz, they're gonna give credit to the Germans engineer that created Mercedes Benz. Like who's it? They're gonna go Google the engineer that designed the Mercedes or the car, the engineer, the designer that designed that version of Mercedes Benz, that new C class. And be like, his name is Mullah, German guy. They be like, wow, you know about this guy named Mullah? He's the one that designed a new C class or S class, E class. That's who they'll give credit to. Not you, the buyer. Not you, the buyer. You understand? You, the buyer. You say, hey, you work for your money. Hey, congratulations. But no white man is going to bow down to you because you're driving a nice Mercedes Benz. Well, blacks, we're going to worship the person that show in Africa. That's why when I go to Africa, a guy show Mercedes Benz. I'm like, why are you even buying this thing? Because you're making the Germans rich. You're making the German economy rich.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas everybody else will worship the guy because he has a Mercedes Benz. Him buying a Mercedes Benz doesn't help you. It doesn't help the country. It doesn't help anybody. I mean, I can if he buy for me, and I'll give him the respect. But he bought it for himself and he's driving it, and everybody's buying onto him. Like, he's the genius. He's the best in the community. No, he's not the best in the community. I'll respect the kid, that person that has nothing but has potential, has brain, that's displaying some creativity. I'll show him more respect than the idiots. They just spend $60,000 on a Mercedes and has nothing to offer the community. So that's where the mindset.
Yeah. Okay. So watch this. Based on what you just said there, very good. So, which you kind of answered it earlier on when you were saying that if there's more productivity within Africa, and if Africa's producing and they're making things, then it will bring respect to the society because they're actually producing. I think it was you or somebody was saying, yeah, the other guy was talking about making music, that it's producing music, and he was saying that there was enough. He was selling enough music. The music business was big enough within Africa not to have to sell it abroad. But after they saw what was happening within Africa, then others wanted to get involved from outside. So does that fit in? That
fit in. That's part of the example of why if you want respect, you have to produce. And he used their music as an example. That these people decided to start producing something. They picked the area of their music, and the Nigerian music industry, by the way, a lot of people with money invested in it. They put money behind it, including the former Nigerian president, Goodluck Jonathan. The investors were like, hey, government need to get involved too. So he put a lot of money behind the industry too. So it's a big industry there in Lagos, So a lot of people, investors, Nigerian investors, local investors, started putting money behind the industry, So now the artists started producing. And when they began to produce and they got kind of big and then went continental and then eventually went international. So in that area, people can say, wow, I respect these Nigerians, man. They're making good songs, make good music. So that is a little bit of Afrobeat, and all that. And even the movie industries as well. The movie one is still kind of catching up to the rest and stuff. But so people invest in the entertainment industry in Nigeria. So it's growing. So that's one area. If now what I'm advocating is let's move to other areas. The most important one will be the science, technology. We start investing into that area as well. Put money behind it. Then when you put money behind the industry, the talents, you creating a platform for talents. That's what it is. Like our music industry, movie industry, they created the platform and the talents are born. And the talents started displaying their talents. Let's move it to other areas. Let's move into science. Let's invest into science. The gifted, it wants to set up a platform for like just like that in the science area of science. Guess what? A gifted kid in a poor neighborhood that has this passion for physics, that has this imagination of creating things, that is just passionate, born with a genius mind, can see their platform and jump on it. Like, wow, this is institution over there.
But they've done it, wouldn't they? Because Nigeria's making cars, isn't it? There's a car
Yeah, we get in there. We get in there. We started to do it, and we just started. We started to do it, and you already seen it. Oh, someone is already jumping on. He has passion for making cars. We have two car companies now, assemblers.
Two.
And Innocent and Nord is owned by this Yoruba guy, and then the Innocent is owned by this Igbo guy. So we starting there, and then now our military they started, invest like Nigerian industry budget. They're opening the weapons making store, investing in the weapon manufacturing, and then some Nigerians are gifted, go learning how to make weapons. They taking contract from the Nigerian military, producing weapons for the military now. So Nigeria is getting there, and now we need to continue. And also, individuals that have money need to hop on in their area as well. So what I'm saying is, that's the way to go. Invest
And they're
in
going that way. So it's happening. It's all
It's
good
happening.
then.
It's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we
there's nothing
we
wrong
started
with
to
the
do it.
African mind then, is there?
Hmm?
It's just that there's nothing wrong with the African mind. All it is that they're slowly starting to outsmart the white supremacist economic terrorists.
Yeah. Let me tell you where the Africans got it wrong. Right. I'll tell you. So they say where everybody look at it. There's the saying that because someone started a race, right, and he's ahead of the race, doesn't mean he's gonna win the race or is the fastest. You get what I'm saying? Because you're ahead in a race doesn't mean you're the fastest or you are the, you're gonna be the winner.
Well, if you're ahead, you mean it depends on the rate. It might be a long distance, so you might be ahead in the beginning and then fade nearer the end.
Exactly. At one point, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what happened is, Europeans, this Western, I guess, this modern advancement, meaning this modern industrialization, technological advancements, the Europeans started the race. Now, I'm not trying to say Westernization, modernization began in Europe, but the modern advancement that we see today, this in physics, Europeans started it. They started the race. Now, also starting a race doesn't mean you're just smarter. Sometimes circumstances make you start something before somebody else.
That's
like
right.
For example, you and I, we can be sitting in a room. Maybe you maybe forced to go outside. Maybe the first to discover something outside, right?
Yeah.
Now, because you got the cold, got it, the AC, your body couldn't, temperature was getting too cold, and you decided to run outside before I do, and then you got outside and you discover something before me. Doesn't mean you're smarter than me. A situation led you to go outside before me. So what I'm saying is, so the point I'm making is, Europeans, yeah, they started the modern advancements before everybody else, and we can see the reason why. One of the reason why was because they had the this thing called the Black Death in Europe, where disease was wiping out the population, and they decided, let's start looking for other adventuring the rest of the world, just traveling around looking for places, and then they begin to discover fascinating things from other places, and they begin to be curious about learning things, and that's how they got into the whole idea of gathering information and intellectual this, and then the German came with the German started with the printing press, and then they learned how to print, and they started document information, and they create curriculum for education. So they started all that. So they got ahead of everybody else in that race. So now, what happened is, by the time they got ahead, they started making stuff, industrializing, and they were bringing things that they make. When they bring into other people's society, people finding like, whoa, this is fascinating. This is so nice. But the Asians, like the Chinese and the Japanese, all these Asian people, didn't look at it and say, wow, because of this, I'm just going to allow you in my midst and see you as, oh, this special person, or trust you. I'm going to deal with you, but I'm going to figure out how you're doing it, and I'm going to do mine, right? But what the Africans did, the mistake they did was, because there was so a lot of leadership. They were so greedy, and they wanted to possess those things and have it, and they allowed the Europeans to dangle it in their faces and use it in exchange to allow them to penetrate their society. And when you allow them to come in, then they begin to take advantage, being given the power to have the control of introducing anything, introducing knowledge, educating your children. Then they begin to do a lot of brainwashing, a lot of introducing, just flipping the minds of a new generation. So they manipulated the minds of people, and they did a lot where they, which is something they do in the diaspora as well. They condition you to believe you're stupid or you can't do something, or propaganda, all those things. So they did it to they able to do that to the minds of many Africans.
Yes.
So, and we're not getting to the point where we're realizing that we're not thinking right. Why are we thinking like this? Why did we? So we kind of that.
All right, let me challenge you on that. Okay, you're saying I've got the point you're saying now. Okay, so you said they managed to penetrate the society. They managed to penetrate the African mind in a way they didn't penetrate the Chinese mind or the Indian mind. Okay. So it's going to sound a bit weird, but I'm going to say it anyway. So there's nothing wrong with the African mind. What it was is a spell. Right? The curse of Ham, they called it. So a spell or a curse, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It is used to unify those against you. So you might not be aware that there's a conspiracy or a curse or a spell against you. Just like you could be working in an industry, or you could be working for a company, and
you agree with me. Flipping someone's mind is part of a spell. You know that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I want to dig into this, because it gets a bit subtle. So a spell, a curse, right? So basically, to illustrate it, you could be working in an industry or working for a company, and they say envy and jealousy, you can't see it. So you could be working in an industry or a company, and a group of people can conspire to try and get you fired, or to conspire to try and sabotage your contract. You sabotage your efforts to win the contract, right? But because they're united against you, it's the equivalent of a spell. So the spell is
no. I don't think that unity against. No. Wait. Before you go, so what you say is saying that because they're united against us, the reason why they're succeeding against us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because we don't know how. We cannot see the method of unification. Therefore, you can't prove that they're united against you. So therefore, just like many people say, oh, they believe that the market is just the market, and they cannot see any bias or
But can you what you're saying related to like what point are you making? Just like I like for you to like
yeah. Okay, so this is what
I understand where you're going.
Yeah. Okay, this is where I'm going. I'm putting myself up against you to show to do different mindsets. Your mindset, you're saying, oh, it's the African mind. Oh, it's the Africans. I just don't have. There's something wrong with their mind. I don't know why they're not doing it. I don't know why Africans can't see this. I don't.
No, I do know why. I do know why.
Yeah, but you're saying it's you were just saying earlier on it's because the Africans behave in this way. The Africans will buy the Mercedes. You were describing Africans and the African mind, and I'm saying I'm going against that and saying no.
I don't think it's the inherent African mind. I think it's the nurtured mind.
It's what?
You're growing up in an environment where this is what's celebrated. This is what is what. This is what is what.
Right.
And
so therefore, the environment is
you're not born. You're not inherently. You're not born like that. It's just what's
But who
celebrated.
created
Like
the
you grow.
environment?
Like
Who
okay,
created that environment for those people to behave, the Africans to behave like that?
who
You
what?
just said it's the environment in which the Africans are growing up in that causes them to think like that. That's what you just said. So if you're saying it's blaming it on the environment, who caused the African environment to be like that?
Well, the Africans got a lot to do with it. I'm not. Listen, we are making conscious choices. I mean, well, I would say subconscious choices. But at the end of the day, white man's not forcing you to continue to think the way you're thinking. You understand? And like me, everyone is different, right? Those that choose to like, you can tell me Dangote doesn't know that. Hey, it's common sense, oxymoron, but it's just his desire. He wants to be celebrated, like I said. Everybody knows, but he wants to be more enjoy himself. I mean, selfishness. I guess that's what it is. But I'm not gonna see him blame
Okay, so hold that
white
point there.
man
You made that
for.
point earlier on,
I'm not
right? You
blaming
made that
another
point
man for
earlier on.
thinking the way he's thinking, for
Yeah,
continuing to
but
think the
you
way he
made that
thinks.
point. Yeah, but let's
Yeah, I made the point
you're
earlier
really going
saying,
into
yeah,
mine.
they able to penetrate and draw
Hold,
curriculum. I get it, but hey, we got to
no,
move
no,
on
no,
from
no.
that.
It's not that. No, it's not. Let's dig into this because is really high level. It's very, very, very subtle. It's massive, but it's so subtle. It's difficult to catch and difficult to explain. So Dangote, right? All the things that you just described show that he wants to fit in to a certain world view. He wants to belong to a certain world.
No word, no society, Nigerian society.
Yeah. I would say that no, he's not. Based on what you're saying and the things that he's doing, it's
No,
not
let me tell you how
Nigerian
Nigerian
society.
society operates. The rich only hang with the rich. The rich, there's the rich world, and there's the poor masses world. And the rich world, they do exist on their own, have their own things, and don't really relate to the poor. They think it's normal that those poor world exist, and it's supposed to be like that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the
So what?
mindset of
So
the.
you're talking about class now. Yeah. This is the race versus class argument, and the way you're talking there is that Dangote just wanted to make the money and fit in with the fellow elite, the fellow wealthy in society. Okay. Now, yeah. So that's the class. So therefore, he wants to associate with the wealthy rather than the poor. Okay, I understand that. So that's the class model, which is the most popular model. But there's the race model. So some people may be trying to fit in and struggling to improve their class, but they don't understand that the elite race is the real game. Race is at the top of the pyramid, and class, it appears to be class at those below the clouds. But the very top, because sometimes a mountain, the peak can be above the clouds. Yeah. So the clouds is the confusion between race and class. So all those people at the bottom, they're aspiring to be rich and to be wealthy. and then they see, oh, it's just a matter of money, making enough money, and it's a matter of class. Work hard, do some good business, make some good deals, and then you can rise, make the money, and then reach into the elite. But I'm saying that elite, when you get to the top, it moves into the race. It's race, about race.
Okay, so Dangote is going to become white. Okay, I get it.
No, when he gets when he's up there, he will never become white. So he's still inferior. He's never rich enough. He was never, no matter how much money he makes.
So what does that have to do with race? What do you have to do with race? That's universal.
Yeah,
That's everybody.
he'll always be amongst them, no matter how much money he makes.
Amongst who?
Amongst those elite, which are white supremacists. They're
What?
white
Wait.
supremacists.
Come on, I said three. Stop this. Man. Come on,
Terrorists.
Relax. Elitism is elitism. It's not race based. Stop it, man. In China, they have their own elite. Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, no matter how much money you make, you want more. You keep going. Yes. Now, it has absolutely nothing to do with white supremacy.
It got nothing to do with race, basically. Your position.
No.
It's not about race.
Hmm?
Your position is it's not about race. It's about class. That's your position, isn't it? It's about class.
No,
make enough money, and you'll be in the elite. Correct?
Yeah, you be in the elite. Exactly. Yeah. Now
right,
don't move. Don't dive back to another point where I don't take me to unknown. Just stick to the same argument, okay? Because you do this a lot where you just take me around to a whole different world and then come back here. I mean, come on. Yeah.
But I've already outlined very clearly your position. I understand your position.
You know what? Let's go to the original question.
Nothing to do with race. It's nothing to do with race. That's your position, and I disagree with you.
What do you disagree that Dangote wealth, it's Dangote's thinking and everything has nothing to do with race? You disagree with me? The wealth is Nigerian billionaire in Nigeria. They made all this billion in Nigeria without the help of a white man, without any affiliation with a white man, and he's behaving the way he's behaving. What's it got to do with race?
What has the white man got to do with Nigeria?
What does what?
Concept of Nigeria itself. What has the white people got to do with Nigeria and the foundation of Nigeria?
Forget foundation of Nigeria has nothing to do with an individual businessman, Nigerian businessman that hustle, work hard, and make wealth for himself. Foundation of Nigeria has nothing to do with that.
Has the construction of the entity called Nigeria had anything to do with have white people been involved in the construct of that entity called Nigeria? Were white people involved in the construction of Nigeria?
I won't say white people. I would say some white people, some individuals. They have interest, but it's not. And their goal was I would say their goal was for their own interest, right? But however, the creation of Nigeria, actually, I would say, contrary to what everybody believes, was the country Nigeria today, right? Its existence, it's an agreement between Nigerians for it to be a country. It's an agreement between Nigerians, and I'll tell you, the British drew down territory called Nigeria, right, for themselves, right?
Okay.
Without knowledge of Nigerians or the people in 1914, right?
Okay.
And there was no Nigeria or none of those empires were aware or that drawing exists or that entity called Nigeria exists.
Right.
Now, when the British drew that line, what they were doing was picking individuals from all ethnic groups, right? They were sending them to England to get a British education and they were introducing those individuals that were interested in the project. They were introducing them to. They educated them, introduced them to the whole project called Nigeria, the concept of
Right.
Nigeria, this new country.
Project. That's right.
And
Project called Nigeria. Okay.
yeah, they introduced them to the concept, and
Yes.
many of them saw it, and they were not sure if it makes sense. However, when they were creating the institutions, the ministries, and all those things, they gave those guys job there,
Okay.
and those
Okay.
guys were making. They have jobs. They got out of school from England, Oxford, all those universities, and they got job waiting for them in that entity called Nigeria. That was paying them.
Institution
So
called Nigeria.
that already gave them bought their interest in that project called Nigeria.
Right.
So when the British in 1960, when they were leaving, they were done with whatever they drew and everything. They now told those group of people they put in those ministries like, okay, hey, this new country, you guys should be in charge and start running it,
Yeah.
and introduce the rest of the population to this concept called Nigeria. So
That's
those
right.
guys didn't have reason not to accept it because they're all benefiting from it. That means
Of
they'll be in
course.
control of entire nations. Like you just made them the king of a big empire, a bigger empire than the empires they come from. So if
Right.
you have those individuals from Yoruba tribe, those individuals from Igbo tribe, all the ethnic groups, there's a group of guys,
Yes.
they
Okay.
look at themselves and like, damn, if I'm a minister, if I'm holding a position in this new entity, that means I'm even bigger than my empire. I'm bigger than
Exactly.
my king and my tribe.
Okay.
So those
Okay.
guys bought into the idea of
Of
Nigeria.
Nigeria. That's right. The
So what
Nigerian
happened?
project.
So what happened was when the British were not living, the British knew these guys we want to keep that, sustain that thing called Nigeria, right? Which is in their interest. And when they sustain that thing called Nigeria, the British now have investment companies in Nigeria. So those companies
Yes.
will be working with those
Okay.
people. Those guys will be benefiting from those companies, and those
Right.
companies will be pretty much siphoning to England. So that's what you
Yes.
call neocolonialism, right?
Correct.
So what happened was when the British now were living, and the reality started kicking in when those rest of those guys started announcing to the empires, all the kings and the population that, hey, we have a new country, and this is the system. We are the in charge. And those empires, those emperors, those kings are like, hold on, what is this? We're not sure if we want to do this.
Right.
So
Okay.
they had to do series of conferences, constitutional conferences to discuss if they should do it or not. Right? So they said over and over and over. And they had to, okay, if we're gonna do this, let's do a constitution like this. Let's exist like this. Let's do it like that. So they arrived at a point where they say, okay, we're gonna do this project called Nigeria. However, we're gonna do something called confederation, which individual empire we govern itself under Nigeria. And then they got to a point like, wow, we have too many kingdoms. What about the smaller kingdoms? And then the
Yeah.
smaller kingdoms say, okay, we'll come together and form one big regions. So eventually we got to a point where we said, okay, we can do that. And then they put a clause in the constitution and say, okay, what if we get to a point where it doesn't work? Can we pull out of this?
Disband.
Can we pull out? And they agree that yes, we'll pull out.
Ah.
They agree that we can. Then they say, what will be the process? They say, okay, the process will be like a referendum among the population of whoever the parties they want to pull out, or so they had to agree that okay, to pull out or to even have maybe a region wants to divide or a region wants to increase, anything they have to do is going to be through referendum. So
Right.
they came together. So the Nigerians came together and agreed that okay, we would do Nigeria. So that's what I'm
Okay.
telling when people tell you that oh, British created Nigeria. I'm like, no, not really. They came up with the concept, but the Nigerians today was agreed by the Nigerians themselves. But eventually, the agreement in the beginning at one point began to collapse. In a sense that the constitution was created in the beginning. The empires were governing themselves. The Yorubas were, doing regional system, but we just have one center, which is one military. We have one military and one police, and then we have the prime minister just deals with foreign affairs and stuff. But then each kingdom were governing themselves, they were in control of their wealth, their resources, their oil, everything. And when that happened, the British didn't like it because now when the British wanted to negotiate a deal, maybe oil or any mineral deal, it has to not deal with individual kingdom in Nigeria. So they didn't like that. They were finding it difficult. That's why in the beginning, Nigeria was progressing. Some region where that's why you hear Nigerians saying, "Oh, this group, this part of the country is a problem," and that because back then some regions were progressing ahead of others. They were just advancing, and they were literally. I can say if you go look at Nigeria during the '60s, we literally were building science academy. This thing I'm telling you today, we were doing it. Respect individual, the Yorubas were doing it. We're building nuclear, even nuclear project, nuclear science program, and even the Igbos. They were like literally. Do you know that? In the same '60s when the Biafran War started, during that Igbo scientists were the one who first create a actually German were the one first doing in World War II. They designed cruise missile.
Oh.
Yeah, they were making their own weapon. Go look it up. I'm telling you. Yes, I'm telling you, that's how advanced we were in the '60s, Nigeria. The people, because we were having sign, we were trying to catch up with Europeans, and the ethnic group were competing. Like, okay, we want to catch up. So individual empires started using their own indigenous knowledge, trying to incorporate it with the Western knowledge. We were trying to pretty much just advance in our own way because we got it right in the beginning. So what the British did was they realized that wow, these guys look like they're threats. They're looking like they want to be next China because what the threat, the America, the West, the Europeans were having that time. What they were looking at countries in the world, they've been trying to become a threat to them in the future or advance and catch up to them. And back then, they saw the Chinese, of course, the Soviet had risen, and the Soviet were kind of helping the Chinese, and they seen countries will be a threat in the future. So they didn't want that to happen. So what they did was they now realized that, oh wow, their military in their country, we were the one that established their command. And a lot of those army officers used to be, when during the colonial time, they all went to England to get their training. And during their training, the commanders that trained them were British. So they're still loyal to their commanders. From the rank of recruit now, most of them are generals. So those commanders, they have influence over them. So what they
Are those
did,
commanders still white or black?
say it again.
Those commanders that you're talking about, are they white or black?
No, the Nigerian army, right? We're being created before the independence.
Yeah.
Okay, basically, this is how the African military was set up. During World War I and World War II, the British and the French, they needed to create an army to help them fight. So they went to their colonies and started recruiting people from their colony into the British army and the French army or their colonial.
The
even the
whites
German
were in charge of the
even people always say German was racist. No, a lot of Africans fought on the German side. People from the German colony, a lot of Cameroonians were fighting the German army. A lot of people from German colony, they fought on the German side. People don't even know that.
Yes, stay in the same line that you're for. Don't go into army. I don't want to go there.
Yeah. So I'm going to that. So those that fought, that were in the army during the World War I and World War II. So they were now the generals in the army in the new countries. So now, because they were loyal to their to the former French, their former, they were battling the French military and British military. So now the British realized that, wow, that's soldiers, we still have influence on them. So they now went and paid them money, convinced them to go overthrow the government and topple the system that was created. And
so the system that the Africans put together, they used the military to topple that system.
To topple it, exactly.
Oh, interesting.
So that's when we had a coup in 1966. by the military in Nigeria. So these guys, when they just started assassinating the leaders, man.
Right. So that the British could get better deals and not
Yeah,
have to deal with
yeah,
all the crap.
exactly. And the first thing they did was to change the constitution from the old regional thing where empires govern themselves. So a unitary system where everything comes to center. The curriculum, the governance, everything comes to the
Right.
middle. And everything
Right.
is a British style. Eliminate the
Right.
indigenous style, eliminate the indigenous education, eliminate the
Right.
indigenous knowledge, spirituality. Christian is the official religion, Islam is official
Right.
religion. The indigenous religion is no longer a religion in the constitution. Indigenous language is no longer in the constitution, just English. So just we pretty much taking also, so that led to a civil war, you know. And then after the war, we're trying to recover because the war was so bloody. So it took us like about 30 years just to recover from. So the war created a lot of bitterness and hatred because,
Yeah,
one
it's
of
a
the large
mess.
ethnic group. So we became very divided ethnically because of the bitterness of the war. How it was fought. It was very
Yeah.
brutal.
Just confusion.
Yeah, the confusion. So we were in a state of confusion. Nigeria as a country became in a state of confusion for about 30 years. Like, because the military soldiers were now doing coup after coup, overthrowing each other. We did
Right.
there was about 12 different coups in the 1966 to 1998 before we got tired of it. Like, okay, yo, what the fuck is going on? We got to reset. But in the midst of that, we still had our intellectuals, our scientists, all of them, they all just fleeing to England, United States, becoming these advanced people. Each one of the scientists was the guy that even came up with the supercomputer formula. I forgot that formula in computer science, where they eventually used to design the internet. So we had all the great minds. They were no longer even guys that designed after the cruise missiles during the war. Like those guys, they were all working for the American science community, British science community. And the British, that's why they know a lot of even the um researchers, they were doing research that the society that produced the most genius in the world. They
Right.
realized that West African area. So Nigeria became kind of disorganized. So we had to step backwards. So now we started our new democracy in 99, a stable system. And now we're now resetting, realizing, oh no, what happened to the things we were beginning to do in the 60s? Okay, let's start to do it now. And the moment we're beginning to take that step again, Boko Haram came from nowhere, terrorism.
Right. The same model.
Yeah, same model. So we have external enemy, but how do they do it? They use people inside. So that's why I keep telling you, I don't disagree with you that we don't have external enemy. But you have to deal with the one inside. Because if we are there with in Nkrumah and Ghana made the same mistake. It was focusing more on the outside. He didn't pay attention to the ones inside that they could use against him. Same thing in Nigeria. We didn't pay attention to the soldiers. They were still loyal to their former commanders, which are the British. And
Right.
they caught off guard, did a coup, destroy the whole system. So to the main question, when you say
class
they,
or
they,
whether
they
it's race.
created no, we created it, so
Okay, so listen to all what you said there. So the systems and the creation of systems is what generates the business, which generates wealth, and then you get the elite that work up through the systems that have been set in place to do business and to generate elites and wealthy people. So what the difference between you and I'm saying that everything you've just said there shows that it was race. It was really everything's really about race, even though it appears to be about class, which is how most people see it. But at the end of the day, at the height, it is all about race, because the Britishness was whiteness. It's all about race.
but the British, hold on. Let me I say hold on. Let me tell you why I tend to always disagree that it's not good to focus on race. The same Europeans don't want other Europeans to catch up to them. They're all competing. It's competition. It's competition. They don't want China to catch up to them. They don't want anyone else to catch up to them. So what they're doing is competition. So you have to look at it from the angle like, hey, listen, we are competing with people in this world. Even the Russians had to ally with the Chinese to help them against the British, French, and the United States, because they're really the British, French, and the United States, they really didn't have business with all these other European dust. They don't care about them. All this Greece, Ukraine, they don't care about these guys. But they had to form alliance with them because to contain Russia, the Soviet. So it's competition. Even the United States formed an alliance with China, with South Korea and Japan. So that's how the world works. You understand? So if you sit around saying race, I'm going to trust somebody because our skin is the same and it's not going to betray me. No, you're smoking something. That's you're about to be doomed. So if you, when you guys are saying African, you need to unite. No, if we just unite them because of our skin color, and then you're going to trust them, one of them is going to betray you eventually, because eventually he's going to dump to him like, oh, what the fuck am I? What is his skin color that I'm liking it? This guy, I'm in love with this guy because of his skin color. When this white man here is offering me something, this guy can't offer me nothing. He's going to turn against you eventually. He's going to turn against you. Yeah. So,
yes, that is correct. If he does not understand that the white man, they're united. It's not plain to see.
They're not united. No. The white men are not united. They're not. They're not. Okay, let me tell you something. The people unite on interest, on basis of interest. The Germans were just trying to annihilate France and England, right? But today, the Germans is the same line with, it's the same, it's an alliance with France and England. Why? Because France and England have a new enemy. And now they realize that, okay, we need the German on our side. So now, hey, we can no longer take these guys as enemies. So let's squash it. Let's work together. You know? So it's, and United States was trying to annihilate Japan at one point. Today, United States is funding Japan even more than it's funding any other European country, any other white country. You know?
Yeah, because Japan is, because I used to work for a Japanese company. They're just servants of the Americans.
But the Americans making sure they progress.
Pay off war reparations.
Nah,
they're making the Japanese.
America's the interest in Japan because they need Japan able to, in order to be able to contain China. To contain
Japan
China.
is just an aircraft carrier for
exactly. They need to build military base there. They need the Japanese to be happy with them, to be in alliance with them. So they give them
they don't like
war reparation and everything.
They're not white. Yeah, they're not white. It's still white power over there. And then you've got Russia denying its whiteness, trying to deny it, but that's not going to work. In order to, Russia is trying to align with the BRICS. All that Russia's trying to align with Brazil, India, and China. They say we're anti-white, but listen, listen, that Russia, watch your back with that. They're trying to say, oh, we're not racist. We're not racist. What?
You see, mark my word, in the next 10 years, the Nigerians will begin to, you see, I told somebody 10 years ago, I say, watch, India will be a country where everybody will start trying to align with. India will become very relevant because they will begin to be very productive, begin to produce. And today, the president came to me like, dude, I can't believe you, dude, you said it. You're Indian, where realizing themselves like, yo, we ain't, because they used to have colonial mindset like everybody else, like, oh, advancement is only the thing of the Europeans, but they begin to invest in their, science and everything. Today, Indian, they're just, man, they've overtaken many European countries. They're relevant because they're very productive. They're producing a lot, even producing their own aircraft, fighter jet, everything, and nuclear bombs. They're very relevant.
Remember the beginning of the conversation.
So 10 years from now,
let's talk about being productive, and then we asked, and I was asking, we're exploring. Okay,
the
how do
Nigerians
we get
they're stepping up. Let me tell you, where India was 10 years ago is where Nigerians are today. They are investing, investing in their technology, the scientists. We have some very good scientists right now. Doing research, going into it. We're beginning to produce right now. So in the next 10 years, don't be shocked when Nigeria will be right there. And then guess what? Everybody gonna be like, yo, we're gonna rock with you. I don't know if Kenya is doing the same thing or other Africans doing it. Hey, that's when you power, You're like, whoa, you're doing it. Oh, you two, you make it out, everybody will be on you. They'll take you seriously because that's what power is. You're productive. You don't depend on anybody. Because India doesn't have to depend on England for all their sustenance, for their consumption, technological consumption. They don't depend on anyone anymore.
Yeah, but to become productive, based on the model that we were just discussing, it requires stronger investment. Yes, as you mentioned, Dakota, and you're saying that the African mind is not is trying to fit into the elite, and that is why they don't want to invest heavily in Africa. That's what you were describing. You were saying that the African elite, they want to fit in with the white elite. So in other words, it's nothing to do with race. It's just class. And I'm saying, no, it's to do with race. Those rich Africans, they don't fit in, and they will not fit in with the elite.
So are you telling me that Dangote is going to be hanging out with some poor white people?
No, he will be
okay, so it's not
dog.
about race.
He will be a dog amongst the rich.
A dog?
He'll be a dog amongst the rich. They'll never.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Some rich white people will say Dangote. Do you know Bill Gates even came and bowed down to him? Are you kidding me?
Bow down?
I don't mean literally bow down, but he came to show respect.
They ain't bowing down to no African.
Do you think? I think. Oh, you know what your problem is? You have a diaspora mentality. With all due respect, a lot of you guys in the diaspora still have the slave mentality. I'm sorry.
But a lot of you guys in Africa have the same mentality. You don't understand white supremacy. You don't understand.
We don't. Most of us listen. Most of us.
How it works. No
listen,
idea.
No. You see that so-called how it works. All these things you guys put together, all these theories. Those are fallacies.
I know that.
Those are. Listen. The only people that are going to the white man, the man is the diasporans, particularly Black American, Black Brits, and some Caribbean. But most Caribbeans don't think like that. Because you guys came from plantation, so you still have that plantation mentality. So
all right, we will see. Africa will be saved from the diaspora. You watch, because we understand the white supremacists. You don't.
you guys are busy doing white supremacy when Kaiser from Kenya, where he's talking about freaking technological advancement. Me from Nigeria, I'm talking about catching up with China and India. You busy talking about master.
Yeah, all right.
Master will not let me do it. Oh, master is my problem. Until master begins to love me, because then I begin to do something.
Thank you for the conversation, Mike. But I'm going to show you. Watch and see. You watch and see.
You remind me of in America here. Let me tell you. Let me see. I'll tell you this. I'll prove it right now. When I first came to America, right, I was broke. I was like, I'll be around the other blacks, the diaspora, particularly the FBAs. Okay. And I'll be discussing, I'm trying to get something started. I'm trying to build a company, which eventually I have companies today. And they're going to be telling me, you don't know how white supremacy works. They're not going to let you. The white man is going to hold you. See, white man is going to sabotage you. The white man is going to stop you. He's going to burn down your business. The white man is going to stop you. The white man is busy talking about white man. And I'll be like, dude, what are you talking about? Man, dude, tell me how we can get shit done, man. I don't have time for this shit. I don't have time for all these white men. And they'll be like, man, you don't know white men. They'll be like, Let me line. They be like, man, you Africans, man. Y'all don't know how white men work. I don't know white supremacy works. Guess what? Today, I'm freaking established. I have white employees. I'm employing white boys. Those guys, they're still in the hood, still talking about white man, you know.
Okay.
They're still talking about, oh, the white man. And then when I came around my Mercedes, they're like, oh, you kissing the white man's ass. That's why you got money. I'm like, nah, actually, the white man's kissing my ass because they work for me.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, man, you got to let go slave mentality, man. You no longer on the plantation, man.
I'm going to get some sleep. So you win tonight, Mike. Yeah, you win the argument for tonight. Right. Take care. Good night, all. Good night, Kaiser.
Yeah.
Take care.
Guys, I'm about to be out now. Are you still here? Or you wanna you? I'm out too.
Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath its waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky. Flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high, so high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never